You are watching the Vodka stream.
Whoa, what is happening, everybody? It's Friday. Remember that song? Apparently, Rebecca Black is now 25 and she has a whole album coming out. That was trending today. And talk about a complete image change. Yes, random way to start off the Vodka stream, but that's what happens here. What's happening, guys? Hopefully, you guys are doing good. Hopefully, you guys are doing great. I'm doing great. I'm glad it's the weekend. Another long week. Ugh. Gotta love the long weeks, but hey, what can happen here? All right, let me get situated. Cheers, guys. TGIF. Let's hope we have a good weekend. And got the bourbon today. Felt like bourbon, so cheers. Got plenty to talk about tonight. Got my buddy Siike joining in, and going to be catching up with him. He's been on the Vodka stream a couple of times. Really good dude. Somebody who I've met in real life after I met here. We have a nice little origin story, which I always like to talk about. Really good dude, so can't wait to catch up with him. But let's talk to the chat right here. Ahoy, hoy, Nate, what's going on? Good to see you. Happy Super Bowl weekend. How divided do you think the internet will be once the Flash trailer drops? I think pretty divided, but I will say that the poster, I didn't see, I mean, I saw negativity, but not as much as I thought I was going to see. A lot of people actually were liking it. I was expecting, like in my mentions, for people to be all up in them saying how meh, you know, and doing all that. But surprisingly enough, not so much. Ahoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. How you doing? So what up? Let's get to the party started. That's what I like to see. Maybe. I know, the new registered stud, man. Mr. Damien. All right. And then, of course, we got, yep, howdy. Let's see who else we got. What's going on, Miss Stephanie T? Always good to see you. Cheers. All right. We got Movie Guy. Did you hear the new yeah, you know what? I actually did hear it today. Interesting. It was a good song. I never was really into Linkin Park, but you know, I like some of their stuff, but I just never really got into them. I see them live. I saw them live when they were on the Summer Sanitarium tour with Metallica. They're a good band. I just never got fully into them, but I heard that song today and it was actually really digging it. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. There he is, Mr. Siike right there saying hi to everybody. We got Mr. Feared Jason as well. Oh yeah, we'll be talking about some of that stuff too, you know, that whole thing. All right, Thabang Van, how you doing? So anyone excited to see see, it's either Bale, it's like Bale, Clooney, Bale, Clooney, Bale, Clooney. She says finally because, you know, she streams like every half day. So she's like, chop, you know, jeez, tell you what, freaking saggy, I tell you. Always busting the balls. Joshua, what's going on? Here's the ad for my new Canadian Italian fusion Chuck E. Cheese inspired restaurant, Goose Step on down and Mussolini's to Mussolini's, mounty up and experience the superiority I can't read of the master taste. All right, I dig it. Miss Rhea, what is going on? Always good to see you too. Javoy Charvis, how you doing? Jedi MILF. Yeah, going for the Chiefs. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna go for the Eagles. I actually really don't care. I mean, I like Mahomes and I like the Chiefs, but I just kind of want to see, you know, I kind of want to see the Eagles do it, you know? I don't know. There's just something about that. So, yeah, you like that? Yep, added to the wall, added to my wall of Batman right here. But of course, I got the mask, my Matrix movie palette, and then of course Deadpool. But mainly right here, it's my Batman section. So. Had to move some things over. I had to move that the Batfleck picture over. So, anyways, what's going on, Evan? Good to see you. All right, hello, Emfer. Happy Friday. Yo, what's going on, Caliente? Been a while since. Yeah, there you go. Drinking a Four Loko. Oof. I drank Four Loko when it first came out, but apparently they had to like change the formula because people were having heart attacks because it's upper downer. Yeah, no thanks. I need it for a downer. I'm already energetic as it is. I drink a lot of coffee in the morning, so I need my booze to be a downer. So anyways, who else we got here? Anybody? Let's see. Hello, Miss Nighthawk. Good to see you, my dear. All right. Let's see. She's. I think there's only going to be people here to see Damien. Is that what's happening? Okay, let's see. Eagles probably. Let's see. Anybody else new? We got Andrew right here. No lie. I hope it's Clooney comes back. I mean, if there is one of them that's coming back, that would probably make the most sense. And there's a reason why it does make the most sense, which we'll talk about. And, that whole thing, though, that whole added thing where like that whoever's coming back is going to be the definitive DCU Batman. Bull. Sure. I'm saying. Yep, do that. Do what Hank says. Do what Hank says. All right, do what Hank says. Yes. All right, anybody else? We got Game City Savior. Alakazoo is here. All right, it's all Alakazoo somewhere. Okay, people are saying hi to you. I don't know where you're at. There you are. All right. Cool. Yeah. I didn't watch The Last of Us episode. What were we on? 4, 5? We're on 5, right? I didn't watch it. I thought about it, but I was like, I went to the store to get this and to get some dinner. And then I got back and I was like, and I finished listening to a podcast. So instead, I'll watch it tomorrow and do like a little quick review. So look forward to that. I keep hearing, luckily people have been nice. I think people are finally realizing that, hey, when you're watching a new episode of something, don't live tweet stuff. And don't post spoilers. I mean, there probably still is some out there, but I didn't see as much as the other times. And anytime that I saw a Last of Us tweet, I was like, nope, I'm going to go ahead and just scroll right past it. And I just would scroll right past it. So that's what I did. Anyways, all right, let's get my guest in. He's been on the stream before. And please subscribe to his channel, The Venom Vlog. It's got a lot of good content. He's getting back into the swing of things. Mr. Siike, what is going on, sir?
Hey, what's up, dude? Good to see you again.
Good to see you, too. How's it going?
Good. And sorry if I look like a ghost. I got new lighting, and I realized I'm like, no, it's like way too bright. There we go.
I know. That's the thing about lighting is you got to like try to figure out that. And of course, with the camera. And sometimes if you don't have a camera where you can adjust like the balance or anything like that.
Right.
You could just start just glowing. But you look fine. You look good.
All right. Good. Yeah. There's a lot of purple in this room. So
yeah, I like your setup. I know I've seen on Instagram when you post like rearranging your setup and everything like that. You really, I really dig your setup. So
thanks. Yeah, I used to do set design stuff, so I get like really nerdy with it. Yeah.
I know. It seems like you. How often do you set it up? Do you just sometimes just sit there and go, you know what, this needs to go over there, that needs to go, and then you just take a day to do it?
Well, it's a lot more now. I don't know what we'll get into later about my health and stuff, but it gets a lot more complicated now because I'm not the only. I'm not the only one who has that idea to change things. But yeah, there will be days where I go like, oh, you know what? I don't like that. I mean, I dust and clean a lot. I got allergies and I have a dog that I just rescued not like a year ago who also has allergies. So I have to keep this place really clean. And so that gives me the excuse to rearrange stuff basically.
Makes sense. But, and then of course you're still living in Florida, right?
I am for now. I do have a plan in the next maybe 2 years to head back to LA. I've been doing more writing work, some ghostwriting stuff and then some coverage stuff, which is, for those who don't know, it's like when a production company has a stack of scripts and they're deciding should they make those scripts into movies and they don't have time to read them all. So they'll hire a writer to read them for them and kind of give them notes and recommend it or not. So I've been doing some of those recently for a company, and I'm getting back in the swing of things. And I just finished two of my books that I've been writing for the past couple of years.
Nice.
And the third one I'm working on now. So once the third one's done, we're going to start releasing all of them. So
that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
I still remember like right as the pandemic was hitting, that was when you were moving, and we had lunch together, and we were just at the restaurant for like almost 3 hours, just talking about movie stuff and everything. It was cool, but it was like right as the pandemic was hitting. I mean, the restaurant we were at was pretty empty. Things were just kind of like, what is happening? We didn't know, but we were like, fuck it. We're going to get some dinner. We're going to meet up before you leave. And it was like right as that was happening. It was crazy. But it was a good time. Like I said, I mean, just the knowledge that you have about the movie business and then just everything. And, you know, it's just, I always love like hearing stories, picking your brain and everything. So I think that's why we got along so well.
Agreed. Plus, I like, for those who don't know how Dave and I met, I was just a fan that watched the show, and I actually rarely agreed with Dave's like opinion on stuff, but I still loved your passion. Like we talked about, like at the time, I think I was working at Top Cow, which is a comic book company, does like Witchblade and The Darkness and stuff. And I was like working with them and watching your channel. And I remember my boss who never once ever in his career, and he's been working in comics like 30 plus years, never once liked Superman, and he saw Man of Steel and he loved it. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm more critical. I'm not a hater of the movie, but I'm very critical of it. And me and him had this big lunch conversation where I was like, wait, no, this is fascinating. Like, you like that movie and you never liked Superman? Tell me why. And he would tell me these things. I'm like, this is cool, because this is like Dave the film junkie, who you have liked Superman before, but you like Zach's take on it and stuff. And it made me like, I always get excited. Like I think that's why how I ended up in comics and working in movies and comics was, when someone tells me a dissenting opinion, I get all excited. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I
love that too. I absolutely love that too. It's like anytime that I can get a different perspective, and I've talked to people like in jobs and everything like that. It's always good to talk to people who don't share your opinion. Sure. Just to see what makes it. Why do you hate this, or why do you love this? Why is it meh? I love those discussions.
Yeah, because I mean, like as a Superman fan, I want to, like we talked about that before on your show, where it's like, for Superman to live 80 plus years, you have to constantly bring new things or have someone have a slightly different take on him that's inspired by what people consider the foundation of the character. And so that's how I met you. Was I just watched your show and I got free tickets to the premiere of Justice League, and I was like,
Justice League.
And I'm like, I can't go because I feel like people are gonna on my YouTube channel are gonna call me a hater. They're like, really, this hater got free tickets? Like, that's bullshit. And I was like, no, all right, I better bring a hardcore fan with me, or else I'm gonna get lambasted. And unfortunately, or fortunately for you though, you got a different screening of it.
Yeah.
But we still saw each other from a distance. I was wearing my Green Lantern gear and I had a good time. But luckily we became friends after, and it took us only 3 more years after that to meet each other as the world was falling apart.
I know, right? It's pretty crazy. But yeah, somebody sent me your video and said, hey, this guy, because you in a video you asked, like, hey, I have an extra ticket to the world premiere of Justice League, and I'd like to reach out to Film Junkie and blah blah blah. And I saw that and I was like, well, that's cool, but I already had it was the same day as the press screening at Warner Brothers. So we contacted each other. I'd let you know. I'm like, I'll try to make it, because it was at the Chinese theater, right?
Yes, it was at Man's. It was right next door to Man's Chinese. I think it was the Kodak Theater.
That's right. Yeah. So, and then of course, Warner Brothers is, a little bit of ways, and of course, there's traffic and stuff. So as soon as I got out of there, I tried to rush over, and it was already too late. And I spotted you out in the stands because you had your lantern. You were like, the green stood out big time. So that was good. I could easily spot you. But luckily, didn't get to go in, but I was at the red carpet. I saw everybody walk in. But I mean, this was after, I already witnessed, that was not quite what I thought it was going to be. And
I think you were in shock. Like I remember watching your reaction video and going like, oh no, he was in shock.
I totally was in shock. I remember, I've said this time and time again, when I got, because everybody's waiting for my first reaction review. And I remember just sitting in my car going for like 10 minutes thinking, what am I going to say? and it was just like I try to be as optimistic as possible. And then I did, after I spotted you and saw everybody go in, I like went up to, because there was like a mall right there, a plaza or whatever. I sat at a table and I shot a follow-up video because I kept getting messages. They're like, so did you like it? Like, because my first reaction wasn't like, oh my God, or it wasn't, and they're like, so people were just wondering, did I like it? So I remember I made a second video to just be like, I got things to say. And, I'll do a follow-up and blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, went on from there. But yeah, and then it took us a little bit and then we finally met. But yeah. So yeah, that's her little origin story for anybody who is wondering about Siike. But yeah, it was awesome though that you sent that invite. And yeah, we've been in contact since and then just talking. And now here we are with a whole new DCU happening. How we feeling? I haven't watched your video yet. I meant to do that before him, and but I apologize it didn't. But speaking of Superman, how you feeling about Superman Legacy from James Gunn?
Well, I mean, yeah, like I'll just in my video, I'll just repeat that I'm like, I don't know, I have to know more than like a title and like a slight premise. Like I'm in a very different place than I was. Like I always say, even though I do a channel just about Venom, I did that because I'm a Tom Hardy fan. Yeah. Not because I was a huge Venom fan, but I became a bigger Venom fan doing the show. But I'm a way bigger DC fan. But every time I just start trying to do DC content, it just doesn't get views, and people don't really seem to really like my take on DC stuff. So I heard the message loud and clear, and I'm like, all right, if I ever go on Dave's show or Men in Tights, who's in your chat right now, he had me on his show, and so it's like if ever I go on someone else's show, I'll talk about DC. But so for me, DC, they haven't. As a longtime DC fan, I feel like they haven't earned my goodwill from me to where they can just come out and just say a bunch of things coming out and then that's it and get me excited. So I'm glad there's a plan, I guess, on some level. And I think James Gunn has talent. I just and I hope he hires talented people to do some of these projects. But until I know who's directing, who's going to star in it, I can't really form an opinion yet because I've seen DC, whether it's the old regime or not, I've seen them announce things and nothing come out. Yeah. And so I'm like, well, I know these will come out most likely, but I just need more from them than just like basic premise. I mean, we didn't even get like logos or anything. I mean, to me, I was more critical of the presentation. I thought James Gunn's video was on par of like me, where it's like I don't have a lot of money. So it's like I'll talk and like a Green Lantern image will pop up when I talk. It's like, okay, so James Gunn made the equivalent of a YouTube video made by me, which is not good. Like they're supposed to have more money and more creativity than I am. So I was more critical of the presentation, but I have to wait and see. Like I know that sounds like a BS answer, but I just need more before I can really say.
No, I agree with you because, and specifically when it comes to Superman, because I mean, you throw out the title Superman Legacy. Okay, why Legacy? And it just, that's where what we know is like, okay, it's going to be like a 25-year-old Superman. It's not going to be an origin story, thank God. So that's all we really have, and it's just like, okay, maybe it's going to be loosely based on All-Star Superman. Okay, so we're just kind of have those little pieces, and then it's just like, okay, so. But that's the one I'm like, anytime like we talk about it, that's the one I'm not sure about yet, because okay, so when it comes to the Authority, you got my curiosity because I'm not even familiar, with that. I had to like research a little bit and be like, oh, okay. Sure. I mean, I've heard the name, and then when I started researching, I was like, okay, that's interesting. That's something different. I like it. Obviously, being a great, big Batman fan, Brave and the Bold, I was like, okay, I like this because you guys are going, all right, we're going to go Damian Wayne fucking Robin. And I'm like, all right. How did you feel about that when it came to Brave and the Bold, that whole detail?
Oh, well, I have a theory about Superman Legacy. Well, we'll talk about when we circle back to that if you want. Okay. But for Brave and the Bold, so DC has this insane track record to me where they try to get to a story before they earn it. I feel, and again, that's just me. Like, because I love them more, I hold them at a higher standard. Maybe an unfair one. I get it, but but still, I go, well, have you earned a Damian story? Well, not really, because Titans to me is one of the worst shows I've ever seen for comic books.
It was
So
rough.
It's rough, and not that all of it's bad, but it's inconsistent.
It started off. Every season would start off okay. I think we're getting somewhere, and then all of a sudden, it would just in the middle go.
Yeah,
writing is terrible. Like it's just terrible. Sorry.
Like so DC to me, like Batman can be his own shared universe because he's got so many characters. Green Lantern could be its own shared universe. You could literally do, all right, we're going to, this year is 3 Superman movies, Superman, Supergirl, and Steel. And then this year we have Wonder Woman, Nubia, and Paradise Lost. And then this year we have, Batman, Robin, and Nightwing or something. You could literally do that and then have them all, be in the same universe.
And then the 4th year, they all come. Wow. See, already you have a better fucking slate. Here we go, folks. Jimmy Gunn.
No. Don't hire me because I hate some of the stuff they announce. I'm like, I don't want any part of it. I made a joke on my video. I said, even if I wrote the Authority movie, I still wouldn't go see it.
Really?
Because I like some of the characters in Authority, but to me, they're just like these, I don't know. Again, it's like an earning thing. It's like, all right, well, if the world doesn't have a Justice League for a while and a Legion of Doom and all these different teams and things, bringing in an Authority team seems weird at an earlier stage of a universe build. So like this feels like the new 52 to me. Like it's like, hey, we got Flashpoint resetting everything, and then here's our Frankenstein Agent of Shield cartoon, which is the Creature Commandos. And here we got Wildstorm characters now, and it's just kind of like, all right. Like I go, but you did this with New 52, and it was profitable and cool for about a year until just none of it really worked and people got tired of it. So I'm worried this is that for movies, and that burned fans out with the New 52. It made them bored of DC. So what is an idea like it going to do to the mass public? So I don't know, but it's hard. It's hard. I mean, I'm being critical, but I also at the same time have a lot of faith and hope that just the right people get on board. Like I'm a big fan of Antoine Fuqua. So if you told me Antoine Fuqua was directing or being the showrunner of Lanterns, I would be like, oh, I'm watching every episode then. But as of right now, I'm like, I need more than just, the premise.
Well, and speaking of Lanterns, I mean, how long was that freaking show like in development hell? I mean, to the point where they had cast members, scripts, and then it went nowhere. And I think you actually had some unique knowledge about that show a little bit too.
Yeah, I've actually read. I don't know what I can say, but yes, I had the knowledge of one of the previous. I have a lot of knowledge of one of the previous takes of the show that was announced that is now not being made. So that sucks because I think every version I've heard, and even this one, it could be cool. Like it's like so far I've heard so little, I can't form an opinion on Lanterns. But I will say I'm just listing things that would make me more excited to watch it. And because I'm an Antoine Fuqua fan and have worked with him and met him, I would like to see him direct something. And I know he's would be interested in directing something superhero related at some point. So it'd be cool to see him on a show like that, being the guy who worked on, did Training Day and things like that. So I think he would have a good eye for the vibe that James Gunn presented for Lanterns.
You're right too. Like that's the thing. That's also, as much as I could be like excited about things, I am very much going, all right, who's going to be handling this? I'm not the whole James Gunn directing Superman Legacy. I'm like, I'm just kind of going, I think he should direct the Authority, especially since you said it was a passion project. I'm like, that should be you. Get somebody else for Superman Legacy. I keep on throwing out Brad Bird. I'm like, get that guy in there. That's always been my, and people have always thrown around Macquarie and all those guys, Christopher Macquarie, which, it would be great, but I think he's too busy with Tom Cruise, having a heart attack,
making billions of dollars and killing each other.
Exactly. So I always thought, well, where's Brad Bird at? I mean, come on. I mean, he did a Mission Impossible. He did The Incredibles. He's a fantastic filmmaker. Let's see what he would want to do with Superman. But, so I'm with you on that. And, I love the fact that it sounds like they pretty much got James Mangold secure for Swamp Thing, which is curious to me because, he's a great filmmaker and he's never really tackled like the horror element. so much, but I mean, he kind of has. I mean, if you take some Logan scenes where, let's face it, they're pretty, they have some horror elements, but I mean, to have him already, and then there's talks about Ben Affleck directing one of these films, and I'm a fan of his movies, and obviously everybody's like, he's got to do Brave and the Bold because he's Batman. I'm like, but what if he does something else? Maybe he want to do Brave and the Bold, and I would be kind of cool if he just did something else, but I wouldn't hate it if he did take on Brave and the Bold. But yeah, I mean, it really is names attached help. I mean, they got Drew Goddard in the writer's circle, which I think that's a good one because he's done great, fantastic work. I mean, obviously you saw his name in the opening credits of the Daredevil Netflix show all the time, and that was fantastic. So yeah, there's just a lot of things that are up in the air right now. It's just such a weird thing because they have these 4 movies coming out this year that were part of the old plan.
Right.
So, and then you're going to announce like these new movies, and you're going to say like, yeah, the Flash kind of hits the reset button, but it's not going to reset everything. I mean, you feel like when it comes to James Gunn, and we've talked about this and I've said it too, is like, man, to come in with a mess that has already been there, it's got to be just a struggle. That's why the whole even all the way back to the Henry Cavill Black Adam mess. I mean, that was, and everybody wants, there's people, not everybody, but there's a lot of people that want to put the blame on James Gunn for firing him. I'm going, whoa, back it up. There was not a contract. I mean, I kept on saying, oh, he's not going to do it unless there's a contract. And then all of a sudden he did it. I'm like, oh, he must have got his contract. And then I was hearing, no, he didn't get the contract. I think he's got promise of a contract. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, it was basically, they knew Black Adam was going to be a shit sandwich. And, Dwayne Johnson was like, hey, we got to get this guy in here. And he started promoting the whole Black Adam Superman fight more than promoting his movie. And then the marketing was all about Cavill in that post-credit scene. It was like, all right, that's when you know that film was doomed. And then here we are. I mean, Jesus, terrible.
Yeah, it sucks because I feel for every DC fan, for people who are like, for people who like this, Snyder's stuff, who wanted to see it resurrected on some level or keep going on some level, and people who weren't but want to see new takes. Like, I feel like everybody lost on over the last couple of years. Like, we all kind of collectively lost, but we're still here, which just shows like our various passions for these characters and how much we hang on to that hope, that Superman represents, and about these characters one day getting to see themselves shine again. And to me, again, time will tell. So we'll see who gets put on some of these projects and James overseeing it. My thing I was saying on my show was that, James, when he started at Marvel, he came in when there was a plan. In the beginning, like, because I used to work at Sony, and they filmed scenes for the first 2 Iron Man movies at Sony sound stages in Culver City because they didn't have a studio. They weren't bought by Disney. They weren't owned.
No Marvel Studios.
Yeah, they weren't Marvel Studios. So they were just rent. And they still sometimes, now they have their own studio. They can shoot their own stuff. But they would just rent studio space from different lots and shoot things in secret. And so back then they were just like, okay, we did Iron Man 1 and we have a loose plan of like, here's some characters we'd like to do and maybe build to Avengers. But as they rushed Iron Man 2, you could tell there was no really detailed plan. They just were like, we have a basic idea. We're going to try something. Let's see if it works. And as it was working, Avengers turned out to be a big hit. And from there it was, okay, now we need a plan because this is going to get out of control really fast if we don't have one. So James came into Marvel during the phase where plans were being made. So he wasn't there when it was in the rolling the dice phase. And so I see some of these decisions he made, like we're going to do Creature Commandos and we're going to do Swamp Thing and we're going to set up the Monster Universe stuff and we're going to set up this and we're going to still have Waller going and we're going to have a Paradise Lost. We're going to do that show. And these all seem like phase 2 ideas, and not like ground zero world building stuff. I mean, some of it does, but it's like, well, yeah, some of this you got to take your time to get to. Again, you got to earn it. And it feels weird to do some of this right out of the gate. Like I said, some of these just feel like phase 2. They're not bad ideas. So, but they just sound like phase 2 ideas. So, and he came in at Marvel at phase 2. So I'm like, well, this would make sense that this is how his brain works for planning a universe. So, we'll see how well it turns out. But Superman Legacy, to just give you my theory on that real quick, because I feel like that one, like if Superman Legacy bombs, I know this is the plan to make these movies, but I as much as I love Booster Gold, I feel like that's a project that will get axed if Superman doesn't do well,
Probably the first one to go.
Yeah, and I love Booster so much. So I'm interested to see that big time.
Yeah. I know. And then having Blue Beetle already, that movie coming out, there could be that team up that, everybody keeps on talking about. So
yeah, you could have like Ted Kord already be an older man. He's like, oh, when I was younger, I used to run around with this dude from the future and we were kind of losers together, in the 70s or something. So there was but I like the, with Superman Legacy, I was thinking about that title and I said, if this is not an origin story, but I really love Superman. I'm like you, and I like a lot of people who watch your show, who come here and who've been on your show too. Like Superman he's so impossible not to love, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I love dissecting that character because to me, I feel like a lot of people overthink him. And what I like about Superman is that he's very simple on a lot of levels. You can make him complex, but in that simplicity, he can be complicated. But there's a simpleness to him, which I like. And that's not putting him down. It's just like, you get him, you just get him. And so Superman Legacy, the title, I'm like, this guy comes from, a world that got destroyed and growing up on our world. So if it's a story about a young man trying to figure out what kind of legacy he wants to leave, based on his upbringing and where he comes from, that could be an interesting story about, it's like, okay, what kind of, and Henry Cavill kind of did this and Zach did. That was kind of their take on Superman, was like, okay, coming out is going to be a scary thing for the world. Are they going to accept me? This could be, but then what do I do? What's my reaction to that? What kind of man do I become and what kind of imprint do I leave? This sounds like it's just going right to the, what do I leave behind? What's going to be here, one day if I'm not here, and do I make the world a better place by existing? And it's like, that could be cool. But again, it's something that I feel like Zach's already kind of done. So they have to really approach it from a very different angle in this new movie. But I don't know if you're watching Superman and Lois, but I personally love that show.
Okay, I was going to ask you how you were feeling about that show. I've watched, I need to catch up. I've watched the first season. I enjoyed it. And I just really need to catch up on what we're in season 4 coming out right now, right?
Three, I think it's coming.
Okay. Yeah. So I watched the first season, really, really enjoyed it. I was surprised and went, because I was, when I watched things where he was popping up in like Supergirl and stuff like that, I was like, I'm not feeling this vibe. But then when I started watching Superman and Lois, I'm like, okay, I'm feeling this big time. Totally feeling this. So.
I will say this: I do not like the villain of season 2 at all. So when you're watching it, there's other great things in the season, but the single villain that they're after is kind of like, ugh. But from that villain, you get other cool stuff. I don't want to spoil it for you. So these are the things I look for, just so people can get an insight of how my brain works. I like spectacle. I like that kind of stuff. But like, my favorite thing about Superman and Lois from a character standpoint is that Superman arguably he's very lucky. He's had 2 of the best dads in comic book history.
Seriously, right?
Yeah. Jor-El and Pa Kent are 2 of the most freaking awesome dads in the world. I'm so insanely jealous of a fictional character, his upbringing with those 2 guiding him. And then also great mothers, both of his mothers. He's had so much luck as far as like who could have raised him. And what I like about the show is that he really struggles at being a good dad, you know? And that's what I like. Cause I'm like, how do you live up to Pa Kent and Jor-El? And, how do you balance all this life, everything you got to do, your responsibilities and superheroing and, a job and your wife and your family and how you miss football games. It's like, I like that. I'm like, that's such a cool, interesting take on Superman, is that he struggles at being a dad because he's had 2 of the best in the world. And he just can't follow in their footsteps, really.
I agree. And last week, I finally watched Super Sons, and I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that. And that kind of captures that a little bit too before Starro comes in and fucks everything up, of course. But I'm just saying, like they emphasize that like right at the beginning, like probably like the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes, maybe. Well, as things are establishing, you're seeing him and Jonathan, the struggles of that whole, trying to, missing the games. And then of course, when he finally reveals that I really enjoyed Super Sons. And then of course you have the other side, which is Damian and Bruce, which is, that's, but, and when it comes to Brave and the Bold, I'm kind of curious, like you said, that they're going into it. Whoa, already. And it's one of those things like being, thinking about Batman. He's just got such this big world, like you said. And I do like your idea where they could have just like, take a year and just do, Superman and then Batman. And then that's kind of like a cool approach. But I'm just saying, like, I do like the fact that it's already an established Batman. And then of course you got Matt Reeves. He's still going to be doing his Elseworlds type stuff, which I'm like, cool. Like, I really like the Batman Imposter books that came out. I thought, that was kind of in the vein of the Batman, similar. I think it was the same writer and stuff like that. But so I do like the approach of like already having established Batman. So then you could just bring in a villain and just maybe not even have to do like a crazy origin story or something like that. It's like, all right, here's a villain. Maybe, I don't know. It is going to be interesting. And of course, a lot of people are kind of going like, well, wait a minute. Is he, some people are wondering like, because even the images that we see, I'm like, are we gonna get as we call it, Dick Bat? Because it's like, yeah. So it's like, I remember when I was hearing about the slate, it was all behind the scenes. Nobody was making it public. It was like the night before, and everybody was kind of the people that I was talking to that knew about the slate were kind of like, is it Dick Bat? I mean, that would be interesting too. And it was just, I don't know. It's just, like you said. We know little details, and then it's just like, all right. And it's going to be fun to discuss, speculate theories and everything. But back to the Superman thing. It's like, you're right about having like two great fathers and then trying to be, but and then obviously that's what's making Superman and Lois great. But then of course now when it comes to Superman Legacy, it's like, all right, we're going to have this younger version, not origin story. Who's the villain? Is it going to be Brainiac? Let's hope it's, Lex Luthor can be there, but we don't need a movie where he's, selling real estate. We've seen that done to death, but it's just going to be interesting to see where they take this new slate for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And as far as Batman and Brave and the Bold go, it's still cool. I like Damian. He's a great character. But even Grant Morrison said the only person who could have ever tamed Damian was Dick Grayson.
Yeah.
So, Bruce got maybe like a month or two with Damian in the comics, or 3 months or 4 months, through the RIP storyline. And then he was gone and Final Crisis. And then Dick Grayson is the one who technically trained Damian to be a true Robin. And I loved that because Dick Grayson, who is probably the most ideal pupil of all time, who became his own man and got out from the shadows of Batman and became his own thing. His name inspired by a character in Superman lore on Krypton. And having that character now have to, take Batman's son and train him as Robin. I was like, what a great idea. So I'm curious to see where they go with that movie. I'm waiting to see director announcements and all that. But I will say what excites me about that movie and this take on Batman right out the gate is my only criticism of Matt Reeves' Batman is that it feels like a world much like Nolan's where I don't think I'm going to get an 8-foot Clayface monster in that world.
Probably not. Probably.
And I want Batman to be in a world where I could see something like that. So I think this, because Damian's origin deals with man-bats, ninjas. So I'm like, oh, well, if we're going to get man-bat ninjas in this movie, that means Clayfaces can exist. And this
it's a world that has Swamp Thing in it. And it's
right, exactly. Right.
So it's got to have, perfect. And that I've talked about that too. I'm like, give me we have the more grounded Batman over here. Give me the fantastical Batman over here. I want ridiculous, shit, I want him to be doing almost what Vin Diesel does in those Fast and Furious freaking movies. I don't want it to go that far. He's like superhuman. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry. I have a gripe about Fast and Furious. I think it should be done. I know there's a 4-minute trailer today. I watched it and I don't even know what the hell's happening. Car flip family.
They need to cross that over with the Transformers. Like
they
tomorrow.
really do. Yeah. They really do. But before we continue, got some peeps that are going to be joining right now.
All right.
Got Mr. Scott right there. And then speaking of somebody named Damien, we also got Damien also showing up too.
I don't know why does this guy keep on showing up, Dave? Why do you keep on bringing this guy on?
He's my doppelganger from the land down under.
No, I'm serious. I cannot unsee the what was it Saggy who said he looked like Tyler Hoechlin, because now I cannot unsee
he does.
Clark Tyler Hoechlin, and you kind of do.
Yeah. I even got the glasses that Tyler Hoechlin wears.
It's good to see you all.
Yeah, it's good to see you too.
Yeah. And Siike, by the way, I was ready to jump in on that because I've been one telling Dave, because I've been loving Superman and Lois, and I had the exact same opinion he did about, like, I was not digging Supergirl and the take of him on Supergirl, but man, that first episode when I watched it, I was like,
oh yeah,
totally wow. Give him his own show, give him some writers who I think know what they're doing, and wow, okay. And I'm very interested in this take on Lex Luthor that they're going to bring in for season 3.
Yeah, remember when
what's his name from
Walking
Dead?
Yeah, from Walking Dead.
He's been in a lot of other things too.
Remember in season 1 when we thought we were seeing a Lex Luthor?
Yeah.
And the good writing of that show hit us with the John Henry Irons twist. I'm like, man, I did not see that coming. That was really good.
That was
yeah. I love the show. I like I said, I still have criticisms from time to time, but
of course, it's not like it's perfect,
yeah, sure.
But it was nice to finally have a CW show that, like, I wanted to watch week to week. And I got, because you got to understand, for me, after Crisis, I basically finished Arrow and then gave up on everything else. Like I finished, I danced to the one that brought me. And then I went home for the night. And it was nice to have Superman and Lois to go, oh, you're good.
Yeah, you're good. They wrap that Superman cape around you and just hold you close.
Yes, and I appreciated that. And to your point, not even just being a father, but the whole family dynamic on that show is really good. I mean, I'm married, I've got 3 kids, and I've been talking to my co-host over at DC TV Squadcast, and I've talked about how I love that, even being a CW show, how realistic they deal with the family drama, and you don't get cliche TV family drama.
Yeah. I mean, and if you do, it's very rare. It's like like one scene you'll be like, oh, that wasn't written too well, but overall the performances still carry it, and you're like, okay, I'm locked in.
Yeah.
So. And sorry if you hear noise in the background. So I was saying earlier,
I heard your co-host.
Yeah, my dog Ace. So my last dog Echo passed away in Christmas of 2021. He was my service dog, and he passed, unfortunately. And so about a month or 2 after he passed, I rescued Rascal, but I renamed him Ace the Bat Hound. Nice. So if you hear him in the background, he's loud.
Yeah, I heard the
well, and I love the fact that he's a rescue dog, because then that just reminds me of Ace's backstory in Batman Beyond.
Yeah, and also to tie that into even, so I'm also a brain aneurysm survivor, and in Batman Beyond, Ace the dog is named after Ace from the Royal Flush
Gang. Yeah,
when she died of a brain aneurysm in holding Batman's hand. So that was one of the inspirations for naming him Ace. Yeah,
for sure. Damien, how you doing, sir?
Yeah, nice to meet you. You're so loud.
Good, man. Good. It's
you're a little choppy. You're all right.
It's an Australian internet
here in Melbourne.
Yeah. You're good now. I think maybe.
Come on, man. My internet was all right. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good now?
I think you're good. It's just
it's hot and sweaty here in Melbourne, Australia.
That's right. It's summertime for you right now, right?
Good now?
Yeah, I think you're good.
It is. It's summertime here. So we're I was going to say we're eagerly awaiting for the Super Bowl on Monday, so we can see the Flash trailer.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You're gonna get it Monday.
But yeah,
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
we get
yeah,
it Monday.
we'll get it. Yeah, we'll get into the Flash in a little bit because obviously we got some Flash crumbs today. But I actually wanted to ask Scott and Damien. I you know, because right off the bat, and I knew Siike would have a good idea. I liked his idea of like, what if they actually did take the approach of like what he said is like, you know, have 1 year do like Superman stuff. What's up?
Actually, I was going to say my idea before James Gunn announced his idea was I was going to start a universe with Batman Beyond. And then at the end, after they take down the Blight or whatever, the first villain, and he's like, how did the world get like this? Like, why did the heroes let it get like this? He's like, well, I'll tell you. And then boom, your next movie goes back to the present day. And then that's when you can tie Booster Gold into it and Legion of Superheroes. And so you constantly go back to the future, different parts of the future to see. And I'm like, that would separate it from Marvel. Because then you could use future lore to explain back lore.
See, this
it's not a bad idea.
See, isn't it? And then to have like,
idea.
1 year have like a Superman year of like Superman, Supergirl, and whatever, and then another year with all the Batman stuff, and then the next with like Wonder Woman, and then eventually they all kind of come. I don't know. That just was like, yeah, that would be something different as opposed to just having like this one and then that one and this one, and then they all kind of connect with each other. Just have like stories of each universe just kind of follow each other, so then everybody's just like, oh, okay, we see Superman, and then it kind of teases something else within that world. That's it's an interesting approach. And I like when he said that right now, I was like, how you feeling about that, Scott?
It's a cool idea. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's not when it's like I have to have it, but it would. But like you said, it'd be a different approach, and it would be. What I see is actually the production synergy, because I think about those movies when they make. We know them, Back to the Future Part 2 and Part 3, Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions. Like when you're making all the movies at the same time, and if you're doing it, and that allows movies to come out within shorter time frames, and usually utilizing less budget because the wheels are already turning. I mean, that would be that's for me, even from just like a business production standpoint, I think that's a neat idea.
That's how I approach things, though, because it's like set design and working in production. It's like I think of things like how can I bring the synergy for these 3 projects easier together to save money and to save time. And so, so when people go like, oh, your idea is weird, I go, I know, but I'm looking at it from like a penny pinching scenario.
Which is probably where Warner Bros. Discovery is right now. Yes. So that works out.
That's probably why the announcement was so kind of low key. I mean, like you were saying, it's like, it was just a video, and it's like, yeah. And we saw there was like a shot that leaked out of the panel of basically the slate, and it
leaked out. I'm going to say leaked out.
Yeah. But I mean, it was just like, what do you expect? They don't have money right now to really spend on something like extravagant. But at the same time, it's like, well, you couldn't just put, I do wish that there was an actual like a presentation live stream or something like that. Like take advantage of the YouTube space, all the space out there when it comes to doing this. I mean, they could have, and then I don't know, they could have got advertisements, sell, had some stuff, some logos in the background, brought to you by Coca-Cola or something shit like that. Or who knows? They could have tried to did something like that. But anyway,
it sounds like what you wanted was a DC fandom.
A little bit.
Yeah. Who doesn't want a DC fandom?
Exactly. We haven't had one.
I love DC fandom. DC fandom was amazing.
Yeah,
it was so good. Just to get that focus on our world, rather than going to Comic-Con and getting that and everything else to go with it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I know.
The first one was literally an all-day event. At least with the first one, we knew what the schedule was, so you knew like what your pee breaks were going to be, because you knew when you weren't interested in something, and so that's when you were able to like, okay, I'm gonna check out of this one, and I'll be back in 2 hours when I actually care. That's what made the first one so great, was that it was an all-day event. It was live, and you felt like you were missing out on something if you weren't there for it.
Right.
And it was kind of fun. Like we were all able to like jump on and like we had like a Zoom call going in the background where like all the squad cast was, you know, watching. I mean, still our reaction to the Batman trailer is like, I mean, there's so little on our YouTube channel, but that's like our number one thing on our YouTube channel is watching all of us lose our shit over that Batman trailer.
Seriously. Scott, again, your video is like choppy and you want to like exit and try to come back. Yeah, let's see what happened. I know you're probably not seeing it, but we're seeing it. Right. Okay. Yeah. So try it again. Yeah. And then in the meantime, oh, well, we're so close now. Look at us. But in the meantime, we got somebody else joining right
I have my arms around you guys.
I know exactly. Hey guys. Hey.
I just want to hug both of you.
I know, right? Look at us. Look at us fans. Look at us fans here. All right. We got somebody else that's going to be joining right. All right, let's see. Yep, you're better, Scott.
Yay.
Totally better.
What is StreamYard? It's StreamYard.
It totally is. It totally is. It's not you because when we do, you know,
animated,
yeah, you're fine. But yeah, I think it's something with StreamYard. That's why I was like, when I was seeing you choppy, and then I was looking at the feed, I'm like, all right, yeah, come back in because now
this is what happened last week. As soon as I jumped back in, we were
fine.
Cooking with gas.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. I didn't want to wait till like 4 hours. But
when Callum's deciding to like join the stream, which may happen tonight, I'm going to go ahead and like sleep. Yeah, 2.5-year-old sleep regression sucks balls.
It does. But we got somebody else joining in.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
Most beautiful man.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, great intro.
That's his intro because
it's
all the ladies,
you like, you know.
Although Damien might be taking your place in a little bit, I don't know. I'm just saying.
No one beats KC, mate. Sexiest man on the Vodka stream.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. And Casey, I want to apologize for last week. I know you were really wanting to talk to Hannah, and it was a little too full when you wanted to come in, and you didn't get to talk to Hannah. So I apologize.
Yeah, it happens.
No, it's okay.
Oh, look at that face.
Yeah.
It's like you beat his dog. I mean,
he was excited that Hannah was coming on, but then when he finally was about to join, it was a full house. Because last week was just, I mean, we have 2 guests, and then it was just like DCU stuff. Everybody was like, I want to join. And I'm like, all right. And I was just trying to be like, okay. And there's some people I had to turn down too. I was like, I think we got a full house. But KC, of course, you're always welcome. And then, you were just a little too late. And I remember you messaged me going, wow, already 10 people. I'm like, sorry. Next time, we'll try to get her back on and you can, swoon on her. Sorry.
Yeah, that's definitely going to happen.
Exactly. All right. But thank you for joining, KC. So what were we talking about again?
Just DC in general, I think.
All this. Oh yeah, you were talking about
stuff.
Yeah, but I mean the good idea. I like that idea though of like started off with Batman Beyond and then just kind of go like, well, and then just
it feels a little bit. Now the book didn't end up being the best thing, but it sounds a little bit kind of like a Future's End situation because that's kind of what Future's End did as an event.
Yeah. I don't know if I would do like a techno dark side virus.
Not that, but still the idea that because that was the whole idea where it was 5 years in the future from the current timeline, but then you go to the Batman Beyond. So there was like 3 timelines going on where there was like the Batman Beyond timeline, the 5 years in the future, and then present day.
My inspiration for that idea was more along the lines of Indiana Jones, the TV show. Where there's an episode narrated by Harrison Ford.
A case of the mystery of the blues.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, great episode. So
I still to this day am mad that they've never released like the original TV edits of those episodes that had old Indy with the eye patch narrating every episode.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I'm old enough to. I was watching those suckers on Sunday night on ABC, so that was appointment television, kids.
I remember watching a couple episodes, but I don't remember them at all. I mean, I'm thinking when I think Young Indiana, I just think River Phoenix, but he wasn't the show. He was
he was Last Crusade.
Last Crusade. Yeah.
It was
Sean Patrick Flannery.
That's right. I knew it was somebody that it was like a known name.
Yeah, he was the teenage indie, and not because there was a 9-year-old indie,
small one,
and then there was the teenage indie who ended up being in most of the stories because Indiana fought in World War I.
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
I think we got some episodes of this in Australia, but I don't think we got all of it. I think I vaguely remember seeing a teenage Indiana Jones going, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a great show.
Great show.
Yeah. And if you go back and watch it,
look it up.
You get a really, really young Catherine Zeta-Jones and a really, really young Daniel Craig.
Oh.
No shit.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That's crazy because, like, I remember even recently somebody posted on the timeline, and I showed it on Film Junkie Live. Take a drink. Is like a young Pedro Pascal on NYPD Blue. He played like a gangster gothic dude.
You know who someone posted that I didn't realize? Austin Butler was in 3 episodes of season 3 of Arrow.
What?
Yes,
it's meant to be.
What? Say that again.
He's gonna be the new. He's gonna be the D.
Austin Butler. The guy who played Elvis.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was in 3. He was in a 3-episode arc in season 3 of Arrow.
Really?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Shit,
yeah,
I'm gonna look that back up again.
I know. Like before Austin Butler became a thing, I just knew him from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. He played Tex. And that was like really the only thing I think I remember. Like I've seen him in some maybe other things before, but that was really it. And
I'm googling. I'm googling Austin Butler Arrow season 3.
That's great. Oh, yeah.
Arrow.
And then it's kind of funny too because when it comes to somebody posted today because the Fast X trailer came out and it's got Jason Momoa and Alan Richardson,
yes,
and they both played Aquaman at one point because on Smallville, right?
Yes,
yeah. I was like, wow, the two Aquamen in one movie.
Oh, and by the way, that just reminds me how hot the Mara was in Smallville. Because she showed it for one episode, and she was smoking.
Yeah,
I just never got into. Never got into it. You remember it now, David?
I remember that now. Because I Google it and I could see the pictures now. So he played Chase.
Yes.
He had the headphones on. Was he the geek, the IT geek or something? Is that right?
I don't remember.
Was he doing something?
I know. I'm trying to remember
behind the keyboard.
No, that's my dog. And he's just licking his paw right now.
Okay, just his paw.
Just his paw, not his nuts. Not his
nuts. For now.
Yeah.
The night is still young.
Lick your balls.
When Dave says drink, he goes right for his own nuts. So.
He's like, all right. He said drink. If
Dave does that too, it's okay. Yeah. We have to train him.
I just I turned my camera off. So. No, but we also got somebody else that's going to be joining as well to the panel. Let's see. Yep.
Ray.
What's going on, Mr. Ray?
So Ray comes in after we talk about Dave licking his nuts. Okay,
I know, right?
That was the
Perfect
choice.
Timing.
That was the choice,
timing.
Ray. Sorry, man. I had to. I mean,
Ray. I need to tell you something, Ray. I was talking about you with a couple of mates of mine in a Twitter group, and I said I'm convinced that Ray knows the meaning of life. I'm just my intuition is telling me that Ray fucking knows why we're all here.
42.
42. Thank you. Now what's the
something
question?
Going on.
52.
Something happening here. Ray has the answers. Sorry, I've put it on you now, Ray. It's a lot of pressure, but
I'm flattered, but why do you think that?
I don't know. It just came to me. It's
okay.
Ray's a special man. I think he knows the meaning of life.
I wish I knew. I do. I so wish I knew. I every day, just like what is the answer? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's 42, but I don't know why it's 42. But
because Dark Side.
Yeah,
is.
holding it. It's.
I do remember though that Arrow was the first thing I saw Austin Butler in. Totally, he was an undercover assassin for the League of Assassins that was trying to kill Thea.
Yeah, I'm like vaguely
I totally
remembering.
remember that.
Because I fell off after season 4. So
I know, and I hate that because season 5 was so freaking good.
was it?
Yes, season 5.
Season 5 is with Prometheus, right?
Yes, season 5 is with Prometheus.
Yes, that season was really good.
That was really that was like a return. Like that season was like a return to form for the show.
Yeah, because season 4 started off with him and Felicity living together, right?
4 was
the magic season.
4 was arguably the weakest season of the whole show because it was the magic
That's probably
season.
why I fell off.
It
was a bit of a love fest.
And it's Neil McDonough. I mean, he that's when he first came in as Damien Dark.
Yeah, he was
he was hardly the problem. It was what it was like. The first 2 seasons of Arrow were like dynamite, and then when they brought the Flash in, it was like they didn't know how to balance the grit of Arrow with like the fantastical. This is what happens when you start off gritty and grimy, like the Batman type, and then you introduce somebody like the Flash, who's right there in the same universe. It's like, how do you balance that out? Like, how do you? And so the problem was all this crazy shit's happening in Central City, and they're like, okay, well, how do we balance that in Star City? Because nothing fantastical had really happened in Star City.
And also because the Flash was really, really popular at that time. Like the first season was just dynamite.
Season 1
was amazing.
Yeah. And so Arrow, those first 2 seasons, 3 and 4 of Arrow, they didn't balance it well. They did not. They did not balance it well at all.
In season 5, they just went, fuck it. We're going back to basics.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yeah. That's
that Prometheus actor was so good.
Oh, he was so good.
What is his name? He's been in a bunch of stuff too. He was in Chicago PD. Josh Segura, I think is his name.
Yes, that was
Segura, something like that. Yeah, no, he was. Yeah, that was a famous moment, an infamous moment. Oh, something in my eye. An infamous moment in DCTV Squadcast.
Yes, it was.
Because Brent, because I have this thing where I don't like when villains win, and so
it could be fun. Sometimes.
He told me all season.
I love it.
He Brent told me all season, like, oh, don't worry, Green Arrow is going to win at the end. Get to the season finale, Island blows up. Wrong, Brent. The villain won at the end of the damn season. So that was. Ray
never let that one go. Ray never let that one go.
I still the only bigger transgression is Ted Cord.
There will be no
never.
They're never.
We're gonna see Ted Cord in like Blue Beetle and Booster Gold before the Arrowverse ever says boo about him. Seriously.
Jeez.
If you go back and watch...
off the CW stuff, off the CW.
Come on, it was a fun little tangent.
Oh, come on, man! It was such a good time in my life.
Season 9 of the Flash.
Came over here and like going like, "This is my bag." Come on.
I went back on YouTube and rewatched the other night the fight between Ra's al Ghul and Arrow
on the cliff.
It's still on the cliff. Like it still holds weight now. It's good for a TV show. It was fucking fantastic. It was so good.
Yeah.
I still like to see. I still hold the torch for the CW. I'm the torch bearer.
Yeah, you are. You definitely
in general
are.
for the C because I don't hate it the way everybody else. That like there's
I don't hate it either.
No.
But
it's like for a lot of CW pom poms.
It's like for a lot of people, there's like everyone has a drop off season. One of the shows, like for Arrow, it was season 4. For Flash, it was like season 4 or 5, or it was 6 was awful. But
6 was awful.
Well, okay, but again, it's because the show didn't handle Crisis. Like Crisis happened, and Flash didn't know what to do with Crisis, and so that was the issue there. Totally. So.
I'm like you, Scott. After Crisis and Arrow dies, I dropped off everything after that. There was so much, I was hurt inside. I was like, Amal's gone. I just can't do this anymore. So I stopped the Flash. I stopped everything. And then I went to go watch the trailer of the Flash because I'm thinking I'm going to watch season 9 because Amal is back. And I'm watching that trailer and having not seen the last 3 seasons of Flash, I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is not what I remember. Like this, I'm not sure I can do it. It's too painful.
I'm going to finish it. I'm going to finish it just for the completionist's sake. I mean, I'm going back and watching season 4 of Supergirl. You got to understand, that's the season that I literally only watched. What was it, like a 22 episode season? I only watched the last 5 episodes because that's when John Cryer came on as Lex Luthor.
It's the last 7 episodes, but yeah.
Last 7 episodes?
Yeah.
And it's amazing that you can watch the last 7 episodes of a 22 season season and not feel like you missed a damn thing.
No,
That's
it's
crazy.
Wow. The crazy thing about that season is the first 14 episodes. What are they doing? Where is this going? What is even the point of what they're doing? And then Lex shows up. No, seriously. Lex shows up and it's like, oh, okay, I'm in. Because you find out, because they waited 14 episodes to tell you, oh no, he was doing this the whole time.
But yet you don't have to. But yet you never had to watch the first 14 episodes
because
to watch
episode
the last
16,
7.
Because
so
episode
it was
16
basically 14
catches
episodes
you up.
of filler.
Yes, it was.
Kinda,
no, totally was. And what made it
good.
worse, Dave? What made it even worse was like there's literally an episode where Supergirl goes up against the Elite, and it's Manchester Black.
The Hat,
played by David Ajala, who is really awesome on Star Trek Discovery now. But at any rate, like this was one of the first times it's like, okay, I know there's a movie, there's an animated movie, and there's Action Comics 775. So I read the comic and I watched the animated movie in preparation for the episode, and it's 5% of the episode, if that. I'm like, wow, that was a waste of homework.
5% of the episode.
No, it was not a waste because it got you to read Action 775.
That's true.
Which is a fabulous issue.
Yes.
And the only thing I have against Superman versus the Elite as an animated movie is I do not dig the animation style. Like the animation style puts me off of that thing. Yep, Siike, you got the idea. It puts me off of that movie. It's way too cartoony for my taste. I'm someone who, like, when it comes to those animated movies, I did not mind the consistency of when they did do the sort of New 52, what I unofficially dubbed the Road to Apocalypse War movies. I appreciated that Phil Barbarossa character design, and I like the consistency through every movie except for the piece of dog shit that was Wonder Woman Bloodlines, because that movie was hot garbage. Because believe me, when Apocalypse War was coming out, I was literally releasing a review a day. Like, I rewatched every one of those movies in order, like within 4 or 5 days, and like would watch 2 or 3 a day so I could record little mini episodes and drop them on our Patreon at patreon.com/squadcastmedia.
Cheers.
Every day, so that because I got an advanced screener of Apocalypse War, so I was able to watch Apocalypse War and drop the review on the release day, and it kind of made it worth it though, because when you watch Apocalypse War and you're just like, holy shit! Yes, I just got mine in the mail. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet because work, kids, 2.5-year-old who won't go to bed, but that's happening this weekend. I'm watching Legion of Superheroes. So Siike, I have a question. What have you been thinking about this new connected universe, with Man of Tomorrow, Justice Society, Long Halloween, all of that? How have you felt about it?
It's my constant. Well, first of all, I've been lucky enough to get all of them as review copies. So usually when that
must be nice. I tried. I haven't succeeded.
It's one of those things where, like, I don't want to say the guy's name, but I've known him for years. And
the PR guy.
Yeah, and I was on his list. You probably know who he is. And I was on his list.
Yes.
Yeah, I was on his list at one point. I used to get invited to all the screenings in LA when I was out there, and then once I moved here, I just was like, hey, can I switch to a different list? Maybe just get the Blu-rays, or if not, it's fine. And they kept getting shipped to my old address, even though I asked like 5 times to get them updated. And then even when I moved to this apartment, and so my second apartment in Florida, they still go to the last address I was at. And so I haven't had a lot of luck of getting them actually sent to where I live. But I have been lucky to get them. So usually what I do is I review them. I put a non-spoiler review out the day they come out, and I give the digital code away so that someone could just have the movie for free. So I like the concept of doing shared stuff, but this one feels very lazy in how it's connected. And also, like, my normal comment is nothing feels earned. So it's like we got one Superman movie, and then now we have a Supergirl one, and so Superman just has like this orb, and you'll see. I don't want to spoil the movie, but he's got things in it, and you're like, well, if I read the comics, I know exactly what's happening right here. And that's, I guess, what these are for. These are for diehard fans, because I don't think they make these for masses or new fans that much anymore.
Oh no, that's a niche. That's a niche market. I mean, they've even stopped doing the steel books. Like Beware My Power was the last time. Like I searched, they didn't do a steel book for Super Sons. They didn't do a steel book for Legion of Superheroes, and I'm just like, I have gotten every steel book since the Dark Knight Returns Deluxe Edition when they were Target. Like literally, I have them on a shelf.
Yeah.
And when they don't do steel books, I'm just like, you're screwing with my shelf here.
I wish they would do, because I have all the other ones where they released a graphic novel hardcover with the movie. I have
them too. Yes,
yeah, I have that whole series.
Yes.
Yeah, Best Buy.
Yes.
I have that whole series, and I'm like, that needs to come back big time. But no, I Long Halloween I thought was really well done. And I liked Super Sons, even though it's not kind of set in this universe technically, I don't think.
I finally watched. Yeah, like I said, I finally watched that last Saturday.
Super Sons was really standalone, and I loved and the CGI animation style.
So good,
worked
so good.
Yeah, I was impressed by that. I was like, wow, okay, but I like this.
Green Lantern was the one that surprised me, because I was like, I guessed the ending 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
But I still enjoyed the ride. I was
It wasn't bad. But I watched that one too.
I'm glad to know I wasn't the only one going, oh yeah. But as a Green Lantern fan, I'm like, yeah, I know this is going down.
Yeah. It's kind of like, when you're watching, you kind of go like, oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Right there. Yeah. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but yeah.
It's still worth watching. Don't take a criticism.
Yes, it's you still got to watch it.
Yeah. Still watch it, but it's just a little predictable. Yeah. That's all we're saying.
Legion is too. So when you watch Legion 5 minutes in, you'll go, oh, I know what's going on. But I'm telling you, the ride is still fun. So
yeah. Are you looking forward to the Doom that came to Gotham?
I'll be honest. Like, I like because it was Mignola that did the original. So like, I love Mignola's stuff typically. And my old roommate Kevin, who he used to work for Howard Stern and stuff, and he's like a huge Mignola fan. He has original art pages from Mignola, like in his house. All right, Ace, I get it. I'm not a fan. All right, calm down. Criticisms aside.
Nope.
Yeah, he's like, no, I don't think so. I don't like this. Yeah. Sorry, so Ace had, when I rescued him, they were going to send him to a kill shelter. So he has cancer. He's got a lot of problems. So that's why you hear him kind of lumber around.
It's all good, man. No
but
problem.
Anyway, so as far as Mignola, though, I'm excited. It's not a movie I thought, or a story I'd ever thought I'd see adapted. So I'm interested on that level. But I also just think of all the other amazing Elseworlds and DC stories I'd like to see made. And I'm kind of like, we need to get there. Like, we need to get to, I'm sure Kingdom Come is coming at some point. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, I know a lot of the ones coming out that haven't been announced yet. So there's cool stuff coming. But Doom was like one that I'm like, I'll watch it, but I'm not super jazzed yet.
There's one that Mike Mignola drew that is like one of my favorite stories of all time. And if it ever gets adapted, I will like immediately, it's a day one purchase or aside from it, and that's Cosmic Odyssey.
That's good.
I absolutely love Cosmic Odyssey. I grew up with that. It was a birthday present many years ago when my family knew that I was into Batman, but didn't quite know what to buy. So they just found a book that had Batman and Superman on the cover with a bunch of other heroes. Yeah. They didn't know who anybody else was. They didn't know who Green Lantern was. They didn't know who Martian Manhunter was. They certainly didn't know who Darkseid or Highfather was.
Sure.
But that was like my baptism into like all the Fourth World stuff. And like, I love that story so much. And I love that's the Mike Mignola art that like, it's funny, like at the time, not knowing who he was, like I still like the art style. And then later when I saw Hellboy, I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. All right. Same deal. So no, if they ever adapt that, that'll be
have you ever, when they were doing the short, there was when they were doing the short stuff, I pitched a couple, and there was also a time when they were doing, what's that show? Kevin Smith was working on it. It was Strange Adventures.
Strange Adventures.
I actually was talking to someone about maybe pitching something to that show too, early on, and I was like really trying. Like I've been doing a lot of behind the scenes writings for the past couple of years, but sometimes you have to do that. It's one of the many routes to becoming a writer, and I was hoping I could break in on one of those shows because I had a connection over there. And so I pitched something with Deadman. I pitched a couple other things. I wanted to do essentially like a Crow type movie with Deadman, set in the circus, set in the circus with like Killer Croc was in it. He was like the alligator man. There was like a bunch of stuff. The Graysons were mentioned a couple times. And I even pitched, I was talking to someone about a Robin short. And I wanted to base it off the Paul Dini issue where Joker straps Robin to the passenger seat of a car. Did you ever read that issue?
No, I'm not. What book was this?
It's I think it was Detective Comics. Paul Dini took over during the Grant Morrison age.
Right? Yeah.
And he did a bunch of one-offs. Yeah,
he did some great Hush stuff too. Yeah,
he did Hush. Yeah, it wasn't called Hush Returns, but Heart of
Hush.
Yeah. So in between those stories, he did these great one-shots, and he did this one where Joker. The book just starts, and Robin wakes up, and he's in a car, and Christmas lights are wrapped around him, and he's tied to the passenger seat, and his belt is on the ground, his utility belt, and Joker is driving, and Joker is running people over. And he's shooting. He pulls up next to a car and shoots the other driver. Like he's doing all these horrible things, and just one of those many stories where Joker tries to break a character mentally, and Robin eventually gets free and takes down the Joker by the end of the story. And I just thought it was such a cool story, so I was like, can we do a different type of spin on that, where maybe we change it? It's not a car, but something dangerous, because we don't want to. We want the hero to succeed. We don't want to watch 50 people die, but we want the threat of it. So I came up with a couple ideas, and I don't know. That's like, so the animated stuff I love, even when it's just okay, it's still good enough to where I'm like, I want more of it,
Why is that though? Like when it comes to animated stuff, why is it like it's so just, even if it's like, that was fine, but it's so pleasing. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe because it's animated.
We all grew up probably.
That's what it is.
I'm gonna guess. We had Batman and then Superman and
animated
Zeta Project, Batman Beyond,
Spider-Man, X-Men.
We had a shared universe with the cartoons.
I think that's probably what you're probably
and that's
right.
what it is. Yeah,
because when it comes to movies and live action, we kind of like we start pulling out the pen, and we're like, wait a minute, this is not what
I want to hear because I know you guys do a show of it, and I love listening to you guys. I know I don't comment a lot. There's a lot of reasons for it that I don't interact as much as I used to, but I listen to every episode you guys do of the podcast.
Thanks, man.
Cartoon.
Thank you.
And I want to know, everyone here, what's your favorite episode of Batman the animated series? I gotta hear it.
Ball-busting question.
I know. I'll start it off.
Which of your children are your favorite?
It's hard.
My absolute favorite is My Silicon Soul.
Such a great
great episode. Especially
that's a sneaky one. A lot of people don't mention that one. It's the de facto sequel to Heart of Steel. It's crazy.
Which was a two-parter, and then it goes into that, and then and then the very ending when it's like, I've taken a life. Right. It's just that whole ending. And then doing that, and then just the way that I got goosebumps just fucking talking.
I know, right? I mean, when we discussed that episode, it was like, dude. And that's the best part about going through and watching every episode is that we find those gems of episodes that we're like, why don't people talk about this episode?
Yeah, I don't collect. I collect all the McFarlane DC figures. I have maybe 160 of them now. So almost all of them. But the only time I buy animated stuff, I have the statue of it. I have the figure still in the box. I only ever buy Hardak Batman. That's it.
Oh wow.
That's the only thing I buy from the show. So anytime they make
red
a hard
eyes.
X Batman anything, I buy it. Like,
See, for me, it's this one that I always buy.
Phantasm. What a great. That's great.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the one that I always buy. I even have from the Legends of the Dark Knight episode, I have the special triple pack they had of Batman, Carrie Kelly, Robin, and Mutant Leader, but done in the animated series style.
Oh, really? Wow.
I think Dave and I have talked about this. We didn't do it for season 1. We talked about like ranking each individual season so we could eventually like
do an episode just talking about
talk about our favorites. It's almost like I have to do it like by season, but because I have episodes like stand out to me. But one that I have always loved because I just love where it goes is Over the Edge.
With the Bane story,
the Bane and the death of Batgirl, and I mean that is like a crown jewel of season 3. Is I love that episode because I remember the first time I saw it. It was like a Saturday morning, and I'm looking at this episode going, what the shit is happening in this episode? Oh, but yeah, that ending that ending battle between Batman and Bane on top of Gotham Central is with Gordon there. It's so good.
Yeah, it is good.
You're right. It's gonna be a good one to discuss. I know it's hard. It's difficult. I mean, obviously, you have the gems of like Heart of Ice and all that. But I mean, if I had to pick one right now, just what rings in my brain is just that last shot of Two-Face Part 1 when he just like, he just and then he just looks at Grace and he just and he looks over, you see the face and
the lightning.
It's just so good. And then she passes out, and then you just see that shot, and he's gone, and the window is open. And I mean, it's just, again, I got goosebumps again. It's like Jesus Christ. So like that, like just that one's just like sticking out of my brain right now so much. But yeah, it's hard. Like it's like Ray said, it's like picking your children.
Damien, what's yours?
Yeah.
It's so hard because I haven't watched them in such a long time. So I'm just trying to think about what kind of stands out. Probably. Which one was it? I Am the Night. Was that season 2?
No, that was season 1. With Jazzman.
Yeah.
The one where he's like where you get like the sad Batman as he's sitting the stone throne.
That one sticks out. I don't know why, but that one sticks out. I'm going back through and I'm watching them again. So because we talked about this, I think a couple of weeks ago, where I was trying to buy the whole animated series on Apple, and I could only buy season 1 for like 80 Australian dollars, which was just extortion at its best. But I found all of them for like $90. But I'm going back and rewatching all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's ones like Almost Got Him. That's a
I love Almost Got Him.
I mean, that's
and the fact that it's a big rock, like continue
a rock at him.
Yeah. It was a big rock,
big rock. Just that whole thing, and just the way that the light just does that whole thing.
Oh, it shines. You get the shadow. Oh, so
that shadow is just really good. So, what were you gonna say, Ray?
I am inclined to say Feet of Clay. Feet of Clay is a classic one, but because it has 2 of my favorite. Part 2 has like my favorite. That's awesome. Yeah. Part 2 has my favorite Batman interrogation of all time.
See, like Scott has to fill you up.
Yeah. But I think, but if you're putting me on the spot and I have to give you like it because a favorite can be one that you rewatch a lot because
sure can.
You just enjoy the ingenuity. Oh wow. Yep.
I have that one. It's over there.
Bigger box and it. Oh, okay.
All right. But can you go grab it, Damien? That's the question.
Yes.
Of course you can.
See,
is yours signed by McFarlane?
No. You mean Bruce Timm?
No.
Oh, see, I tried. There we go. Yes.
There we go. You've matched.
I tried to get the Bruce Timm signed one, but Target. I'm sorry, pre-ordering anything on Target
sucks.
sucks.
You have been through some trials and tribulations with Target.
Yeah, especially with the oh, look at that.
There you go.
Oh wow, nice.
That's a good one.
That's
That's
why.
all.
That's
Look at that
why
cape.
that I was able to
Cape on
buy
right
all
there.
of my Zack Snyder's Justice League McFarlane's in store, and none of my pre-orders ever shipped. That's why Dave has the blue and red Superman, because once I found it, I literally just grabbed
Hey, see, I can
every
pull
one.
things up too.
Hey, nice. Look
It's
at
not in the
that.
box. It's not in the box, but it's on my desk here.
Mine's still in the box. So
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, but
I free mine from the box.
I brought this, but I have
Oh,
a
wow.
massive problem with it.
Oh my
Why
god.
Yeah.
does he need a space
that
here?
is with the fist.
Why,
Yeah.
why does he need this? He doesn't need it.
He does not need it
No.
at all. No,
Yeah.
no.
No.
But it was just a
Um,
way to sell toys. You have to give Superman
It's like
a
the
vehicle.
spider buggy.
That's
Let's be
it.
honest.
Yeah, or the Flashmobile.
But oh, that's right, the Flashlight. Damn. No, I was gonna say
Well, we'll get to
if you're
there.
if you're so smart, why aren't
Be
you
right
rich?
That's
Oh.
a great one with the Riddler.
I love it. It's because it's the first Riddler episode, and the other here's the other great thing. It's a Batman and Robin episode, and
Yeah.
like the
I
animated
don't know what's
series
worse, the traps or the
or
puns.
the puns. See, and that's
So
the other
good.
because that episode is like such a special one. One because it's animated series is my favorite version of Robin. Like my favorite interpretation of Robin. Like the way that they did Robin is like, okay, this is the blueprint. Everybody do Robin like this.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do Dick Grayson, right? Because I love the way that they incorporate it. Like he wasn't too young and he wasn't too old either. He was at Gotham State University. Like the dynamic really worked. I loved what Conroy and Lauren Lester
If I
did
knew it
with
was
that.
going to be this boring, I would have brought my homework.
But
Are,
like
you, are you sure about this? Uh-huh. Is this going to happen tonight? Uh-huh. I'm
right?
glad you're such a great conversationalist. Uh-huh.
No, it was fantastic between the two of them. But no, just in that episode, like the fact that it's a Batman and Robin story, it's the origin of the Riddler,
Yeah.
which is a really tortured and twisted origin because you look at it and you're like, okay, no, your boss really is an asshole. I kind of get it.
I kind of get it.
You kind of
Right.
get it, but you know, like when
Sympathize.
the ending of that episode is like satisfying because the Riddler got away, but that dude is like scared shitless for the rest
How
of
much
his
is it-
life.
Yeah, when he's going to bed, he's like,
Right, right. With the,
He's
he's
got
got like a 12 gauge in the bed
Yeah.
with him. It just I
so
love
scared.
and also like just as a kid, I think we all did this, but like you know, if you remember all the riddles, right? You know,
Yeah.
like which way to the eating place, you know,
Right.
and you know that's when I learned that in the Arabic world you always eat with your right hand, or like you know the key of what was it? The key of B has 2 sharps.
there was
The
a
key of
lesson.
D has 3, but the key of C has no sharps.
Mhm.
Like stuff like just you all like that stuff just sticks, and the whole Riddle of the Minotaur game with like the hand of fate and everything. Like,
Oh,
just,
yeah.
no, I love that episode. That is one that like probably one of my most rewatched episodes. I don't know what
I
happened.
just
to
realized
it.
Scott was frozen like this.
He was
Yeah.
yeah.
I looked over. I'm like, oh shit! What?
Well, we have one more. We have one more who hasn't said their favorite.
I know. I'm about to say, KC, do you have a favorite?
I actually don't because I don't remember most of them. I was way
He's a
too young when I was
He's
watching.
a young buck. He's a young.
All right.
Yeah.
But
Welcome back, Scott.
some of my favorite stuff was with Two-Face because I really liked that iteration.
Nice.
And also the Mr. Freeze episode, the backstory, that was
Yeah, the
really
Heart
good.
of
Heart of
Ice.
Ice.
Yeah.
Yes.
That won an Emmy. I mean,
Heart of Ice is like, and I mean that's like a massive, but like that, I feel like that and Harley Quinn are like the two biggest, like two of the most like monumental contributions that the animated series made to Batman lore, because that is now the only story for Mr. Freeze.
Yes.
Period.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
that
yeah.
is literally it. So,
Yeah.
Well,
He's
that's
the
what I
guy
always
with a
say.
wife who's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's what I
Right.
always. I mean, the changing of the source material, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, if you're gonna do a Mr. Freeze story, you have an episode right there that you could just reference, just follow a little bit of that. Just a little bit. That's all. I mean, it's right there.
Well, and
It's
you can
right
even
there.
do like twists on it because Gotham,
Yeah.
the TV show, like spun it on its head.
Gotham
and
did it. That was
Yeah.
a 2-parter. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not unheard of, but you know, it's so cool to think that series is so iconic that it literally changed the course of the character. Like the universe, the comics of this character have been forever adjusted in a good way because of this animated series.
That's why I say, give me Brave and the Bold. That is in that vein a little bit, because it's not. I mean, it's dark, but not too dark. It's fantastical. Give me that. Okay. So I'm like, Matt Reeves over here making some dark shit. Fine. I love it. I love it. It's right there. I got it hanging up. You know, I love the Batman, but at the same time, like, give me this. Like, don't. Yeah, exactly. There you go. You got the cowl. No, don't go. You know, we don't have to go full
worst
on
Batman cowl ever.
No, it's not
Don't
the
eat his
worst
brain.
cowl ever. I agree. I disagree. It's not the worst cowl ever.
Popcorn.
No,
I mean, seriously. I mean,
no, but like that's like I'm with you in terms of like the tone. Like,
thank you.
Give me
Rick.
that blue and gray suit, man. I'll take that blue and gray suit. Dark blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well,
I like
that. Thank you for specifying that dark. Sorry,
Yeah.
but thank you for specifying that dark blue.
Yeah, not
I'm
the
with you on
bright
that,
blue,
dark
not
blue,
Adam
yes.
West fucking blue. I'm talking
Right.
about, you know what? If you really want to do something, James Gunn and crew, give me that blue and gray suit. I mean, we already have the black and gray. Like Snyder surprised us when he showed that image. I remember, and then he showed it in monochrome, which was such a dick move. Yeah, how dare him? I remember when like he showed that. Everybody was like, "Wait a minute, is it gray? Is it not?" I mean, I remember like, and it was like, oh man. And then all of a sudden it was like, yeah, he gave us like essentially the Dark Knight Returns bat suit with the fat bat and everything. And it was like, whoa, it can be done. So it's like the next thing is like, all right, somebody needs to achieve that blue and gray suit. And like I said, just make it a dark.
This version is the perfect opportunity for that.
It
though.
totally is.
Yeah,
It totally
is. Speaking of Dick move, why don't you just make it Dick Grayson wear that blue and gray?
That's what we were talking about before you guys showed up. I mean,
so you guys want that? You guys want
well,
that?
I mean, the Damian story.
See, first of all, we've had serious Batman since 2005.
Yeah.
And you know, now currently Ben Affleck's Batman existed just like a while ago, and Matt Reeves' Batman is just taking off. So I don't see a point in doing another serious Batman. Like that is my preferred version, but you can have multiple different versions, right? So why not just this one be a little different?
So I had a conversation where I was talking to someone about Batman, because like I said, I was pitching like a short for Robin and a couple other things, and they were like, you know, everyone comes in with a Batman story. Why don't you have a Batman story? And I'm like, because I figured you'd have like a million of them from people who are very talented and bigger names. And I said, but of course everyone has a Batman story, but all of my Batman stories all revolve around Bruce Wayne in a very direct way, and that's because of the cartoon. Because one of my other favorite episodes is the one where he gets amnesia and he's put in a camp where he's
the Forgotten.
The Forgotten, where all the homeless guys are being taken from Gotham, and
basically Cool Hand Luke and the Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah, it's so cool. It's neat because to me that episode showed. So without getting into too much details, because I don't want to bring the room down, but I have a very my childhood. A lot of it was not good. In fact, it was so bad I don't even remember most of it. So like seeing Bruce in that episode lose his memories, but still have the heart of a good person. And then literally at the end, when everything comes back to him, he gives those guys he helped free jobs, and it showed me like this level of compassion that I never really saw with Batman, where he's like, oh, it's like those two homeless guys that he helped. They all worked together and broke out of that place. At the end, he's like, here's a card, go to Wayne Enterprise and ask for a job, And I'm like, that's fantastic. Like I love that up there, that he comes from a place of pain. And although he, as Batman, uses that for, taking down crime and stuff, but there's still a human in Bruce. And, so all my stories revolved around someone who's dealing with their trauma. Because obviously that's how I approach things and how I would, because they say, write what you know. So that's why I like that episode a lot, because I'm like, and that show consistently had moments like that.
And even the comics had a great moment, and I'm blanking on which one it is, but I remember there being like an almost entire story about Bruce coming into work at Wayne Enterprises, and there being a story behind every employee that he encountered. Because I remember one was like a former henchman who was working as a security guard. And it's, I think even Damien's like, is that so you can keep an eye on him? No, it's because, he just needs an honest living and he'll be fine. Like, and I'm trying to remember what story this was, but I just remember that one where it was like everyone they encountered at Wayne Enterprises, there was a personal story about why they are now working. Like, why did Bruce hire them at Wayne Enterprises?
They got a second chance or a lifeline, or like it's like a single mom who lives in a bad neighborhood.
Yes.
It's all these things where he's just like, he's paying attention as Batman, as Bruce Wayne, and going like, how can I use Bruce Wayne to help this person instead of just Batman? And I like that, because I feel Bruce, like, I feel a lot of times people just go, oh, he's Batman, and that's it. When his parents were killed in front of him, from that day forward, he was just Batman. And I'm like, no, that's the coolest thing about Batman, is there's a duality there. There's a guy who is not handling his trauma well, and then there's a version of him that is, which is why you talked about Two-Face earlier, why he's one of my favorite Batman villains, because he's literally the Batman gone wrong. The Bruce Wayne Batman duality gone wrong.
And that's what I loved about the Two-Face episode, is like, remember when he was like, even part 1 and part 2 is the fact that he was trying to, well, part 1 I think was more emphasizes the fact that, and I even thought about like, I want to see this in live action, is the fact that like he gets obsessed with helping his friend. His friend is like the psychologically, fucked up because, big bag of heart and stuff like, and just everything that's happening. And there's like the scene in that episode where he got all the psychology books laid out in the clip.
It's the very beginning of part 2. Because
that's the very beginning of part 2, right?
Yeah, because part 2 starts with Bruce having that nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, the nightmare. And then he's just in the Batcave, just obsessing about it, because
I'm sorry, Siike, if you thought I was just a nerd who prepped for these episodes, no, I really do know way too much shit about this series.
I can tell. Like I've been doing this long enough to where, and I've been in rooms with people who, write stories and pitch stories and just been fans or been on podcasts. I can tell just how people, the cadence in their voice and their passion. I'm like, oh, he knows that right off the top of his head. That's a fan.
I still love the fact that the voice of Two-Face is Bull from Night Court. I still love that.
Yeah.
Or the first immortal villain in the first episode of the Highlander TV series.
Was he?
Oh, Jesus! Wow. What a reach! Jesus!
Wow, that was a fucking pull.
How did you know that?
Because I own the entire series of Highlander.
Okay, fair enough.
Because the only episode of the TV series that Christopher Lambert showed up in as Connor was the pilot. Yeah,
that's cool. I have weird stuff like that too, because people will say like, I'm a big Mark Dacascos fan. And so like, I'll always like try to like, if I'm writing or pitching something, I'm like, oh, think of Mark Dacascos. And everyone's like, who's that? And I'm like, Only the Strong. And they're like, what? And I'm like, The Crow, the TV show. They're like, there was a Crow TV show. And I'm like, well, he was in John Wick recently.
Hey, I was just about to say, now you can tell them that.
They're like, why didn't you say that? Yeah.
Yes. John Wick Chapter 3.
That's what happens with me when people are like, hey, what's that movie with so-and-so? And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, it's blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. And then they're like, how the fuck did you know that? I'm like, you know what's funny? I didn't even see the movie. I just know about it. And it's just fucking stuck in my head. I didn't even see the fucking movie, but I knew.
Man, exactly 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon is no fun with us.
Dude. Dude. My friends used to challenge me to do like, how can you connect Oprah Winfrey and Chuck Norris or some shit like that? And I would sit there and I would be quiet and I would be like, I can figure this out. And then I would just sit there and then all of a sudden I'd be like, I got it. And then I would say it and be like, how the fuck did you do that? I'm like, what? It just connect.
Oprah Winfrey and Chuck Norris.
Oh yeah, I know there was I somehow did it. That's why I bring that up, Ray. I somehow did it.
No, you can do that. You can do that. You can do that in. You can probably do that in 3. Because you got Oprah Winfrey, who was in Color Purple with Donald Glover. Donald Glover in Lethal Weapon with Mel Gibson.
No, not Donald Glover.
Not Donald Glover.
Danny Glover.
Danny Glover.
Yes.
Danny Glover with Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon, and then Mel Gibson in pick your Expendables movie.
Expendables. I was
It's
just
like
about
Chuck
to.
Norris.
You literally
Expendables
just
is
said
awesome.
what I was about to say. That's exactly
Wow.
what I was about to say.
Yeah, but mind you, this was when I was younger and there wasn't that Expendables movie
I
yet.
know,
and
but
somehow did it. I
yeah.
somehow did it. This was like in high school and somebody challenged me with that and I fucking figured it out. I don't remember how I figured it out, but somehow, yeah. No, but my friends used to challenge me with the 6 degrees of whatever fucking thing and I would be like, all right. And I would just sit there and then I would figure it out. Yeah. It's just one of those things.
Can you? Is it just actors, or can you do like directors?
I probably
because
could, but I never.
because
It was never
technically-
directors. It was always actors.
Okay, because you know the movie Sidekicks, Chuck Norris
Yes.
Sidekicks.
Love that
Okay,
movie.
so-
Jonathan
so
Brandis, may he rest in peace.
Thank you. He's in Sequest DSV with
Yes.
Roy Scheider, who was directed in Jaws by Steven
Jaws,
Spielberg, who also
Jaws,
directed The Color
yeah.
Purple
Yeah.
with Oprah Winfrey.
There you go.
Oh.
See, and that's probably that's probably what it was. Maybe I did it a different way. I don't know. But yeah, I would always be like, name 2 actors. I can connect them in less than 6 actors.
Mhm.
See, talking DC can be fun if you're in the right circles.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's funny because like I literally like I'm a very introverted person, and with some of the health stuff I have going on, I really don't go out much. So, and when I do my show, it's very isolating. It's just me talking about Venom, and then sometimes people comment back. So for me to get DC stuff in, this is like, man, it's like a good feeling. Like I don't think I've smiled this much in a while.
Well, let me share a quote with you that you might appreciate. This is something that I found on the internet that really spoke to me. Maybe it'll speak to you. And it was a quote that said, "I used to think I was an introvert because I liked being alone, but I found out that I am very extroverted around people who bring me peace, and I like my peace."
That's good.
That's a good way of putting it.
I used to be a little bit, when I lived in LA, I was more outgoing, and I was seeing a doctor. I was having memory loss problems. So like I said, I'm an aneurysm survivor. So we thought it was just like okay, it's time. Like you're everything else is falling apart. We've been gluing you together for a couple years now, but your memory's starting to go, and we think you're entering an early onset dementia, which hearing that at like 38 years old was like crushing. And then for the past 2 years, it turned out something completely different was going on. And we went from early onset dementia to seeing if I had schizophrenia to doing other things. And I got so scared that I was crazy that I stopped going out and doing stuff and hanging out with people. And I moved to Florida and kind of isolated myself. And what I ended up finding out is that I have a version of DID called OSDD1A. Okay. So I actually have multiple personalities, for lack of a better term. And so I'm not actually, I become someone else and they do something. And then I'm like, wait, how is it Tuesday? I was telling this to Dave earlier. Like, because I've been posting. Like I have on my wall, which is a character I never cared about, but one of my alters watched the show after we had been diagnosed for a while at that point, and there was a suicide attempt. And so that's when the therapy started becoming more frequent, and they were able to piece together what was actually happening to me. And I was like, yeah, because I would be like, all right, I'm going to bed. It's Monday. And then it's next thing you know, it's Thursday and I'm at work folding shirts. And I'm like, wait, what? And I would have these episodes where I just thought we thought my memory was just leaving me, and I would just jump from one point in time to the other. But it turns out for those 3 days where I thought I was asleep, somebody else was going to work for me. And that's what we learned and discovered, through getting, hearing from my employer and them talking to, me getting like, I guess, testimonials from them so we could piece this together. And that's what we discovered over time, was that it turns out there's more than 4 of me, but there was 4 of me at the time. And now we're learning about others. So this comes from, I guess, something that happened when I was a kid, and all my memories of that are gone, but one of us still has those memories. So it's been a process. So this is why I've made less YouTube content for a while. I've put all these boards on my wall to try to increase communication between us. You know, what's your goals? What do you want? You know, what would you like to do with a life? And it's the weirdest thing to explain to people. And unfortunately, the first few people I told, including family members, reacted very badly. And it, because some of it's childhood related, they feel responsible, they feel like they're to blame, and they kind of, so it's caused a rift, you know, and it's been really tough. But Moon Knight was one of those shows that after it was finished, I finally was like, all right, I'll watch this. But like, okay, so he has what we have, but I don't care. But something about watching the show, like before then, I only thought about movies like Fight Club or Identity or Split, like where I just know the fantasized version of it, where one person's a killer, you know, and so I was, and
it's kind of like Venom too.
Yeah, like, well, it turned out, like, how funny that turned out to be, where it's like,
right?
Yeah, and yeah, well, I don't want to get into that, but yeah, there's kind of a thing that parallels Venom in a way, where we have. So the other thing, I'll just say this, since we're talking DC, this is how much DC means to me. So for people who go, oh yeah, everyone's a fan. I'll just explain to you, when we were a kid, we don't know all the details, but somehow we ended up in a hospital. Our dad was a cop. He was abusive. So we ended up in the hospital to a head trauma, and we were maybe 7, turning 8. This was our introduction into comic books. Our mom bought us a sack of comic books. Green Lantern was the first one we read. Green Lantern became our favorite superhero, and anytime something bad happened, I guess we would go sit in a corner or sit somewhere and read Green Lantern comic books, or X-Men or other things, I'm sure too. But Green Lantern had such an effect that after my aneurysm in 2010, I woke up in a hospital with no memories of everything for the first 28 years of my life. And my brother was there, and he, like my mom did, gave me comic books. And at this time it was Green Lantern. He was like, oh, it's your favorite character. It's Green Lantern. Blackest Night and Brightest Day were coming out. So then I get introduced to the new Green Lantern stuff, where it's, you know, the different colors and all that. So our brain, as we found out recently in therapy, after going for a year and like 2 months, our brain is patterned. The way we're divided, our alters. If I could draw it for you, I would. It's on my Instagram. It looks like the Green Lantern logo.
Wow.
So there's a circle.
Oh, really?
There's a circle, and I'm in the middle. And then there's someone on this side and someone on this side. Then there's a wall up here that separates 3 identities up here. And then there's a wall down here that separates the other 3. And it literally looks like a Green Lantern logo. And just seeing that, I cried, because I was like, I'm crazy. I was like, just lock me up. Like I must be crazy. And our therapist said, no, this is, your brain felt so safe in escaping reading these comics that this is how it compartmentalizes. Yes. To put trauma here, to put this here. And so it was so wild, because all I could do was think about that kid and what he must have gone through that was so terrible, you know. So lately I've been getting, like, I ingest comic book stuff, but I've been getting more into like that kind of stuff, like, you know, trying to find other people that have overcome something, because I need help. Like I'm struggling. I keep getting more introverted. Meanwhile, another version of me has a 9-to-5 job, like that goes out and earns for us. I have another version of me that builds shelves and does like crown molding and stuff. I'm like, I don't even know how to do that. Like, when did I learn to do that? And he's making side money doing that. It's the weirdest experience.
So there'll be times where you wake up and there's something that's built like that and you have no idea. Like
I said, you talked earlier where you were saying, how often do you rearrange your apartment?
Yeah.
Like sometimes it's not even me that rearranges it. So I'll wake up and I'll go, holy shit. And I'm facing like this way.
Different angle.
Yeah. Where all my Moon Knight stuff is on that side of the apartment, where before it was behind me. And I'm like, wait, when did this get back here? And then I have to check my phone. How many days have I been gone? Holy crap. He did all this in 6 hours. Like, you know, and it's one of those scenarios where there's a wall between us. So I don't know what he does and he doesn't know what I do. So that's why we go to therapy. We're trying to communicate better.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what all my boards are for. So we all have a board where we write like what we got to do that day. And we try to do our best. You know, there was one day he wrote something. He was like, hey, I was at work. Who showered? He's like, cause I'm at work and I smell, you know, like like, cause we leave notes in our phone. And he's like, so, hey, whoever is around in the morning, make sure you shower. And it's like things like you don't think about, like, how many times did we eat today? Cause I know I ate once, but did the others eat lunch and then dinner? You know, and I'm hungry. So is it okay to eat, or am I going to eat the 5th meal of the day? You know? And so it's trying to keep track of all that has been, my weight has definitely fluctuated like a lot because of it.
So and we got Joshua right here. He said he's also an aneurysm survivor.
No way. When you were 28, that's how old I was.
Yeah.
You are kidding. Hey, if you're not following me on Instagram, Joshua, please do. Let's talk. I've met a couple other survivors, and I joined a couple groups through the Aneurysm Foundation and the Joe Necro Foundation. And so I don't get a lot of chance to talk. So that's wow, dude. Nice to meet you, Joshua.
Yeah, there you go. Hit him up, Josh. Yeah. I know. I mean, I knew I was like, I was aware of some of the stuff, and and then when I saw, that was one of the reasons why I reached out to you today, because I saw the charts and I'm like, okay. I was like, yeah, I haven't reached out in a little bit for from Siike, and I saw that. I'm like, okay, he's getting back into his stuff. Checked your channel, saw you've been doing some stuff, but you're gonna try to get back. And then we just talked. I'm like, hey, if you want to come on tonight, let's do it. And
well,
it's fantastic.
And Siike, please take this within the spirit that I am intending it, but I think it's so powerful and wonderful. Might sound like a weird word, but your openness to share. I always feel like this is the problem with mental health is that so many people don't want to talk about it, and people don't want to hear it. And the problem is when people don't want to talk about it and people don't want to hear it, shit doesn't get done. And you are a inspiring person in that you are being open and willing to share so that people can be more empathetic. People can understand better. And I think that's so good. It's so important.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't take compliments well at all, but that's very nice of you to say.
Neither do I. I'm not good at compliments. People are like saying something like, get the fuck
so I'm going to fart now. And then
I know exactly.
I'm a middle school teacher. I understand that reaction. So it's fine.
No, I'm with you on that. I can't take compliments well either. I'm one of those. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? But yeah.
Don't worry, that's why I never compliment you, Dave.
I know exactly. Scott just gives me shit all the time about,
Well, thanks for making me feel safe enough to open up.
No, dude, this is always
like I had so much fun here that I was like, I don't want to tell them, but I really also like I don't get this a lot, like where I'm with around like-minded people who are cool. So so thank you for that. I mean, I get on Instagram sometimes, but I didn't want to tell anyone because, like I said, the first couple people I told that were close to me, some of them reacted really badly, and it put me in a spot where I'm like. And I would even say if someone told me this before I knew what I was going through, I would have been like, okay, dude, like, sure. All right. Well, good luck with that. I don't know. I have empathy, but even I think, like I said, I never understood what this was. And when they told me like exactly what it was, they're like, this is a coping designed by the brain to help you survive something that was so bad that you couldn't process it as a child. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, and once they explained it to me that way, and then my therapist said probably the coolest thing ever to me, which made me feel great because I'm her first patient that has a version of this. And she said, just don't think of it like because I kept saying like, oh God, I'm crazy. I just try to kill myself. Like, please lock me up. Like, I just need to be put away. And, I'm a harm to myself. And she's like, no, she's like, this is how strong you are. She was like, this is how strong you are. Your brain literally it changed its way of working just to help you survive. And she's like, that's how strong you are. And I'm like, wow, God. And again, I don't like compliments. So I'm like, so I farted in her office.
Well,
yeah.
But no, and I think also, I mean, the concept, I mean, what you're describing is it's not alien, I think, to I mean, it's alien. That sounds so weird. I'm going to trip over myself and stick my foot in my mouth at some point. It's going to happen.
All right.
But
it's all right.
While it's not
that more
usual
as
to
fun.
meet someone with a condition similar to yours, I think, however, it's interesting that those of us who tend to be more in the geek realm, this is why personally I always enjoy speculative fiction and science fiction, is because we've been introduced to these concepts for years in a very fictionalized, fantastical way. But like science fiction can teach us about science, or comic books can kind of start to give us psychology, it's really interesting to be able to at least have a baseline to go, no, I get what you're talking. Like, I get the general idea of what you're talking about. Please tell me more so I can understand better and help support you better. I think more people need to take it from how can we support each other?
Yeah.
Is we need more of that in the world.
Well,
definitely-
we're all
that's-
fans of the same thing, and it's
Yeah.
just cool because I'm sure when we were kids, like, again, I don't remember even we were talking about Batman the Animated Series. I watched that 12 years ago coming out of the hospital. You know, I had all the DVDs and stuff, so it's like, oh, I watched them because they, you know, my family were like, oh, you love this stuff. You're a DC fan. So I'm like not sharing childhood memories with you of My Silicon Soul. I'm sharing memories from 12 years ago when for the first time watched that show. And that was the other thing, was learning that I'm like, well, okay, so I thought I was just me, like with no memories, but I'm a completely new, I'm what our brain created because the aneurysm was so devastating. So I'm a new thing. I'm literally 13 years old. And the guy who goes to work for me is 1 year old, like, in a sense, you know, obviously he's a lot more advanced than a 1 year old, but it's very strange to talk about. So I appreciate you guys just being so cool about it. Cause it's
absolutely, man.
it's just, and so and this is what I mean by Green Lantern. Like I categorize them all by colors apparently. So there's green, blue. The one that we thought was wrong was Fade. Fade we thought we were like, oh, well, that's not a Green Lantern color. So why do we have one called Fade? Well, Fade can't read or write or talk. He's nonverbal. So I guess in therapy, when he tried to write his name, he wrote Fade, but it's actually Rage. So we learned he's actually red. And I'm like, holy shit. And then recently we went 3 weeks, nearly 3 full weeks without sleep. And none of us knew it because we all, you know, wake up and do our thing. And so I was like, oh, I'm actually getting writing done. And you know, we're working extra hours at work. I'm like, how are we doing all this? And here we were just completely destroying our body. And we had to, you know, deal with that in therapy and talk about it and find a way to, you know, okay, we have a curfew now. This is when we have to go to bed by, because another personality showed up. So when we had our aneurysm at 28, we were working 2 jobs in LA. We were doing television production, which was like 14 to 16 hour days, sometimes longer. And then we were also interning and writing and doing comic book stuff and drawing. And we were burning the candle at both ends. And what ended up happening is we just exasperated our stress and our condition, and an aneurysm ruptured. So we had a personality show up that literally shut our body down. So we were at work and apparently Blue just fell and hit his head on the ground and just stopped moving. And our boss, who is a former nurse, an EMT, she jumped down to help us thinking we were going to have a seizure because we have seizures and we're prone to them, but we weren't moving. She was just like, you weren't moving. Nothing was happening. And so an ambulance came where, you know, we went and did all that. And what ended up happening was, or actually, no. She asked me if she wanted to call an ambulance, but we called my friend Nate, who's emergency contact. So I hate because make you pay for ambulances. So if I can have a friend drive me, I'd rather a friend drive me. Yeah.
Sure.
So luckily we woke up though, and we got our facilities about us, or got back on our feet. But I was only in there in blips. I'm like, oh my God, I'm at Blue's work, and then I'm gone. And then so we found out that this other personality, its function is to make us sleep when we don't sleep. So if we're all up, it wakes up, and then it forces us, however, to go to sleep. And this was something we didn't know about before. So again, it's just like, as soon as we think we're starting to get a handle of things, something new comes along that just because our stress exasperates everything. And, we're trying to pay bills. We're trying to do all normal people stuff. And then also we had Fade spent $300 on DoorDash. And that's the month we figured out, oh, there's someone else in here. Because and how the hell does he know how to work DoorDash? He can't even, he's nonverbal. I guess he can write to an extent, but pressing buttons, it's like a child. And so, and he eats like he depress eats.
Oh yeah.
So so everything's it's weird as we figured things out. Everything has a specific function. So when I see people online, I'm new to, like I said, I try to look out for other people that have something like this. And some of the other YouTubers I've seen, their whole channel's based on it. Oh, I have, 500 multiple personalities or whatever. And I'm just like, holy shit. Well, okay. Well, I can't converse with this person. That seems way too intense. And I don't want to I'm never going to make my channel about this, same thing with aneurysms. I'm like, well, I want to make a YouTube channel that escapes this stuff. But so, and just bring it up from time to time. But so I don't know. I had a point I was going somewhere. I was going to tie it back to what Scott said. And then
it's okay, man. No, this is,
I'm just glad I'm still here this whole time.
No,
man. I have it switched.
Oh, come on! You should stay for the full 5 or 6. We're crazy up in here.
I'll stay for another. Another hour.
Hey, you know what? Stay as long as you want, man. It's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah. No, I'm glad you actually talked about this because I was always curious about, and I never wanted to ask fully. I mean, I know I knew some things about it. You've told me, certain things in the past about this stuff, but you really didn't tell me about some of this. And then today when we were talking and you were basically saying I basically went to sleep Monday and woke up Thursday. And I was like, wait, what? You were asleep the whole time? I was totally because like you said, when you see this stuff in movies, it's so fantastical. I have a Fight Club poster right there. And, I mean, obviously it deals with that, but it's in a movie, it's in a cinematic level. So you just kind of go, it's entertainment. It's in the sense you don't really think about a real life situation where somebody literally just goes, yeah, I have a block of 2.5 days. I don't remember shit, but then I was still functional because another personality in my brain was operating this body that I have. And you just don't really think about it because yeah. So when you were saying that, I was like, wow, that is, it was interesting. So I'm totally glad you're talking about this right now. It's very interesting.
Last summer, I had a rotator cuff tear, and I also had to get a temporary pacemaker.
Jeez.
And the worst part is that so we found this out in therapy too, because my arm, when we were after the pacemaker, we were one thing at a time, and my arm, I was like, okay, let's focus on this. But Blue would go to work and use the arm, and then Green uses the arm all the time, and he wants to take boxing lessons and and all this other stuff that I guess he used to do, because apparently Green has been around. Green graduated high school. So we have a class ring that I never knew the story behind that our mom gave us, and it has our birthstone is emerald, because we're born in May, and so there's a green emerald on our ring, and it says Vincent, and then inside there's these 4 initials, VAMB, and we found out that we were actually diagnosed with this at 20, and back then there was also 4. and it was and Vincent was one of them, and that's who Green is. So he actually has memories that go back as far as we know to at least high school, if not earlier. But he won't talk about them in therapy. He's like the stoic one, you know. He's willpower, so he's not like you can't break him, and so like he doesn't talk. So he also has a different pain threshold that we found out than we do. So you could like stick him with something and he won't feel it as you know intensely as I would. So he'll use the arm after we had it, you know, worked on and had to go through physical therapy to try to, you know, get the kinks out and stuff. And he's still using it, like, you know, shadow boxing. Like, I'm like, what the hell, dude? Like, you're hurting our arm. And he's like, oh, yeah, well, it doesn't hurt for me. So I'm going to keep using it. And it's adding stress to me. So it's just interesting how, because a lot of it you could say, oh, well, then the pain is psychological. And so, okay, well, then how do we deal with the pain if it's just psychological? But it's like, no, but your rotator cuff is still torn. So that's still real pain. So it's like this yo-yo of like trying to find a solution and then being back at step one every time. So it just like, it gets so frustrating.
I'm sure, man. I mean, the brain is such an interesting thing. I mean, especially when you can like yesterday, I woke up feeling like $1 million, and then this morning I woke up, just felt like, ugh, you know, and it's just like, you know, it's just like one of those things. And I felt like I got a good night's sleep last night, you know. It's just one of those. It's just, I'm not trying to compare with obviously what you're going through, but it's just like one of those things where the brain is such an interesting thing, because one day you could be like on top of the world, I'm going to accomplish this, and then all of a sudden the next day you could just feel blah. But I mean, obviously this is a whole other level, and it's just, man, I mean, it's just hearing this, it's you know, like you said, I mean, the whole pain thing, you know, one personality not feeling it, and then of course it's like, hey, guess what, there's an injury here, you're not feeling it, but guess what, I am. You know, it's like it's so interesting. So
well, let's thanks for letting me get all that out. But,
I'm glad you did, man.
I'm so excited to talk more DC stuff.
I
don't get a chance.
No, that's fine.
How about a Flash movie? Because we got a trailer coming.
Yeah,
in a couple of days.
I was going to bring that up because obviously, you know, we could transition to the Flash, and
it's Dave's show, Scott.
No, I'm the captain now.
When Scott's here, he can be, you know, because he's co-host, you know, every Sunday. Even though we're not doing one this Sunday, you know, tomorrow, because
somebody's watching the frickin' Super Bowl. I mean,
yeah, you know, not somebody, Scott, half the world. Okay,
it's fine.
It's pretty big here in Australia. I
can do other productive things.
A lot of people are back working in offices here, but people leave the office because it's on at about 10:30 Monday morning for us. People leave the office, go to a cafe or a bar,
no shit,
and watch it mid-morning. It's huge here. It's really big.
This year, the Super Bowl is broadcast by Fox, and that is one of the two. That's one of the three affiliates that I work for. So literally, like, as far as where I live, my station is broadcasting it. So what I have to do yesterday and today, I had to, like, you know, being back in my old department, it's like, okay, most of the commercial breaks are like commercials. They're sold. And I can't even tell you how much even stuff around here like sold for, like local commercials. Like, it is a shitload of money in terms
you
of,
get
like,
to
even
see early previews
for what?
For trailers and stuff that gets played.
Not that one. No, not that one.
Damn it.
But I did have to, because like sometimes they do give us, they give the promotions department a little bit of time. So I was the one in charge of like scheduling all of the promos that we're going to run, like during because the pregame is like 5 hours. It starts at noon and goes up until when the game starts at like 6:30. Oh yeah, no, dude, it is
it's a whole day.
It is a religion here, Damien. It is a religion.
It should be a holiday. We should all have the next day off.
Have you ever seen Real
Monsters?
So
you're gonna go to work next day?
Yes, we do.
Have Have you ever seen the TV show Our Real Monsters, the Nicktoon, Damien?
No.
That's my favorite Nicktoon like of all time, and it's awesome because like it's about these monsters that live in a city dump and like their ecosystem and like how their whole it's like the precursor to Monsters Inc. only funnier in my opinion.
Right. Okay.
But like they have this annual tradition, this thing they have like the annual riding of the Great Wave, which since they live in the city dumps across the world, it's this giant wave of water that rushes through the sewer that they surf on, and like whoever wins the race every year wins the big trophy, right? Well, the Great Wave in the show is halftime at the Super Bowl when everybody goes to the bathroom and flushes the toilet. That is the Great Wave, and it's just little jokes like that, like about like our culture. It's like that's how big the fucking Super Bowl is. It is utterly massive. It is it should be a national holiday. I shouldn't have to go to work on Monday, but I do.
Yeah. Or it should be on a Saturday, but then of course you can't call it Super Bowl Sunday. There's like a ring to it. Super Bowl Saturday, does that have a ring to it? Maybe. I don't know.
I know.
But I don't think they can change tradition for sure.
So what do we think about the poster? I saw your short, Dave. So we've heard your thoughts.
I heard my thoughts, and we could. I'm going to share it right now, so we can.
I have to be 100% honest.
Ray, hold on. We're watching Dave's thoughts right now. Wait your turn.
There you go.
You said we already heard his thoughts.
I know exactly. You already heard my thoughts. You guys can go. I mean, obviously, you know. But yeah, we can go. Siike. What do you? How do you feel about the poster?
Well, I actually 1,000% agree with you about the heads because as a also
floating heads, yes.
Yeah, as like a marketing, someone who's worked in marketing and design stuff, like. Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much when there's 50 heads on it.
Did you see the new Ant-Man poster that came out today? Heads.
Heads everywhere, heads. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But this poster is really cool because it's there's like an atmosphere to it. There's like it feels epic in a way. It looks like a kind of like an old school adventure film poster. Mm-hmm. Which I really, really dig. I love the bat signal coming in above the bat wing. So I don't know. I'm curious. I go back and forth on this film. I'll be honest. I'm not really excited for any of the 4 final movies in this current slate before we get on to the next stuff. But I probably, being a fan, I'll probably still end up seeing them all. My friend Nathan, he's my emergency contact at work, but he's like or our contact at work, but he's my best friend and he drags me to every movie. I hate going to movie theaters. If anyone doesn't know that about me, I like watching movies at home. I'm an introvert, but he'll probably drag me. So I'll see it. But I think the poster I'm so glad they did something like this and not like just 40 heads on a poster. Yeah, this is cool.
I like it. Yeah. No,
when I looked at this. Sorry, you go, Dave. You go.
No. Go ahead. I was going to ask you, Damien, and like the next, like you were going to be next in line. How you feeling about this?
I was going to say when I saw this, it kind of feels like to me, like there's a lot of intrigue when I look at it. I reckon this is kind of like Michael Keaton's view, like it's kind of like what through his eyes. So the Flash is busted into the Batcave. He's looking for Batman, and Michael Keaton's behind him somewhere. And he's like, who the fuck is this in my cave? So that's how I see it through the eyes of Bruce Wayne, like Batman in a cave. And I love the Batwing hanging over the Flash. But that's how I have high hopes for this film. As much as there's been a lot of intrigue and a lot of stuff around Ezra Miller. But I love the source material that it's based on. So I hope that I'm happy with it.
Nice. Casey?
Yeah, so for me, to me, all the best posters of films are, to me, it's the perfect poster is in one frame, how do you describe the movie, right? Mm-hmm. So all the best posters in just one shot, you should know what the movie is about. And this to me feels like that as well. Like, what is going on here? The Flash is in Keaton's Batcave. That's what the movie is about, and I feel like they captured that pretty well. The suit, I'm still not completely sold on, but I want to see it in actual finished movie or trailer. Before we've seen it in teasers and stuff like that, but that probably doesn't give us the full version of the suit. But yeah, this looks very cool. I really like the Batman thing. That was unexpected because they could have left that out and the poster would still have been cool, but that gives such a unique perspective to the poster. And of course, I'm looking forward to the film just like everyone else.
Just like
for various reasons.
Certain people. All right, Ray.
I think that first thing to me is like, and I said this to not detractors necessarily, but people that are skeptical of what this poster represents, that don't feel like this is going to be a Flash film. They feel like this is going to be a Justice League / Batman film that features the Flash. My first thoughts is, let us all just give some form of thanks as fans that after 5 years, this fucking movie finally exists.
Yes.
It is actually going to be released in a form that we are going to see, because
Don't
for the
jinx
love
it, Ray.
of God, seriously. No. Casey, they've committed too much. This fucking thing is coming out. Okay? It's going to be released in some form. Like, whether it's here or on HBO Max, I don't know. We'll see. But like, that's my first thought, is like a real official poster for a film that is going to be released. Awesome. Now, as far as everything else with respect to it, I gotta be honest. There's been so much speculation, so much this and that and hemming and hawing, and I've literally, like, people are like picking this thing apart, which we do as fans. We pick things apart. What does this mean? What does that mean? What are we guessing here? What are we guessing there? And I am at this point where it's like, I'm just ready for the movie to tell me what it is. I really am. People are saying, well, why is it the darker emblem without the red could signify Batman, but it could also signify, other things. I don't want to say the other thing because I guess it's technically a spoiler if people don't know what it is. But it's a thing that people have seen online. So it's like, it looks like an awesome poster. I'm glad that it exists, and I am just ready to see. And I get not being like Siike, I get not being excited for the slate of 4 this year. Like I get that, not being excited for them. I am more intrigued than anything by this movie. I am curious to see what this movie does, how this movie performs, and really, I want to know what it is about this movie that Warner Brothers and James Gunn is so bullish on. I mean, they are just so confident. This is the most confident they have been in a DC movie in a long time, maybe since the Nolan trilogy. And I want to know what the hell
they haven't done a Super Bowl trailer in 17 years.
Yes.
Right.
They are doing a Super Bowl.
What was the last one?
When was 17? What was 17 years ago? Was the Batman Begins?
Batman Begins, I think.
Yeah, 2004.
Batman Begins.
2004.
Yeah,
okay.
you're right. That was,
Catwoman.
That was Super Bowl.
Catwoman.
Catwoman.
Well, I mean, that would be perfect for a Super Bowl to watch, to see Halle Berry strut like that in that costume. My God.
But yeah, I
just think about this for a second. To your point, Ray, on why are they so confident? Just think about this for 1 second. Imagine this movie comes out and it makes like $1.3 billion at the box office. What's that going to do for James Gunn and his plan?
Damien, I've been for the last 3 weeks, maybe even longer, I've been telling the hard reboot people that this is precisely why you can't hard reboot. Because if that happens, you can't ignore it. You can't ignore that. If you do, that is malfeasance. That is a bad business practice. You can't ignore that type. And listen, I'm not saying it's going to do that, but if they're this confident on it, and that's the other thing too, like the Batman imagery, the thing about posters, like I get what you're saying, Casey, in terms of like, you got to know the best posters are what, what's in it in the, like when you look at the poster itself. These posters are also not designed for the fans. They are designed for the general audience. They're telling the general audience that even if you don't know who the Flash is, you know damn well who Batman is.
Right.
And he's in this movie. So this is a draw for them.
there'll be a large percentage of people like my uncle who is a massive Superman fan. He's 52 years old. He hates all the Marvel stuff. He only likes grounded superhero movies. There's plenty of people like him that'll go and watch this just because Michael Keaton and Batman are back in it.
There you go.
And I think there'll be a large percentage of people that'll go see this.
Yes.
And not just one.
Which is a massive draw card, right? So
Yes.
it's the Gen X that aren't so much interested in the newer age arcs of superhero films that we've seen that will go and watch this, I reckon, which is why there's a good probability it's going to make a lot of money.
If he is front and center in that trailer on Sunday, as he should be,
totally will be.
and his name's and if his name starts trending on Twitter, that's gonna their hope is that literally, you know how like there's conversation the next day about all the Super Bowl commercials. Their hope is that this trailer, everyone's like, Michael Keaton is back, is Batman. Yeah. That's their hope. That is absolutely their hope.
I got chills on my back just talking. I got chills on
back,
my back.
The hairs on the back of your neck are standing up.
My body's like my body's ready. Like
you're ready.
It's getting
so, Scott, give you your thoughts.
Okay. I agree with a lot of what's been said. What is so fucking funny? I just started.
Every time you talk, it's funny, Scott.
No, I'm not that funny.
I love you. I love you.
You're not laughing with you.
We're laughing with you.
No, Casey's laughing at me.
Sexual about it.
I know.
And then you get really serious.
Well, because I'm trying.
He's the teacher. Anyways, go ahead, Scott.
Children. I work with children.
You did not just quote that movie.
Oh, no.
God.
That's not a quote from that movie. It's been around for a bit. Anyways, go ahead.
Good.
Yes to the it's not floating heads. Thank you for being like an actual composed visual piece. Like, yay. Love it. Love that. I do balk a little bit at the heavy Batman imagery for a Flash movie poster. However, I understand having the tagline "Worlds Collide," at least for me, justifying there being some Batman imagery. It's more like I wouldn't mind there being some Batman imagery, but the fact that it's the Flash in the Batcave with the Keaton Batwing like hanging like right over it, for me personally, there's just a little too much Batman for a Flash movie poster. But once again, it's a teaser poster. And to KC's point, the whole point of the movie, as we know at this moment, is that the Flash is going to Keaton's Earth. So I get that.
And Keaton is basically a co-lead of the movie.
Well, that's kind of what we've been led to believe. Once again, the trailer on Sunday is going to, like my intrigue. There's a possibility.
It has to be the most epic trailer.
I'm not saying it has.
So many people are just out with their pitchforks.
But for me, I feel like I'm going to be Leonardo DiCaprio
from
Django Chain going. You have my curiosity. What I want personally for myself is I want to be able to go, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. I want this thing to have my attention. It is, of the 4 movies coming out this year, it is my most anticipated of the 4 DC movies. And so I'm looking at this poster going, there's a lot of Batman in this poster for a Flash movie. And I just hope that it's not evocative of the fact that, I want this still to be the Flash's movie. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm just saying the poster just makes me go, okay, let's
marketing.
It's marketing, right? It's marketing. And I'm also very intrigued because Keaton's Batcave never had an opening like that. That looks more like Nolan's cave.
One thing. That is one thing I remembered.
That's true.
I remembered Zach saying, Zach making fun of the Justice League hangar. Like
because the lights coming out of the window
supposed
to be the
why are the lights coming in a Batcave?
Maybe Barry screwed something up with the timeline and he's altered Keaton's universe.
Or there's the possibility that Keaton's done some remodeling and punched a giant hole, because also if the Batwing is hanging there, that could be like the way the Batwing flies out of the cave. I mean,
although the left wing looks a little not like the right wing.
That is, by the way, a new Batwing. And
yes, it is. Well, hey, the other one got shot down. I watched the movie, Casey, back in '89. The other one got shot down.
Yeah. Well,
I was there, Casey. I was there.
If we're following the chronology, the Batwing was shot down. The Batmobile was destroyed in the second film. So he's had to rebuild a lot of stuff.
He's had to rebuild some stuff. He's had to rebuild.
Yeah.
But we gotta get another opinion from come on. Hey, we got Steven here.
Hey.
Throw a knife at Steven.
He appears before his
wow.
As he's eating something, Yeah.
Steven, what are you eating? What are you eating? You're making me hungry. What are you eating?
Yeah.
I'm hungry. What's that? Can I have some? What is it?
They caked up Ezra Miller.
Yes.
You're looking at his booty, huh?
Oh, he's so caked up in that poster.
I saw somebody zoom in on that. It was like,
look at the lines. Look at the lines going down the back of the
Saggy.
suit. They put little hooks in the line, like on the back end. It's like,
are they changing tact maybe on the marketing for the film because of all the shit that's been attached to Ezra Miller?
No, because people don't know what's going on with Ezra Miller.
Nobody knows.
No one knows.
I think that their biggest concern for that, Damien, is less from the general audience and more from the press. They're more concerned about questions being asked of that than they are about anyone in the. So I don't think that that's going to affect any marketing towards the general audience. But I guarantee they're concerned about questions and like press tours and stuff like that.
And you know what? One thing. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I mean, clearly you guys don't watch Batman movies because that hole in there is from when the Riddler bombed the shit out of the place in Batman Forever. Watch your Batman movies, guys. All right,
but it was all patched up in Batman and Robin. I don't know what you're talking about.
In Batman and Robin, he had that thing where the bike came out of the floor and they had the Taco Bell Batmobile, and man.
Yeah. The only thing I liked about that movie was the white Riddler suit that Jim Carrey had when he was on the throne. Was it white with the green?
The onesie.
Yeah. I quite liked that suit. That was the only thing
I like that suit. I like the mask because part of the mask was like a question mark and it was like pasted on his face. It was like a little in his hair. He had the real hair and it was.
Who's afraid of the
I thought it was a little too diva-ish personally. Like it was just like he I don't know.
He got rich, Jay. He got rich. Remember his light up jacket? He's all, it keeps me jogging at night. Come on.
No,
I will.
We bag it, but it had an impact on us because we fucking know all the lines 30 years later.
I don't bag it, actually.
I can quote that movie backwards and forwards.
I'm sorry. I'm with Dave on this one. I like it better than Batman Returns.
So do I.
No, I agreed with you when we did our review over at Squadcast Media. I totally agreed with you on that. Yes,
I can't believe you said
retrospect.
that. I can't believe you said that.
I do. No, but I still like Batman Returns. I still really like Batman Returns.
I still like it too, but I just like Batman Forever better. I just do. I don't know. There's just something about it.
The best Batman theme is in Batman Forever, though.
The what?
The best Batman theme.
Oh yeah.
So you like Goldenthal's theme better than Elfman's?
Yeah. No,
I still
all wrong. Lego Batman all the way.
Lego Batman, yeah.
What's the password?
Iron Man sucks.
Yeah.
We interrupted Steven. He was going to tell us what he thought of the poster.
Right. We
want to let him finish eating first.
Yeah.
He just liked his ass.
Yeah, no, that's really. I mean, you guys said everything else, but I was surprised nobody else mentioned the cake.
Hey, he's been doing squats. Come on, he's got to run.
Yeah,
runner's body.
I think the biggest thing I'll echo is that I really appreciate, and DC has always done a much better job of this in general, is that it's not floating heads.
Yeah.
It does some storytelling. I don't mind the heavy Batman symbolism because I think that to say that's wrong is kind of to say that this movie is supposed to be something specific, which is kind of putting it in the it has to be the traditional origin story format. And I'm not really a fan of that kind of format anyway, so I wouldn't kind of impose that expectation onto a movie and then be upset that it doesn't meet it. So even if Flash gets overshadowed by Batman, I don't really think that's necessarily even a problem. Maybe the title should be different to be in better alignment with the fact that it's not necessarily a solo Flash movie, but I'm not really bothered by it.
The way I looked at it too is like, I mean, look at Ant-Man. Look at Ant-Man and Quantumania. I mean, obviously when you look at that, you kind of go like, okay, they're heavily banking on the new big baddie of the MCU in Ant-Man, and and I'm like, the last Ant-Man and the Wasp, the last one, I did not enjoy. I thought it was ridiculous. I enjoyed the first one. I'm a big Paul Rudd fan, and I enjoyed the first one greatly because I thought it was unique, it was different, even though I still want to go to the multiverse where I see the Edgar Wright version. Anyways, but I still enjoyed the first one. The second one I just did not like because I thought they dumbed down Scott, and it was like they were trying to do something, and it was very forgettable. I don't even really remember a lot that happened in that movie, but I like him as a character. Like when he popped up in Civil War, Endgame, I thought he was pivotal as a side character. So it's like, okay, it's like almost like the Thor things. Like, how do you make Thor for a third movie, make him more relevant? Well, they changed the tone of Thor and it worked. So what do you do with Ant-Man? Well, let's introduce the big baddie. And it just so happens that the big baddie can be sitting in the quantum universe that we can release him. We already established Kang in Loki. So let's just fully do that here. And I think that's what's going to help Ant-Man. That's why they're talking about like Ant-Man's going to be the most profitable of the trilogy, because it's setting up the new baddie of phase 5. Just like when it comes to the Flash, it's like, all right, there's a Flash TV show. Not too many people are familiar with the Flash. If we're going to do this whole thing where we do like a Flashpoint concept, we're going to have to totally bank on Batman because Batman sells. And to be honest, I think this poster really represents that. It's like you have Flash, who's red and yellow right in the center of the poster. Everything else is blue and black, and you got Batman
of the image.
He's the focal point of the image, but you have all this other, everything else is Batman, which I think is great. And I love the fact that the Batcave has that Dark Knight, Christian Bale fucking waterfall opening now, because that wasn't
makes me happy.
Yeah, I love that so much.
Makes me happy.
So it's just, there's so much in there that, and then of course you have the Flash logo, which it's a shiny little gold logo. And I'm like, cool. It looks 3D. It's right there. And they released that first today, which I thought, cool. I like that simplicity. It's not too jazzy. It's not like lightning bolts shooting out of it and everything. We've seen the Flash
first
logo.
DC poster in a while that doesn't feel like they're trying to say like, oh, this one's going to be light. Don't worry
exactly.
about it. Like,
exactly.
Right.
This doesn't feel like it's trying to pitch a version of the movie. Like it's not even saying it's going to be dark. It just feels like I don't question whether or not this accurately depicts what the movie is going to be.
And also about the title of the movie, it's called The Flash, but again, this is one character that can go into different universes and meet other characters in an instant. So I feel like it makes sense to have all this stuff in a Flash movie, even if it's a solo movie. And boy, are we lucky to have this now that the slate is ending.
Yep,
and
Callum makes an appearance. There he is.
There he is.
There he is. On the topic of Batman, very quick Batman trivia. Does anyone here know what the code name was that Christopher Nolan put on Batman Begins to stop the press trying to find out what they were doing during filming?
Intimidation game.
Dave, yes! Not many people know that. Well done.
Oh, yeah, I knew that shit. I was watching that freaking movie even before all this social media bullshit. I was watching that thing. Like, I remember me and my friends, we made a short film and we were editing and we took a break because Entertainment Weekly released the first images. And it was actually supposed to be called, like they were talking about, it was called Batman Intimidation Game. And like when they released the first images of Bale as Batman, back in like what 2004 or 5. Oh my god, we got on the internet with our little dial-up and and watch it, and we saw those first images. We're like, oh my god, look at that, he's crouched up, look at the cape, look at the cow. We were like freaking out.
Go to Apple trailers and start a download, and then go to the movies, and by the time I got back it would be done downloading.
Oh my god.
I still remember walking into a movie theater and seeing a poster with that bat logo and just going, what? Like to remember a time when you didn't know a movie was coming out until
exactly.
until a poster would show up in a movie theater and you just look at it and you go, what?
Where was that? Where did
you
that
know
come
what I
from?
think of my defining poster for that is, and I knew it was coming, but I wasn't following it closely, was Fellowship of the Rings. I remember in the lobby of the theater seeing the one on the river with the gates of Argonath.
Yes.
And I remember seeing that poster and be like, oh, whoa, that's what this is going to be? Like, 'cause I'd read the books multiple times already by that point. And, whenever I think of oh yeah, there was a time I used to go into the theaters, like that was the first time I would see that kind of stuff.
Speaking of Lord of the Rings real quick, anybody going to buy that Rivendell Lego set?
It looks
if I were a big enough
spending that much money.
I know, Siike, you're a big Lego guy too.
If I were a big Lego guy,
I used to work at Lego.
Yeah. Siike used to work at Lego, so
yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
But if this is going to make all of you hate me, but that's fine. I'm not going to get that set, but I did buy the Morbius Lego set.
Yeah. No, Casey loves Morbius.
Yes.
Is it Morbin time, Siike? Is it Morbin time?
Morbius?
Yes. I did. I couldn't bear to speak about the set, and I was too embarrassed, so I just made a YouTube short of it, and it's just like 1 minute real quick, no talking, and I was in just a speed build, and I'm like, yeah, I can't, but yeah, I flashed. Actually, I do a lot of my own music and like intros for my YouTube channel, and so I did one for this season where it just flat out says like it's Morbin time, like right across the screen, because unfortunately Venom was a success. And I thought my channel was going to be, we're going to do one Venom movie and then that's it. And now I have to cover Morbius and Craven and all these other crap movies and El Muerto. I'm like, God dang it.
Forget Madam Web.
I'm there for Madam Web.
Don't forget Madam Web.
Yeah, Madam Web sounds cool. Madam Web sounds cool, but El Muerto with Bad Bunny? What?
Bad Bunny.
And now we got
although
Disco,
he was in Bullet Train and he wasn't that bad, I guess.
And they also announced another one with Donald Glover. They announced a Disco Hustler or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at least we get
Sony hire me.
Seriously, everybody hire them. Jeez.
Stop editing the crap out of your movies.
I can save your universe, Sony. Please give me a shot.
Well, but that's the weird part is like, I mean, financially speaking, like, is their universe like in that much trouble? That's the weird part. Like
that's the weird part is that Morbius didn't really wasn't a financial success for them, but
right.
But I imagine Madam Web.
How much did Venom 2 make?
It made less than the first one, but it didn't have a China release.
So China release was post-pandemic,
but I think it still made $500 or $600 million. I think 500 or 600.
The first one made over 800. So that was that was.
Boy, was I shocked! I did an episode when they released the numbers of opening weekend, and then when they released the final that it made 850 million or whatever. I did a Lion King intro with my dog Echo, where I held him up and it was like say yeah, because I was just like, well, I guess I got to celebrate this now. I thought my channel would be done after this movie came out, and now I got to now we're nearing I just did episode 753, so it's a lot of Venom stuff. Please stop, son. Please stop.
Wrong with that.
I still enjoy that movie.
It's an enjoyable watch, but imagine a Batman versus Dracula Elseworlds.
Oh, I want Red Rain. Yes, I want Red Rain. Give me Red Rain.
There you go.
Dude, watch that animated Batman versus Dracula movie.
That movie rocks.
It's so awesome.
It's so good. Rain right there.
Yeah.
Right there. I got my little Funko ring.
See, I showed it. I used to do a comic book club at a middle school I used to teach at, and I would do Halloween. I would show Halloween or Christmas. So I remember one Halloween I showed the Batman versus Dracula, and I hadn't seen it in years, and I'm watching it going, dude, this movie is actually legit scary. For a direct to video animated movie,
it's good.
It's good.
Yeah, it's really good. When I tell people about it, I go, watch the Batman vs. Dracula, and they go, oh, why? And I'm like, trust me, because of that reaction. Go in with that reaction. I'm telling you, go in, and you'll be turned around.
I haven't seen it.
That show, I love that version of Batman, and I actually got to interview two of the creators of that show. It was one of the last things I did in LA, and I filmed this like 1 hour interview. And I never posted it on my channel, and because the move and everything. And then I thought I lost the footage, and I thought it was on like a jump drive somewhere. So I finally found the footage a couple months ago, and put the first part up, and I'm going to put the second part up. But I was gushing like in that interview. I was like, "Oh my god, this episode!" And they're like, "Holy shit, we've never met anyone who loves this show."
The thing about that show was that when I finally gave it a chance, it wasn't until the Nolan films came out, and you could buy like. Best Buy used to do these great DVD sales. So like when a DC movie came out, everything was like, like $14.99, or $9.99 or something. And I bought all 5 seasons of the Batman because what I discovered was it got better as it went along. And then in season 3, when Andrea Romano took over as the casting director and the voice director of the series, season 3 on, like it's like the writing got better, the acting got better, and because season 3 they introduced Batgirl, season 4 they introduced Robin, season 5 you get the Justice League. They do a Dark Knight Returns style episode in season 4 called Artifacts. That's amazing. You get Clancy Brown as Mr. Freeze.
Ooh, it's so good.
Mr. Freeze. Wow.
Artifacts is one of those episodes where, because Brendan Vietti and I are,
and Greg Weisman wrote it.
Yeah, and Greg Weisman, who's amazing, Gargoyles and Spectacular Spider-Man,
and Young Justice.
Yeah, and Rebels, Young Justice, like he's amazing, and that whole episode's fantastic. And I've gotten to meet all those guys at some point or another, and I'm very lucky I did, because all of them were like, dude, when people come up to us, they always say Gargoyles or Spectacular Spider-Man, and here you are just talking about the Batman. And I'm like, dude, it did, like you said, it just gets better and better each season. And I always tell people, I'm like, tough out that first season and you'll get rewarded big time.
If you can get to that's the thing. If you can get to the finale of season 1.
Yeah.
But until you get there, you're like, really?
This is the one with Rasta Joker?
Yes, this one with Rasta Joker.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, gotcha. Okay,
I've been starting to rewatch it. It's on HBO Max, right?
Oh yeah,
it is. You gotta watch it.
I started rewatching it. Yeah,
there's an episode where
enjoyable.
It was like 2004. Yeah, 4.
Okay, because I remember, back when dress ups used to be a lot more common at movie theaters. I remember that the night the Dark Knight released, the midnight that we saw, that we waited in line for like 4 hours for, there was like 10 Joker dress ups. One of them was a Rasta Joker. Like he had like the hair like all the way out.
There's a picture of me as a cosplayer in my 20s where I have I made that hair out of cardboard, just a big cardboard piece to put on. And I did like the jumpsuit or the padded suit thing and walked around barefoot.
Wow.
I think it's a cool take on the Joker. For sure.
This guy actually, I think this was, I don't think this was a wig. I think this was his
real
hair.
His hair.
I think he colored his real hair.
Yeah, I bow to that.
And Ray, you'd also appreciate that he gets to a Mark II Batmobile.
Yes.
That the Mark II is.
Yeah.
What does it look like? Well, I mean, is it like the original animated series?
No, it's its own thing.
Okay.
But he has a Mark I and a Mark II, and the Mark II was a sweet car.
The whole point of this Batman is that he's young. He's like in his early 20s.
Year 2,
right? It's like year 2, and he's in technology is like vastly like it's like our world now, kind of, where we're on cell phones, we're on all these things, like, so the technology is like way advanced even for his time period. And but like all the phones and everything, like on your like everything's retro, kind of how the animated series did it. So it's like a nice blend of a timeless feel. But there's like episodes where the Joker and Batman switch places. And I can't remember if they switch minds or if like they take a drug or something or get in a machine. But there's an episode where Joker's running around as Batman, stopping crime, and Batman is Jokerized. And it's like, and I'm like, what a dumb concept. And then I watch the episode and I go, damn, that was a good episode. It's really, really fun. So yeah, I would recommend checking it out if you've never seen it.
No, I've seen
On
bits and
HBO
pieces.
Max.
I've never actually sat down to try and watch all of it. But yeah, no,
Watch the
I know it's on
Dracula
HBO Max. The Dracula.
Watch the
Yeah,
Dracula
yeah.
one.
The only thing though is like his gauntlets, like they have like it looks like he has
They're like
nails.
claws.
It looks like he has claws.
And that
I'm like,
cape is if people want to criticize ridiculously long Batman capes, the cape
Yeah.
is like
no, it is.
oh geez, like we're talking
But I'm
it's
just-
like Spawn level cape porn.
Yeah, it's a long
kind of
cape.
a little bit, but I just kind of wanted because there's some episodes where he's like, in the Batcave and he's typing on his keyboard and stuff like that. I'm like, just take those things off, dude. It's like a receptionist who got her nails done and she's just. I'm like, dude, you gotta like those things are like. I mean, I get it for combat and stuff like that, sure, but I'm like, take them off when you're in the Batcave because those things are gnarly right there. When I see him pushing buttons, I'm like, okay, cool, but. No, it's a good, if you haven't watched it, it's on HBO Max. I started rewatching it myself the other night. I was like, oh yeah, forgot how unique and good this show is. Like it's a unique take on the whole thing.
Very different.
Alfred has more to do. He does a lot more.
And
He
I love
does
it when they
way
eventually
more.
get Gordon. Mitch Pileggi is the voice of Gordon.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Oh, and
Because at
Gina.
first there's no Gordon. There's no Gordon in the first episodes. There's no
Gina.
Gordon.
I think Gina Gershon is the voice of Catwoman.
She is.
Yeah. It's great casting. And that's, I think she was the second actress, I think, to play Catwoman. Because like you said, Andrea Romano came in and just like, let's do this. It's good. It's really good. You should check it out. Also, Brandon Routh is in an episode. It was his first post Superman Returns. It was like one of his first. Yeah, he did the voice of Everywhere Man in season 4.
And that's the one where they do the Robin episode, and Mark Hamill's the voice of Tony Zuko.
Yes,
and I think Kevin Conroy's the voice of John Grayson.
Yes. Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Jeez.
Yeah. All right. Good.
I'm going to continue going down that road. Scott's having trouble.
I was going to go back to something. I was going to go back to the earlier thing with the Flash because one of the things I wanted to say was like, I think what we're hoping for with respect to the balance of characters in the movie is we're hoping for what Spider-Man: Homecoming ended up being, despite what the marketing told us it was going to. No, I mean Homecoming. Because remember when Homecoming came out, there was Casey, you made that comment about Keaton being the co-lead of the movie. Well, we thought that Stark was the co-lead of Spider-Man: Homecoming based on the posters, based on the trailers, based on the marketing that we saw for that movie. And then we see the movie and it's like, no, it's still a Spider-Man movie. Thankfully,
that's not the case here, though. He's literally the co-lead. He's in 50 to 60% of the movie. Basically,
but
I know this for a fact because you've seen it.
Mm-hmm. I've seen all the leaks.
Oh boy!
Why?
Okay.
Why do you watch it? I'm curious.
Oh, really?
Don't say
that's
because I'm not gonna say anything, obviously, but yes, I think people just need to have the expectations managed when it comes to this movie particularly.
Well, that's with every movie. Even like when it came to Multiverse of Madness, is like you can't expect like every fucking cameo. There's gonna be and now all of a sudden we have this new fucking rumor about a cameo. That everybody was talking about yesterday, which was like, okay, so which one are we talking about here? But anyways, before we're talking about it, Steven, you want to say something?
Well, I was gonna say I don't think that. I was saying earlier, I don't think that there's a reason to say that there's any obligation it's like it reminds me of like going back to BVS and people being like, oh, Superman only had 37 lines of dialogue or whatever. I don't think that there's anything wrong with the mix of characters being it's what suits the story. Like I think in Spider-Man: Homecoming it would have been better if it had more Tony Stark in it, because at the end of the day, it ended up being a Spider-Man centric story. The Tony Stark stuff ended up to being more marketing fluff than story stuff. That it actually wasn't what it could have been with Tony in it. So that he should have either been like in it less or like to a more significant degree. And I don't dislike Spider-Man: Homecoming even. So I'm not even saying that like that it's a huge problem with it. But I think that we put ourselves in these boxes of like, oh, this is a solo film, therefore it has to tell the origin story, and it has to have this person have more screen time than that person, and it's a story, and whatever story they're telling is what's, if it's inspired by Flashpoint, which I think makes sense for an origin story, because literally it is an origin story. Flashpoint is an origin story.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, it's an origin of a universe. It's an origin. It's Flash. It includes his origin story because it's core to the plot, but also it's a re-origin story because he's remade. But also, there is a Batman. I know it's a different version in the comics, but there is a Batman as a major character in the story also. So I think that I'm not going to look at it and say like, oh, if Keaton has too much, if Batman is a supporting character in a movie titled The Flash, it's no longer what it should be. Well, it should be a good story.
Yeah.
Right. And
which is all the general audience cares about. They're not going to care what the ratio is.
The only people who are going to walk away from it upset by that are going to be people who are trying to apply some sort of a superhero movie formula to it after the fact.
Exactly.
Like, oh, this should have been X, Y. No, it should be whatever tells.
It should have been John or whatever, Dean Morgan.
No,
Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
John, whatever.
I do agree with that. Casey, though, if I could just take issue with your behavior here for a second.
Why?
Tell me, without explaining anything that you read, why the fuck you did that?
Because I was curious. Because I was curious. I was tired of people saying that this is erasing the Snyderverse and all that bullshit. And every, just like how you get frustrated with scoopers trying to lie about stuff.
Right.
I was sick of that. And I just wanted to know what exactly this movie is. And I did.
Okay.
And I don't read leaks for any other stuff. Just this particular movie.
That was going to be my follow-up question. Is this the usual behavior?
I don't do that.
Okay. So then you.
I hate getting spoiled for even the little things.
So then you're an isolated situation here because what you did, even though this was for an isolated situation, if you were somebody that did this for movies on the regular, like that is literally why Scooper Madness fucking exists. The impatience. And that's why there are no good scoopers, in my opinion, as far as I'm concerned. It's all subjective. Because at best, what they're telling you is a lie. At worst, it's a fucking spoiler.
Exactly. I talked about that.
Well, and plus things change so much. Like I've literally been involved with movies that change like a month before they come out. There's a pretty... Not that it's a good movie, but a good example of one was that I did stuff for like Paramount and other places where I can't go into too much detail, but I would watch films and kind of give feedback, at a point where they could still change things with visual effects or editing. And there was one for one of the Transformer movies, and they actually I made a suggestion and they completely changed the ending based on my suggestion. Wow. And I made that suggestion 7 weeks before it was in the theater. so that's, things can change at any second. And so that's why it's like, it's weird for scoopers to like, to me, I'm not a big fan of that. It seems like such a weird job to have because
it's not a job.
Yeah, it's not but they make money off of it though.
Yeah, they do.
It's a grift, Siike. It's a con.
It is. No, of course it is. But I mean,
will say, without defending, because I don't like a lot of that scene also in the way that it's done. But I think as a little bit of a counterpoint that it is incentivized by the nature of the movie, what movies are now. Movies are Easter egg hunts. They are checklist, checkbox fillers. They are.
Sure, but all that stuff can still be added after, like,
right.
So, like,
but the things
like for example, I've read scripts for shows that aren't even going to be made now. Like, I've read Green Lantern stuff that now is not going to happen. So I could have easily been like, "Hey guys, this is what's going to happen in Green Lantern," and then now it's not. Right. So it's like people get information, and sometimes when they get it, they don't get it from a direct source either. And then you get people who just throw dartboards with estimated guesses.
Oh yes,
and they're like, "Hey, I got a really good guess."
And to that point, Siike, for this rumor to come out, We're still 4 months away from the freaking movie. You just talked about a scenario where a thing was changed 7 weeks before release. It's 4 months before release.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Well, I mean, like if you think about it when it comes to like, I mean, obviously there was some stupid headlines that came out that were talking about Sasha Kaye's Supergirl and Michael Keaton's Batman. They're like, oh, they've been stripped from the Flash, and it was like, wait, is that how you're going to end that headline? Because they are very much part of the movie. And what they were going off of was Grace, who actually said that there's an ending scene that is going to be removed. She specifically said that, and they took that and then put it in a headline that Michael Keaton and Sasha Kaye's Supergirl was gonna be removed. And it was like, and people were buying it, like to the point where James Gunn on Instagram said, like, why would they be stripped from the movie? I mean, they are part of the movie. And I was like, ridiculous. And it was funny too. And then all of a sudden we get this whole thing like, oh, it's going to be replaced by another former Batman. And I got it sent to me. And it's like, it's got to be Keaton. I'm like, Keaton's in the fucking movie. What are you talking about? How is it going to be Keaton? And then I was like, no, it's got to be one of the. And then she, of course, puts the 3. And I'm just kind of going like, all right. The whole notion that one of these are going to be the new DCU Batman, that's bullshit. I don't know if she's so dumb that she can't even be like, that doesn't make sense. That one of these Batmen are going to end up being the DCU Batman that James Gunn's going to have, even though he specified that this Batman's going to be like 5 years older or
I
whatever,
think what she's
older
doing
than any of these other Batman. And then it's like, okay, so you just got to break it down. Obviously, Val Kilmer. And then, you got to like, who's like the most logical? Christian Bale, his story wrapped up. And everything.
It's Lego Batman. I told you, Lego Batman's
the
new Batman for the
Will Arnett for DCU Batman.
Fuck yeah!
But I do want to hear Steven's the rest of his dissent because I cut him off. I'm so sorry, Steven.
No,
no, it's fine. We cut him off all the time.
All right, he cuts us off a lot too.
If you don't cut him off, Siike, he'll keep going.
Me too, though. I will too. So.
No, you're good. Okay, go ahead, Steven.
I think there's obviously exceptions, but a good movie can't be spoiled. Or can't be spoiled by like information about what happens in a movie doesn't spoil it. Obviously, it can be spoiled, but it's like obviously after you see something once, if it's worth rewatching ever again, then I get that nobody wants to sit in the theater and like know the twist is coming. Like you don't like Fight Club or whatever. There's these big famous twists. So I'm not advocating that the idea that doesn't matter. But the part of the reason that the scooper madness is such a thing now is because these movies are engineered in ways that are not it revolves around the who's cameoing, what's the twist, who's like, it's all of these things that are not what makes a good movie. It's all of the sizzle that gets people, are Toby and Andrew in Spider-Man No Way Home, and then once you know that, like the intrigue all of a sudden is like, okay, well, I guess that's that. But whereas look at like Zack Snyder's Justice League, and the amount of stuff you knew going into that movie, and sure, it would have been nice to have some of it be surprises, but I would hardly say like I was disappointed. Like nothing happened where I was like, oh, I knew that was gonna happen, and now I'm mad. Like no, it's a good movie because it's a good movie.
May I offer a counterpoint when you're finished to that example?
Yeah. And so that's not to say like it's
Martian Manhunter.
It should happen, but it's an area of news that's going to exist. It always has existed. Yeah. But what the problem is that like for example, you have behind the scenes reports. You have there's all sorts of things about the leaks or details about movies and the production of movies that's relevant industry info, or it's rumors, news, whatever. But because of the especially in the MCU and like a lot of those movies, the news and the information that people are looking for are all of these checkbox items of who's the cameo, who's the whatever, which at the end of the day, like if those things being ruins the movie, then probably it wasn't really that great of a movie.
It doesn't ruin the movie; it ruins the experience of watching it first time in the theater.
Right. To piggyback off of what you just said, Casey, to go back to your example of Zack Snyder's Justice League, yeah, you're right. there was a ton about that movie that we knew going in. The one thing that I personally did not know, that maybe all the rest of you knew, I did not know At the Speed of Force was going to happen. I didn't.
Oh yeah, I knew that. I knew exactly how that was going to go down. Yeah,
I had no idea that he was going to go, it's too late. And that I didn't know. I legitimately did not know. So to Casey's point, the first time I watched the movie, that was a uniquely exhilarating experience, because I was not expecting, ironically, Barry Allen to get that moment, to shine in the film, and to literally, this is the point where like, right.
Stop it.
Stephen with that needle. No, but no, I do agree with KC that it does. You're right. The rewatchability, no, it's not going to affect the rewatchability if the movie's good. And all the other moments, there's a ton of other things in there that we don't know, or watching it. You can't replace, like, scooper information, like spoilers, doesn't replace the experience of a good story. I understand that. But that first time, it's like if somebody told you the ending of The Usual Suspects before the first time you watched it. It's a good movie that you can rewatch, but that first time, it's ruined. You have to, when that, and I realize that's a unique scenario because that was an engineered twist. I get that, right?
There's no hints.
Right. There's no hints whatsoever. I totally get that, but I'm just saying, like, that first watch, that first experience, if you want it to be as fresh as possible, scoopers destroy that.
Yeah, and when I say counterpoint also, I don't mean to say, like, actually it's a good thing and everyone should read.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
So much as I think that it's important when we criticize these things that we understand that it is a downstream effect of a movie culture problem that is not created by the scooping. The environment that incentivizes and makes people care about and want to be invested in the scooping angle is a product of movies that cater towards that easy win, low, like, just stuff it with cameos.
I will absolutely agree. I will agree with that. I think scooper madness absolutely is a symptom of a bigger problem.
That's not to say that, like, scoops like that wouldn't be a big deal if, like, Christopher Nolan directed every single superhero movie. Like, no, it would still be a thing. But the people would care more about protecting those things. The audience would care more about protecting those things if the value of it wasn't just the fact that it existed. What's the post-credit scene? Like,
right.
Like, you figure that out ahead of time. That's like the only difference is, like, oh, you don't find out in the theater, but the reward is still the same. Whether you're sitting at your computer and you read, so-and-so shows up in the post-credit scene, that's just as exciting sitting at your computer screen versus watching it. Whereas, like, the Speed of Force, for example, seeing that on the big screen versus reading about it on Twitter.
Not everyone saw it on the big screen, Steven.
Well, there's also other
Oscars.
There's other components.
Steven's got a big screen.
It's not like scooping in and of it. Scooping in and of itself, I would even counterpoint some of your point, which is in and of itself, it's not inherently bad. Just like scooping, like the whole thing. It's the outcome and reaction to it that gets out of control, because then you have people who just like to troll. Like, they're like, I don't care about these superhero movies. And then they find a stream like this one and they come in and go, hey, boom, in the comments, they just list all of the shit. And, and you're like, oh, what the hell, dude? So you got people who like to do that, but you also have the studios who, this is why James Gunn, like, I'm confused by his reactions to thing on online, because it's like Kevin Feige doesn't come out and correct people when they say, oh, this is going to happen in this movie, or, we heard this is going to happen, because they're using the hashtags. They're keeping Marvel in the, it trending.
Well,
often,
the Marvel audience is trained. The DC audience is kind of like the Wild West, and I'm not.
And also,
I wouldn't normally want someone like in James Gunn's position to do what he's doing.
Right.
But also, most audiences don't. I don't want to say they need to be whipped into shape necessarily, but, like, there's a little bit of, like, culture shaping that needs to happen. And I imagine maybe in 5 years or so he'll do a lot less of that, whereas, like, right now,
particularly with DC, because it's very antagonistic towards DC for because everything is vague all the time, so people just take advantage of that.
And, like, people, like, for example, if you know scoopers, you'll know that, like, they're always sitting on Marvel scoops. People know the
Sure.
slates, they know but they
Right.
sit on them
Right.
because there's they're afraid of Disney.
Right.
B, they have a
The Disney
reverence
snipers.
for like they care about knowing, like they care about preserving this stuff. Whereas like people find out DC scoops and they're like can't wait
Right.
to
Right.
get it out there because of the people are
Right.
gonna freak out when they hear this, and it's
Right.
and
because they've hated stuff for a long time, like
Right.
Barry's running.
Right. So yeah, we're all, because I think we're all in different place. Because I'm somebody that like has found James Gunn's presence on social media incredibly refreshing, but it's for all the reasons that Steven just pointed out. It's because it has been the Wild West for the last 10 years,
Right.
and there does need to be some maybe retraining or maybe we can't find the right vocab word for it, but just stabilization, I guess, is maybe another way to put it, because it is all over the place.
well, and what I think
If
what
I
matters to me
visualize,
in
Yeah,
a lot
yeah,
of these
Damien.
conversations is what is a cause and what is a symptom.
Damien.
Damien.
I was visualizing what the DC fan base. I'm a very visual person, so when Steven said Marvel people have been trained because of what's come out and how that whole universe has panned out, and then there's the DC universe. It's kind of like that scene out of Kindergarten Cop where Arnold Schwarzenegger is inside the kids are fucking going like shit. He's running around, they're eating everyone's lunches, and he's like, "Shut up!" That's the DC fans. Shit is all over the place. Maybe James Gunn's trying to be Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's like, "Fucking everyone, calm down. Everyone, calm down. It's just just chill."
I think
Or
he
like,
is
it's like
maybe.
Daddy
And-
daycare when
But how
Eddie
well
Murphy
is that
walks into
working?
the bathroom and he's like,
Well, I think that honestly, as far as how well it's, I mean, like, how do we measure like whether it works or not? Like, what is the measurement for that? Because I can tell you
I
that
think
for
we'll
me,
get that 5 years
personally,
from now.
yeah, I don't know if it's something. Yeah, to that point, Casey, I don't know if it's something that we can measure, like whether or not it's working immediately. All I can tell you is that I like it because it's way different than what has been not happening, right? Like,
So-
like I had, like
I guess my point is, why doesn't he hire someone to do that?
Yeah.
Because
because-
he needs to be writing Superman movies and hiring
well,
directors.
I
He doesn't
I
need to
can't
be
see-
on Twitter.
I have
Because
some-
James Gunn is chronically online.
But that,
That's just who he is.
there was someone who did that for DC before,
Yeah.
or for WB, and they're no longer there. And I'm not gonna say a lot about my experience with it, but I will say that they did not. There's a reason that PR and fan base and all of that is in a bad place, and it's because of how that was handled behind the scenes.
Right.
That plus
surprise me.
I do also balk at the idea of, because I've heard that I've had listeners to my show, the Flightcast, say the same thing. Like, why is he wasting time on Twitter instead of doing
I
his
agree.
job?
He's
And
getting paid a
my-
lot of money to do his job. And
Okay, but here's my problem with that, Siike. My problem is this is part of his job, because PR has
No,
got
it
to be
isn't.
part. Yeah, it is, because
No,
PR
it
has got to be part. Here's the thing: PR is part of Kevin Feige's job. It is. It is.
do you see
That's
him on?
objectively
You
the
see
case.
him on Twitter telling scoopers and stuff that they got all their information.
because he does, because his fan base isn't a mess.
They
His fan base
self-police.
isn't chaos. See,
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
it is
thing.
at times. Though.
And so,
yeah, it is
not
at
like
times.
DC. Not like DC. It just
Yeah,
is.
maybe
Like,
not as
you know,
consistent as DC, but I
but-
like that.
but-
Damien.
But I don't like this idea that James Gunn is like sitting at home writing the Superman script, and then he decides to take a break, see something on Twitter, and then puts everything off from his script to respond. That's just silly to me. That's
Well,
really
no,
silly.
no,
that
look
that
at
we
look
think
at
that
what he
people think he's doing
responds.
that.
Look at what he responds to and who he responds to and when he does it. It's all shots being fired across the bow.
Uh-huh.
There, for example, there are certain accounts that he could go after that would accidentally, even or on purpose, that would start a lot of drama.
Yeah, he went after a trade recently.
He's more savvy on
Oh.
on a lot of this than I think people give him credit for, because there are some big things that there are some big
Because
piles
he's
that
chronically online.
he has not stepped in, but he's reminding everybody that they're actually being held accountable. I mean, if you look at like the the scooper madness of the past few years, especially like coming out of like the Snyder Cut and all that stuff, is that people, especially like these small like scooper circles, were not. None of them were looking over their shoulder. They were like, oh, we can just make up stuff. And they would make up just insane stuff. And
yeah, but who cares?
Nobody was ever going to say anything.
That was the problem, is that you say who cares, but we were all seeing the people who like.
Well, it has a
damage
very
it did.
negative impact on the fandom community, because especially with DC, where there's not this unified front, part of the reason a lot of the factionalization exists is because there'd be, for example, Snyder Cut, half the people, or I don't know, I'm not going to say half, like 50% and 50%, but there's a group of people who want it, there's a group of people that don't want it, and then you have all of these amateur scoopers saying, oh, it's happening, and saying, oh, it's not happening, and they're feeding information that they claim is scoops. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Yeah, like how Jordan's going to be in the fucking.
But they're building up the hype separately amongst these fan bases. There's no unified source of information. So, like for example, the MCU, when you get these fake scoops and stuff that they put out, it's not stoking division in the MCU fandom. Maybe there'll be a fake scoop out there, but they are either universally for it or universally against it, or it'll be a pocket of people who are opposed to it, or even similar with Star Wars. Yeah. Although you see a lot of factionalization in Star Wars, how there'll be a big group of like pro Kathleen Kennedy and anti Kathleen Kennedy, and so you have people who say, "Oh, Kathleen Kennedy's being fired again," and they're feeding that faction, and then there's people saying like, "Oh,
they're grifting."
Yeah, exactly. But there is a faction that is being fed by that, and so you have a lot of that in DC that is developed because of scoopers who identify, oh, these people want to hear that Zack Snyder is coming back to direct Justice League 2 and 3, so they will fabricate scoops saying they are to feed that fan base, which prevents it from coming together to be excited about what is coming out.
Right.
And granted, a lot of that's Warner Brothers' fault too, because they created a situation where they created literally they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars to get people hyped up for Man of Steel, BVS, Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman, Justice League. I mean, literally like hundreds of millions of dollars in marketing to get people hyped up for this franchise, and then just said, never mind, we're not going to do that. Right. But they bought a fan base with hundreds of millions of dollars and then told them, go somewhere else. We're going to do this other thing. And so that hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fan hype had to be directed somewhere, and there was lots of people waiting to say like, oh, well, I'll tell you I'll give you the information that you want to make, whether it's true or not. Right. And they started feeding it to them. And then all of a sudden you have this. So it's not purely a scooper problem, but it is the factionalization and the toxicity and all of those things are all downstream effects of that. And the
lack of media and the lack of reading comprehension and other things that
before all the Ezra.
Look what happened recently with the whole somebody responded with "sell the Snyderverse to Netflix" hashtag, and then James Gunn
that's been everywhere.
I know it's been everywhere, but
did you see the new Mera one?
He decided to respond to it, and it was just kind of like he's all this is one of the wackiest things, and then he decided to be like, hey. I mean, like, he did inject some logic to the whole thing of like, yeah, Netflix is not interested because, Netflix they're having problems right now. There's a cash flow problem.
What's hilarious about that too is that Netflix is actively reducing their kind of investment in that kind of thing, but also like this doesn't happen without Gunn signing off on it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that's what we keep on talking about.
This is like the Gunn and then Zaslav. Like I guess Zaslav maybe could override Gunn, but like otherwise
maybe he could.
Otherwise, unless James Gunn is like gung ho for this idea, it's not happening.
Yeah,
right.
And like
I think that's why he wanted to kind of squash it with that tweet.
Yeah, with Hamada, with Sarnoff, with all of them. There was the bureaucracy was in such a way that like, yeah, sure, someone could come in and override them. That's what did happen with the Snyder Cut. Emmerich didn't want it. Hamada didn't want it. None of them wanted this, but there was enough incentive from the collective and higher up to say, no, you're going to make this happen. That situation doesn't exist anymore. Now it's James Gunn says yes or James Gunn says no, and the suggestion that like somehow this is going to happen without him saying
Yes.
Yes.
like
Well,
it's
and then
hilarious.
like the biggest takeaway, and I even said that in my video. I was like, all right, who cares about this whole thing? But the biggest takeaway was the fact that he's like, he talked to Zach, and I've been saying that for like a little bit, like a couple of weeks on Film Junkie Live. Cheers. It's the fact that it's like, yeah, of course, him and Zach are going to be talking, sure. But I mean, do I think that maybe some of the things that he said were fluffed up a little bit? Sure. I don't know the details of anything like that, but I know that they actually talked. Yes, sure. But but maybe
but
he did
also
fluff up
Zach
some
said
things.
it
But
publicly. Like I think on
Yeah.
more than one occasion was like, I wish them the best. Like I don't know. Like people are acting
he
like
said
this
he's
is
happy.
new
He
information.
said Zach's happy. That's the biggest thing. Is like he's happy at Netflix.
Zach said that on the unboxing video, right?
Yes. Well, that's what's funny. Isn't that funny that the last time Zach was on this stream and I asked
But you
him
didn't get
about
anything
James
out
Gunn-
of him, Dave.
Dude, I
didn't
asked
ask
him
the
about
right
James
questions.
Gunn without knowing. None of us knew that James Gunn was going to end up being the fucking DC Studios head. And I asked him about James Gunn. I got hate.
That's
from
right. That was
from all
before.
from
It was all
the
Saturday.
Dude,
It was
Yeah.
all Saturday.
dude, I blasted one of my listeners for calling you out in an email after all that. I was like, shut the fuck up. He did
That's
not
what's
ask.
so funny about that. It's like I got so much hate for he like I can't believe he asked him about James Gunn, and I was just like, it was just because James Gunn was in Harley Quinn animated, and we were talking about Zach's animated Teen Titans Go thing, and then it was just, but it's not like I knew anything that James Gunn was going to be the head of DC Studios.
By the
like
way,
a couple of weeks later, but I
tangent.
should have.
Tangent. The Valentine's Day special is fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, I haven't
Okay.
watched it yet.
All
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Oh,
Watch
Do,
that.
Go watch that.
do you need to be caught up to watch it?
No.
No.
Okay.
You're good.
It will make casual references to things that happened in season 3, but if you don't care about that, you can largely watch the Valentine's Day special, and all you need to know is Harley and Ivy are together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do need to get off my ass
we
and watch
all know
season
that.
3.
But they
yeah.
got together
Oh,
at the
no.
end of season 2.
They did.
He probably
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's that. Yeah.
But
No,
but
but-
it's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no,
Okay.
for all the above reasons that Steven has specified and that we've all talked about, I do believe that when Gunn and Safran were hired, that on some level this was part of the deal. I do, because they were warned about the hashtags, they were warned about the fans, they were warned about the social media stuff, and their PR has been literally non-existent to this point for the better part of the last decade. So I really do believe that as much as people disagree with how Gunner's responding, I think this is part of the job.
My
I absolutely
assumption is that part of his pitch would have been, I know how to fix this.
Mhm.
You're gonna need to let me have some leeway on social media for a few years. There's no way he wants that to be the ongoing.
No, of course not, dude.
relationship that he has with the
They're
fans.
assaulting him with DC questions no matter what he posts. He will post shit about Guardians of the. He'll post shit about his cats and his
Yeah.
pets, and
People-
they will
people
assault
tag
him
him.
with questions.
Yeah.
But-
Is this
yeah.
cat gonna play streaky? Yeah.
Right. So no, Steven, you're absolutely right. He doesn't want
But-
this to
but
be the
for-
long term
but
thing.
until at least until the Flash, but I mean probably until for another year or so, and then he'll always do it casually, but the audience needs to be trained, and I don't like even saying it that way because it sounds so
Manipulative?
weird.
Yeah.
But it's a real thing. Like the audience.
Yeah, you're not wrong
it's-
about that. Yeah.
and that training needs to come from the top in that way. They can't.
It also needs to come from the fan base, though.
Right,
Like,
exactly, but-
like there needs to be like earlier when I said, "Oh, so and so said something." Oh, who gives a shit? There needs to be a
No.
level of that too sometimes.
No, you're absolutely right, see.
Yeah.
But this is no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But it's got to be a dialogue. Like it has to go both ways. Like for
But-
all
but-
the people.
Yeah, but like Warner Brothers also has to build trust with everybody.
Yes.
Like that's
Yeah,
that's
that's a
and,
big
and,
thing.
and that's part of what he's been hired to do. It is.
Yeah, but-
it's part
but
of
I
what
think,
he's been
like,
hired to do.
I know that for sure, but I think KC's right about because he's chronically online, he doesn't know another way to try to fix things
He needs to pick
cleverly
his
and
battles.
professionally
That's what I
and
think.
pick his battles. He's just
it-
kind of like, because you say, oh, look who he's going after, though. I'm like, he seems to be going after anyone who just catches him on a bad day.
Not
And-
anybody.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he is avoiding. There are some things he could respond to or
Yes,
react
there
to
are.
that would start a shitstorm.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think it's an accident that he hasn't. Like, notice, for example, whenever he goes after a Snyder, like, people actually make fun of him, like, because he'll go after like someone with no followers, or they'll misspell the hashtag or something like that. But that's intentional. He's sending a message without laying anyone out from a known quantity out. Right? There are problem people in the fandom that he could.
Well, but he
quote,
also
tweet,
went
and
after
put
someone
on.
from like Hollywood Reporter. Like,
Well,
so,
right, but they can take
yeah.
it, right? He can't. It's appropriate for him to go after a journalist because there's more parity in the power balance. But for him to like quote tweet a fan and like put him on blast for something like that, it would be a problem. But so when he does it and it's someone with a no profile picture, no followers, they misspell the hashtag, who knows, maybe he even fabricated the account. That's entirely possible. But
Right.
it is expressing something that is a common expression amongst other people. So he's able to address an idea being presented by fans without saying, oh, look at this person that everybody knows, let me humiliate them in
Right.
front of all the other
Well,
fans. That's a problem.
Like
it's-
the
notice, take very specific notice when he responds to stuff. It's like, oh, I've seen 100 people say that, yet the one he responds to is not the person with thousands of followers. It's not the person that fans know. It's some nobody. People will think that's funny that he, like, as if he doesn't know, but I think he does that intentionally so that he can send a message without stepping in shit.
Right. Well, you brought up the misspelling. It's like I was gonna say the Instagram post with the guy who it was under his cat photo, the guy who misspelled Cavill's name in that hashtag, right? Like that was like it was.
That was so funny though.
That's a perfect.
It's stepping in shit. I
but
don't
it's-
know why. Sorry.
But it's a perfect example of what Steve was talking about, because it's not like we didn't agree with his sentiment. People were just like, why would you respond to that? And to me, I'm like, well, because that guy's an asshole. Okay, go ahead. You know, I like that.
And because it's funny.
I feel I feel like him responding to Twitter to social media stuff is overblown. And again, it's not. He is not postponing the Superman Legacy script to respond to these people. That is not interfering with his job.
I'm not.
Just isn't.
I'm not saying that he's postponing it. I'm just saying, like, you know, because also social media, as everyone knows, it's dopamine hits. It gets you riled up. It gets you. So to think I just did this and I walked away from it. I don't think he does that either. So I think that is time he could be using for something that's vastly more important that the fans really want than just even poking at someone with, like you said, a strategic poke. It's like, so who gives? But why? Like, why
Listen,
bother
man,
yourself
because
with that?
he has been canceled once due to social media. His
Right.
obsession with social media is not gonna go away. That's
Right,
just not gonna go away.
But then that makes me feel like he's not good. Then he's not maybe the right pick.
But
for
you
the
say
job.
I don't know about
that. Yeah, I really don't know about that, Siike. But like the thing
remember,
with
he's a co-CEO. There's a reason.
Yeah.
Like, he has different skill sets than, like, Saffron's not out there doing that. Saffron's Saffron's back in
He's
the office
enjoying his
somewhere slaving
vacation.
away. Like,
Yeah.
like part of hiring Gunn is he's a personality. He's a figurehead. He's a
Right.
Which I thought was
he's-
smart that they needed
he's not,
somebody like that.
Yeah.
they didn't bring him in to direct everything. They didn't bring him in to write everything. They brought him in to shepherd that stuff, but also he is the PR is a component. And ideally longer term, that looks more like the way Kevin Feige does it. But in the near term, there needs to be a couple shots across the bow to say, like, I don't know, to address how the fans are behaving and to address how some of the media is behaving and kind of get that all in line.
And I think
I'm
like
gonna
with his
relate this
response,
actually to something that I can relate to. It's like if you are in charge of people, occasionally, if you just let them go buck wild, they will just continue to go buck wild. You do occasionally have to pound the table, crack the whip, say sit down and shut up, because you've got to eventually, every once in a while, go, no, I'm in charge. Y'all can sit down now. And
it's what I always say is you have to kill a hostage.
yes.
The first thing you do is you kill a hostage, and then everything is
I
fine.
like
that's a dark analogy, but yes.
Because you got to prove that
Steven
you
is staying within the DC tone.
Well, it's it's like you know what it reminds me of Swordfish, the opening scene of Swordfish, where he's like, what if in Dog Day Afternoon, Sonny wanted to get away with it? What if? Now this is the tricky part. What if he started killing hostages right away? No mercy, no quarter. Meet our demands, or the pretty blonde in the bell bottoms gets in the back of the head. Bam, splat. What? Still no bus? Come on, now that's really dark. But that's at the beginning. But the analogy is there. Totally.
I love that movie. John Travolta was
that is a good movie.
That's why you kill one first, and then ideally you don't do any more. But you start and then you keep doing it. Nobody listens. You don't do it at all. They think they can start testing you,
right?
And then they're gonna challenge you.
And you know what? Thank you for bringing that up, Stephen, because perhaps one of the examples potentially, and we talked about before, of potentially this showing some effect is the embargo that was held up after the presentation was on Monday. The fact that nobody said anything for half a day, 24 hours.
My biggest takeaway. That's never happened before.
That has never happened with DC.
Also, the new scoops that are coming out about Brave and the Bold and stuff like that, people are being very careful, and they are mentioning if Gunn wants to shoot this down, he might.
People still know stuff.
Yeah.
By the way, it's not that like everything is tightened up and people stopped having access to the information that they had before. They know it. They're scared to be the ones to put it out first now. And this
in
is
5 minutes, Gunn can quote tweet them.
He will. I mean, as soon as he puts it down, they look, all of a sudden, then they get the dog pile and stuff like that. But
and they lose their credibility.
Well, because a lot of these guys, like the trades, they have, part of them is that they're speak truth to power. You have to be willing to publish. You're a real. Sorry for anyone, but if you're a real journalist, you got to be willing to put stuff out there to make people upset. But in a lot of this space, especially when you get into a lot of the scoopers, that's not journalism. They're part of a fan group, right? And they want it's and I'm not saying clout even in a derogatory term here, but it's clout. They want the status of they know they have access, they have reputation, people look to them for information, whatever. And that's clout's fine. Get your bag, whatever. But the function of it is entirely different when your access to clout or your ability to get clout is now nobody wants to be on James Gunn's bad side, right? None of these people do. Or none of the
journalists. Yeah, okay.
None of the the fandom scoopers do. None of the people that are interested in who's going to play the next Batman want to be on James Gunn's bad side.
Because they want to be relevant for the next 10 years.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So they have to be
And so when there's
now.
chaos and when there's no figurehead and when, you can go out, you can put all this out there because who's going to, someone from PR is going to contact you and be like, don't do that again. You're going to do that all day, every day. But when you have James Gunn on Twitter saying, you are a disappointment to me, then all of a sudden you're losing fan points, you're losing access. And that also sends a message to whoever from working at DC got them or WB got them that information.
It's a
then
public
they're like,
shaming.
Now my professional
hard and feathering
reputation is at stake in my own company because I'm providing information to people that's getting them in trouble with my boss.
Right.
And so they're, I don't know. So ideally this is not going to be necessary, especially not long term, but I very much understand why it is a necessary tactic in the short run.
Adam B. Berry
I hope
was
it
the
works
first
out for him.
If the DCU works, and we'll know within the first. I mean, because I've said this the last couple weeks. He can't miss on Superman Legacy. He can not miss.
That's
he
the
must
thing. We
hit
talked
the bullseye
about
with that movie. So if that works, and look, Creature Commandos, Waller, all that stuff aside, if his plan works, and we're talking about he and Safran getting extended past the 4 years that their initial contract is, then yeah, around that time, this isn't going to be needed anymore, because by then the paradigm will be established, regardless of, and at that point, Siike, we will finally be at a point where who the fuck cares about who says this in this corner, who says that in that corner. We're not there yet.
But do you think in 4 years after that line is established that James Gunn can stop?
If he does,
yes,
I will be
I do.
right there with you, saying like he needs to not be doing this anymore.
See, here's the thing. The reason that I think yes is because Casey, I do balk at this idea that, like, you're saying that he's chronically on Twitter. He is not on Twitter the same way he was before. He's not. That is objectively the case.
But because even in the future, he won't have time either.
But I don't. He's not post as much. Now. But per my earlier point, the way he's watching, he's navigating things in a way that depends on a familiarity with the tribes and the topics and the players.
See, he comes out and says stuff that is somewhat detailed. That only happens if you go through threads and what people are talking about, spend some time in the comments and stuff like that. Nobody has that knowledge that he has. That is why he understands, what the Snyder fandom wants, what some of them don't want, what some of them are saying. Because to the outsider, it looks like everyone's just being toxic.
Think about,
but he knows.
Think about the people who literally at him and reply to his threads and the things they accuse him of and the things they say and the way they talk to him and the ones that he chooses to respond to versus not. It's not an accident that he's navigating it the way that he is, but that is only possible if don't quote tweet them because that's going to start a shitstorm.
Right.
If I need to express that opinion, do it with someone who's doesn't have isn't going to trigger
the people who live on our block and mute list that we know by name. Don't bother them.
I think if you believe that he is incapable of turning it off in a couple of years, then you believe he learned nothing from getting fired by Marvel. And you can believe that if you like, but I don't see how that's the case.
I think there would be a fair comparison to say, well, how much does he do it with Marvel? Because he does do similar things with like the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, where, for example, that would contradict my point of saying, well, he doesn't need to be telling people, like he doesn't need to be debunking rumors for Marvel because that audience is already trained. And so maybe I'm wrong that maybe it is a necessary thing, but the fact that he's doing it isn't because of that. It's because of another.
It's both. I think it's
so.
both.
While I agree with it, that doesn't mean that it's not. Like I said,
if he wasn't an online person, I don't think it would have happened.
The determining factor for me is he still doing it in 3-4 years to this extent?
Yes.
And if he is, that's got to stop. It can't go that long.
Yes.
Well, I have more. See, it always comes down whenever James Gunn becomes a topic of discussion. It always comes down to who has faith in his ability to be different than beforehand because of the controversy and because of everything that he's been involved in to this point. And it's always a question of, has he really learned or has he not? Because everybody, and it could be because of the Twitter thing. There are people who still don't take him at his word when he says it's not the Gunverse because they're convinced that Superman is going to get the Thor treatment in Superman Legacy, right? There's all this doubt.
And it's like his word on Snyder.
Right, exactly, the Snyder thing. So it's like, okay, fine. If you're just not going to trust the dude, that's your business. Fine, don't trust the dude. But I'm going to wait and I'm going to let him hang himself.
About, Ray? We can't trust his word, but we could trust a like from Vera.
Mm-hmm. Oh right, dude. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. It was like one of those things.
2019, you would be very.
That's always been hilarious.
Argument. It's like, no, of course, he's flat out lying. It's not true. It's blah blah blah. And I'm like, all right, so we're just gonna pick and choose because it's like, it's like Zach's a good guy. Obviously, he respects Gunn. He's not gonna like trash him. He's not gonna do anything. He's not gonna do. It's all this kind of stuff. And it's when it came to this recent thing when talking about this, and I'm like. All right, we're gonna not trust him flat out saying it, and I will say, I'm like, all right, maybe maybe there's a little bit of fluff stuff, sure, but at the same time, it's like you guys are like totally going, hey, Zach liked this post about the hashtag, so that means he supports it. It's like he's making a fucking epic right now. He's making an epic, geez. A 2-part epic that's probably, I'm sure the assembly cut is twice or 2.5 times the fucking Snyder cut. Who knows how long that thing is?
It's at least 8 hours. It's at least 8
Dude,
hours.
Right? He shot for 8 months.
Oh,
shot for 8 months. How long is that movie? He has to now be in post-production. And
there are 2 movies.
Yes.
Two
he's
movies,
gonna make 2
right,
movies.
exactly.
And then there's going to be there's going to be probably more. That's the thing. But I know some people have to leave right now. Damien, you said that. Steven, you said you had to head out soon. I don't know. Siike, are you still good? I don't know.
I'm good for a little bit longer, but I just want to say real quick, Damien, it was a pleasure. And Steven and Ray and Casey, like, I appreciate you and Scott, everyone having that conversation with me. Cause I'm not anti James Gunn by any means, but I have my version of what I think professional is and what the job requires. And obviously we stand on different grounds, but I do like the point you made of, hey, in a couple years, if he's still doing this, that's not good. But I do like your faith, Ray. I mean, I can't knock you for that. I appreciate your hope in people.
Well,
don't lose that.
And listen, Siike, it is hope. We're all hoping. Okay, this is life of DC fans here. This is life of a DC fan. We're clinging to whatever fucking hope we can find.
Yeah. We're at the campfire, like, after the apocalyptic. We're like, back, it's been rough, Meanwhile, the Marvel thing is they're all in Elysium.
We're in District 9 and they're in the Capitol.
Exactly. There you go. I use Elysium as my.
I'm going Hunger Games.
Same director. So.
Right.
But Damien, you'd have to drop off. Go ahead, man. Thank you.
I got to shoot off, guys.
Promote yourself.
As usual, it was a pleasure being on with all of you. I love our time together. Siike, it was great to meet you. Damien_Shani on Twitter or dccomicsnews.com. Check it out. But thanks, guys. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Bye, Damien.
Thank you, Damien.
Always a pleasure, Damien.
Cheers.
Ciao.
Sir. Yeah, but with the whole recent thing, like when he was just like, that's one of the wackiest things, and he said this and said that, it's just like, I mean, I would not, it is a little PR because, I mean, no matter what, the campaign that's going to be happening on 2/14, it's going to make some noise because it just does. And it's funny too because obviously I got some pushback. I'm getting some pushback, obviously. Like,
no, Dave,
today,
really? You got pushback?
What? Me? Pushback?
Really?
What? I can't believe that. Who? What? No, but I mean, it's just funny because, like one of the things that I kind of, I did quote tweet, because I was bored today. And I
That's
try
dangerous when you get bored.
I know it's dangerous when I get bored. If work,
I
swear, my work needs to get like more. I need to get more engaged so that I'm not like on Twitter as much. I swear, like
James
what
Gunn.
I'm doing now. I know. Seriously, right? I know. James, we're the same. No, we're not. We have glasses. We have spiky hair. Oh, you have
this
a hotter
is grayer than yours.
Yeah, I don't know. How does he do that with his hair?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I don't know how long he takes with that. I don't take that long. Anyways, no, but it's just the fact that it's like somebody said, like, man, Film Junkie in 2019 would be very ashamed. You saw that. Was very ashamed of Film Junkie at 2023.
I threw a sun at him. Did you like that? I threw a sun at him.
Yeah, you did. You did throw a sun at him. I saw it. But it was just kind of funny because I was like, really? I'm like, all right. I remember back when I was getting the information that the Snyder Cut wasn't fully finished and I put it out there. I got the same hate from the same people. And I was like,
I always said nobody can follow the bouncing ball.
No, they can't.
In 2019, you were getting in trouble for saying you're not entitled to anything.
Yeah.
If Zach wants to do it, Zach will do it. Like, that's what you were saying then, and that's what you're saying now. Like, you have not changed on principle. You've not changed on message. Like, none of that's changed. The people that are saying that are A, bad faith, but B, also we're never paying attention in the first place. It was always just, oh,
Well,
you said what I liked then.
you know
You're
what?
not
You know
saying what I
what's
like now, but
changed?
you're the one that didn't change.
You know what's changed, Steven? I've actually now talked to Zack Snyder many times. That's the only thing that's really changed. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's like, and I remember like having a conversation with him about the sequels, and as much as he would be like down for it, but this was before he pitched Rebel Moon. He said, like, you know what, I'm gonna be busy, and guess what? He's fucking busy with this Rebel Moon saga. And from what I gathered, just from having conversations with people, it is huge, and it's not going to stop at just 2 parts. That's the thing. And then, like, so, you know, and I've always said this before too, when it came to campaigns. I said this before when it came to letter writing, phone calls, and other shit, whatever that was happening. I'm like, I don't support this one. I don't think it's a good campaign. If you want to do it, go right ahead. I still say this now. If you still want to tweet out the hashtag sell to Netflix, knock yourself out. I think it's a poorly thought out campaign. If you want to continue doing it, fine. That's why it was kind of funny when I was getting the pushback. Like,
the
wow,
original one is sell ZSJL to Netflix, which is even more ridiculous.
Sell Zack Snyder. It doesn't. I mean, that's the thing.
Emerald Edition, guys.
Right.
Well, I know. I mean, remember, it went from just having the sequels to all of a sudden we want to get a different version of the first one. And then all of a sudden, there's some people
I
that
saw a slate that it had like New Gods on it.
New Gods. It had Justice Society. It had.
So Siike, do you see this? This is where we're coming from here as DC fans. This is the
dude. I follow the Sony universe. Okay. I see slates for all the different Morbius spin-offs they're gonna make.
Speaking of Spider-Man Noir.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
and then
yes.
of course that's going to be used as a but at the same time, it's going to be good.
Yes.
You know
yes,
what would
but
be
where?
awesome?
Yes, but where is it?
Siike, do you wish Amy Pascal
Amazon,
would
which
be on Twitter like James Gunn?
So what?
No, because I've seen Amy.
Stop
Pascal
saying
and
it's
what she's
Morbid
like,
time.
And holy cow, I don't even. She's not even on this planet, man. She's not even on Earth. Like I think that's what makes the decision making over there so interesting. Because I'm like, well, she's on drugs.
The best videos are of her with Kevin Feige.
I was gonna say every single time I see a video of like a Spider-Man movie coming out, and there's an interview with her and Kevin Feige, I stop everything I'm doing to watch the entire thing.
I quit a job so I could watch their video. I'm like. I called it. Yeah, no, I quit. Amy Pascal's on YouTube right now.
Yeah. I gotta watch this. She's got her crazy hair, and then like
she's about to say Kevin something, and Kevin Feige's gonna try to not react.
Kevin Feige literally has a thumbtack in his shoe, going, just step on it. Just
so it's like
I don't think he's ever as nervous as that moment.
Is Amy Pascal pretty much what the nerd QAnon thinks Kathleen Kennedy is?
Well, what's funny about in the Venom sphere, like I was on Twitter for a while, but I started really hating being on Twitter because all it was people.
Really? Why?
all it was every day was people coming to me and going, like, bigger YouTubers, people with like the Cosmic Wonder and like these bigger, they have like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and they would DM me and go, "Hey man, I heard this information. Is it true?" And I'm like, fuck you. I'm not going to be a source for you. Like, are you kidding me? Right. Like, get the hell out of here. And or people are like, oh, Comic Book Cast said this about Venom. I'm like, okay, well, it's not true, but who gives this? I have that mentality where I'm like, I don't care. Like, and Twitter's not a place for someone who has that mentality because everyone's just coming at me and I'm like, delete. And I'm just going to be on Instagram with a private account. Leave me alone. But like, what's neat about the Venom stuff, though, is that occasionally you get people come out and go, "Oh, I heard Venom 2 is going to be rated R because you got to do Carnage rated R." And I'm like, "Yeah, but the first one was PG-13, so it's obviously not going to be rated R." So there was things you could squash immediately. But what's weird now is that I can't tell between like scoops and reality with Sony because when they're like, "Oh, we're doing Hypno Hustler," I'm like, No, that's I'm being punked. Like someone's
Right.
baiting me to
right.
comment in the chat for that, and they're like, "No, Donald Glover," and I'm like, "Yeah, okay, now I don't believe you." And then I go Google it and I go, "What the fuck? Like seriously?" So what's funny is they make all these like crackhead decisions, and I'm like, well, it keeps things interesting because there's so many Spider-Man characters you could do. Like the Slingers. You could make a movie about the Slingers, which I have a script for. I would love to write the Slingers movie. And it's like you could do Slingers, and they're oddball and out there, but they're not like, oh, we're giving, Craven and Morbius their own movies. Weird, like Slingers, like, okay, they're heroes and they wore Spider-Man costumes. So okay, you could make that work. So there's just things you could do in that world, and they're just making the most weirdest decisions. And it's kind of fun to do a live stream and someone go, "Did you hear about this?" I'm like, "You're a kid," and I'm like, I'm like, come on, man, really? Like,
so in your opinion, do you think that the decisions they're making are weirder than the previous regime at DC Films?
I think their decision making is weirder than the MonsterVerse Universal try to do. Like it's that weird. Wow. Where like because there's like Madam Web, that's a cool concept and you could tie that into a Spider-Verse thing. That to me makes sense. But like giving Craven his own movie, giving Morbius his own movie, to me I'm like, you got a brand like Spider-Man. I understand you don't want to dilute that brand to an extent, but Spider-Man's one of those characters at Marvel, like the X-Men, where in the Avengers, you could do a whole universe just on those guys. So like you could do an Andrew Garfield movie and then a year later do a Tobey Maguire movie. And then a year later do a Tom Holland movie again. And then you're bringing in your audience because now that they've all been in a movie together, the fandom's invested in what they do next. And then you could do your live action Miles and you could, I still think that at the end of Spider-Verse, the next one, the post-credit scene is going to be Miles going into another reality, and it's going to be a real human reality, and you're going to see live, and you're going to see live action Miles. So like I think they're working on something, and there's a pocket of it that's going to make sense, and then there's going to be a bunch of stuff that we wish never happened. But well, I don't know, whatever. But I think Amy Pascal is so weird and out there, and Avi Arad is so disliked. But like because of his, I don't know, the way who he is, but I don't think they ever hit that Kathleen Kennedy or Walter Hamada status where people like try to crucify them or wish for them to be fired. I think some people say it, but they don't like campaign for it. So they're in this weird nook that it makes it interesting for me as a content creator.
Sony's structure helps with that a little bit because even throwing like Walter Hamada's name out with Kathleen Kennedy's, because like Lucasfilm is unique and Marvel Studios is unique in the fact that they're studios that are focused very singularly on a small selection of IP. Obviously, Lucasfilm is more than just Star Wars, but basically it's Star Wars, right?
Right.
And so Kathleen Kennedy is the Kevin Feige of Star Wars, or is the way people see it.
Right.
And then DC, people were trying for a long time to identify someone as the Kevin Feige of DC, and it was Zack Snyder, it was Jeff Johns, it was whatever.
Snyder.
And then they never even when it was Jeff Johns or Diane Nelson or any of them, it was never really the same role still. No. They didn't quite have that figurehead status.
Sure.
And so now you do with Gunn, but you never did before. But so then you go over to but other than that, nobody historically, especially fans, like don't know the names of studio executives.
No, not at all. Right.
Like it's kind of weird for fans of any movies who aren't like hardcore film people to be like, Tom Rothman, right? So especially with someone like Amy Pascal, I think she's famous because of Spider-Man. But like if it wasn't for Spider-Man, like nobody would ever be name dropping her for anything. Or Avi Arad is like the same thing. But even despite that fame, though, it's still. They have a lot. They're able to operate in a lot more anonymity than
True.
someone like Kevin Feige, because they're not as nearly as scrutinized as someone like Feige would be making similar decisions, which also means that maybe they feel a little bit more free to take some of these wild shots, because there's not this whole media, like there's not a tiered like trade and then like fandom scoopers and YouTubers and everything that are as organized as like the Marvel. It exists, obviously, you do
Sure.
it, but it's not the same infrastructure as exists where like there's a machine for the MCU.
Right. Like Halo has this too. They have a Star Wars type problem where there's a couple people in charge that get massive online hate every time a Halo decision's made.
Star Trek as well.
Yeah, Star Trek.
Alex Kurtzman.
Yeah.
He basically they started like Doomcock actually now talks about him just like he does Kathleen Kennedy, and it's the same deal where it's like on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays she's getting fired. On Tuesdays and Thursdays he's getting fired. Like it's essentially what it is, and it's like yeah.
Well, I've always said this, like the one thing I never got into on YouTube is sometimes I watch it because it might pop up as recommended and I'll check it out. But like, it's when people make a channel and they just pick a villain and they just go, okay, I'm going to make 20 videos on Brie Larson. I'm going to make 50 videos on this person. And I kind of just go, well, why don't you just make one? And then, but obviously that's probably why I don't have 100,000 subscribers, because I don't play that game of like, okay, I'm stoking the fire kind of thing.
And I hate that hate marketing is the only way. It's seemingly the only way that
it works.
Right. One, I hate that it works. Two, I hate that it works that well to the point where it's like, it seems like if you don't play that game, you're never going to get that big. That fucking sucks.
Well, that's fine. I mean, like, it's fine. YouTube's a hobby for me. Like I'm pursuing other things, obviously, in my real life. And then I also have to stabilize my mental health in real life too, which is far more important. But so this is just like, I get to talk about Tom Hardy and, Venom. So it's just like a fun thing, but eventually that will end and I'll eventually go, all right, I'm 45. Like, but I gotta, maybe now's the time to stop. But for now, I'm only 40, so I'm gonna keep going for a little bit longer. But I do like this.
That one of those Venom movies finally flops and you can be free.
That's what I need. I'm actually just banking. I'm like one of these movies has to just bomb so I can.
Okay.
I don't think that's ever gonna happen with Tom Hardy.
Steve, you got to tell us anything about Venom 3. Obviously, it was announced.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Hey, I got you here. You're the guy that you got the finger on the pulse.
Is Eminem gonna do another song?
Yeah, probably, yeah. With what's her name? There's a female that sings with him. So Rihanna. She gets no, not Rihanna.
Skylar Grey.
But
yeah,
that's it. Skylar Grey. Yeah. Well, Venom 3. I mean, I think. Well, Tom he just finished he's about to finish a motorcycle movie that he was making. And then which is going to be, I think, is going to be really cool.
Too.
Yeah, it's got a great cast.
Yeah, it's got a great cast. I can't remember who's in it, but I remember it was a great cast.
And he just signed on to do a movie with I'm forgetting. She was in something big recently. But was she in Black Panther? I can't remember. But he's like working with someone, and anyway, so he's got projects coming up. But as far as it being written by Kelly Marcel, she's writing and directing it. So this is her directorial debut, as everyone knows, and she's really cool. She actually we've emailed each other a couple times. She's really, really nice. She's been writing. She was brought on to do like rewrites of the first script. And then Tom likes working with her because I think she did Taboo and another show with Tom. So they work well together. They're friends, and they like this take on Eddie that they have. So I think we might see, like, the first film set up an invasion, like a potential invasion. Riot wanted to get out of Earth to go tell the other symbiotes, hey, come to Earth and invade. So I imagine usually in a trilogy, you try to go back to that, what you set up in the first movie. So that could mean Null or a version of Null, or they could do their own villain, create their own villain. So there's a lot of rumors going around, but honestly, nothing concrete and nothing that I know personally, other than they're looking at starting production at some point in the first half of this year, maybe. So we'll probably get news on it soon. I'm sure. But I think with Tom doing other projects right now, and what I like about Tom Hardy is when he's not working, he goes and finds work. So he'll either go do this movie with motorcycles, or he'll go and he started an organization called Reorg, or he works with an organization called Reorg, which helps veterans that were wounded in battle in the UK, and they do Brazilian jiu-jitsu. So he does that, and he did a big fundraiser recently for that. Yeah. And then he'll read books to kids in front of a fireplace for the holidays. It's like he just does whatever he wants, and I kind of like that about him. I'm like, yeah, he's like, I don't care.
He's charitable.
Yeah, he's just a cool dude. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, so, he really is. I know you met him. I still love that selfie you have with him, man. So awesome.
Every selfie I took with him is blurry. It's so frustrating. My hands shake.
I know, but at the same time, I still love it because I get it.
Yeah,
it's Tom fucking Hardy, but the fact, I still remember when you were still here and you literally told me, you're like, I'm just gonna go up to San Francisco and go to the set. Yeah, and like I was like, I want to go with you, but I can't. I can't. Because we were talking about it. I'm like, fuck, I want to go with you, and then all of a sudden. A couple days later, you're taking selfies with Tom Hardy. And there's literally a video where Tom Hardy goes, oh, your Venom vlog? And like he knows of your YouTube channel. That's the crazy thing. I love that.
There's there's a couple instances, like there was an interview he did, and there was like Patton Oswalt was doing the intro, or it was asking the questions. And he picked one of my questions, and he was like, oh, this next question's from the Venom vlog. And you just see Tom Tom's kind of like, like he's like,
he knows your channel.
He's like, I
love that.
And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. And I hope they like my channel, but they seem like Kelly is super supportive and been really nice. So, and a few of the people I've talked to, and I had half the cast of the first movie do intros for my show. I'm like, hey, can you just film an intro and say, hey, welcome to the Venom vlog? And it was like half the first movie did that. I was like, I've been very lucky, and it's been a dream come true to meet him, and that's why I feel like I can end the show at any point when the movie stopped making a ton of money. But until then, I'm in for the long haul. But I as far as Venom 3 though, not a lot. I mean, I don't even know what the story is. I'm just assuming based off some things they set up in the first film. And Avi Arad has come out and said, I really want to get back to the potential invasion, like Planet of the Symbiotes. So. So
it's going to be interesting, especially when they had the post-credit scene, and
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they're trying to be like, hey, guess what? Are we going to try to do something there? And everybody's kind of going like, is anything happening with that? I mean,
it's the laziest way to like do things.
It really was.
That was
I didn't really like it that much.
Yeah,
it was like in one movie before. Yeah. In one movie before, they just threw the ball in that court, and then Feige just threw it back.
Yeah,
but see,
that's exactly what happened.
There's something about that I really love, because I think of it as like Kevin Feige doesn't want to do this, So Amy Pascal's like, haha, we got you. We put him in the MCU, and then he's like, screw that. We're not dealing with Venom over here.
I will reset the entire timeline just to have him out.
He's like, I think that's why Kang the Conqueror is here. He's gonna just erase all that.
Yeah, that movie. I don't know about that movie. As much as I like, what's his name?
Jonathan Majors.
No.
Or who?
No.
Paul Rudd.
Peyton Reed.
I thought you were talking about not King the Conqueror. I'm thinking of the other. What the fuck? I'm totally drawing a blank right now. What's the new Sony movie with the villain?
Craven.
Craven.
Okay.
I don't know why. Can't Kang Craven, because it starts with the K. I got bourbon in me. Sorry, guys. No, I'm just like, what's going to happen with that movie too?
Didn't that actually test? There was news that tested really
did it
well,
test?
whatever that means. But
I hope it tested well. I'm like, something's got
to. The Flash tested well. Black Adam did not test well. So
I personally suspect Craven is going to be a lot better than people expect it to be. But
it has to be better.
Are you saying it's? Yeah, I was about to say it's going to be better than Morbius.
I still
probably.
look at Morbius and going, you can tell there was fuckery done to that movie.
Oh
Big
yeah, these movies are highly edited.
Big time.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
and I
if the
still wanna
editing was better in the movie,
Yeah,
people
when
wouldn't
you have a
hated it.
guy who has superpowers that gets trapped on a roof and the cops show up and they're like freeze, and then all of a sudden it cuts to him in a jumpsuit in the jail. I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Well, they
Like,
hide
people literally just like what the. I remember
The robot
I
arm.
literally,
Yeah, they hide the
I
robot arm.
literally
The
in
whole
the movie
movie.
theater went. I was like, what?
Yeah.
All of a sudden we're here now? What the hell? It was. Ugh.
So there's
And
there's
half the first trailer wasn't actually half or 3/4 of the first trailer weren't in the movie.
Not even in the movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was there's a bunch of movies like because I brought this up before because I know like what I know this channel as is where I got any information at all about the Snyderverse. And what I liked about the passion that everyone had is that like I once was part of a group that tried to get the full version of the Crow City of Angels released. Because there is a 2-hour, 10-minute version of that movie that is actually insanely better than it should be. And it's almost on par with the first film. It's that good. And I'm like, I don't understand. This is absolutely amazing and has a great story that just cuts out a lot of the action. And so I'm like, what happened to this? And I've talked to set members. I've talked to the director, Tim Pope, who's made the Cure music videos. I'm a big fan. And I'm like, how did this happen? And basically Harvey Weinstein came in and said, this movie needs to be
What's
90
that guy
minutes.
up to now?
Yeah. It's like, yeah, he came in and just said, cut this movie down to 93 minutes. And they did reshoots with a completely different director. Pushed Tim Pope out. And that movie has a very similar story to the Snyder Cut. Yeah. And
sounds like you're talking about the same damn thing.
Literally, it's like, because this stuff happens a lot more than people know. And that's why I like, I like that the Snyder Cut got the movement it got. Cause I'm like, someone does need to speak up for this type of thing. Yes, I know it's the studio and the money they raise, and it's not like the director's money, but you hired them for a reason. And you have to see that to the end, the best you can with their vision and getting their story out there. And so The Crow was something I really wanted to see. And so talking to people, they're like, it got butchered. And I feel like someone like that is over at Sony and they take these movies and they go, chop it down to 93 minutes, just cut them up. Like, who cares?
That point you just raised is one I've been saying that for, since I got on board the Snyder Cut stuff, which was 6 months after everybody else did. Like the fact that Hollywood has done this countless times for decades. There are so many Snyder Cut and Crow City of Angels stories that you don't even know about.
How many
Payback? They totally Mel Gibson directed the reshoots of the entire third act of the movie. You get you hear Avi Arad talking about why we ended up with the theatrical version of Daredevil. It's like if you've watched movies and you've done what a lot of us like, when I go back and watch special features and listen to commentaries and watch the when you watch the supplemental material, it's like shit. This has happened over and over and over again.
And it's always about runtime. It's always about runtime. Like you said, Siike, it's like cut it down to 93 minutes. And then meanwhile, guess what's making billions of dollars right now? A 3-hour Avatar movie.
Yes,
a good story is a good story.
No, go back and
I just
why'd you bring it up, Dave?
I just extended the stream by about an hour because Steven's going to go off.
No, go back and watch. Go on Paramount Plus and watch The Offer, and listen to the haggling that was done for the making of The Godfather.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's an entire scene in that. There's an entire scene, I think, like episode 8, where like the money guy from Gulf Western comes in to Paramount, and I'm sitting here going,
"Here we go!
Oh my god, here we go again." Okay,
and this is also to Sieke's point earlier when you talk about like the fandom behavior and how like some of the responsibility and the accountability must come from fans. It's like one of the things we've said.
There needs to be a middle ground. Yeah.
Right. But part of the middle ground is knowing that something like this happens in Hollywood on countless occasions and getting a situation like the Snyder Cut actually happening and realizing just how fortunate that was. You know, the stars aligned, the circumstances presented themselves in just the right fashion for something like that to even remotely happen, because there are countless scenarios where that's not going, like Crow City of Angels. How much confidence do you have that will happen?
Oh, zero. Like, because I've never been a part of something like a Snyder Cut movement. No, that's never existed before. I mean, what you guys have done, like collectively, even if there's splintered fractions or whatever, the noise that was made, I've never seen. And I'm not kidding. That whole time, I knew people at Warner Brothers that straight up would tell me, dude, that movie's never coming out. Like, those people are crazy. That movie's never coming out. And I remember when that movie came, when it was announced, you guys were all part of it. You know, they like, it was like, hey, we're releasing it. It's going to come out in a couple, like next year. I remember just going like, holy crap. Like, I literally had people in the know that knew people that made those decisions directly, and that said that was never going to happen. And I was hearing it and I go, that's amazing. Like, holy cow, that fandom killed it.
It was one of those things where it was just it was just the time, it was the time, and then all of a sudden, obviously we want the Ayer cut to come out, but then it's like, that's even harder, because it was like the buzz was not as big, and who knows, that could be a thing that could happen maybe, years from now, but it's not going to be
more of a Donner. We're talking more like a Donner cut situation.
Exactly. Sure.
I think it's business as usual, but they didn't realize that they couldn't do it with Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder maybe was that guy in 2008, but he's not the guy that you can do that to in 2017 or whenever 2016, whenever they did it.
Right.
And also with this, and that's not to say this is the case for everything else also, but I think about regularly how much of a miracle it is that the Snyder Cut was good. And that's not to say that like I doubted that it would be good, or that Zack Snyder gives reason for me to doubt that it's good. But there's a lot of movies, like sometimes this does happen because movies, that doesn't necessarily justify it, but it happens because there's legitimate problems that they're trying to fix. Or you look at something like the Trank cut of Fantastic Four, at least per Josh Trank, doesn't even exist. If they were to try to assemble that, it would be something totally different, even though what he was trying to do would possibly, not even that great. So how bad of a precedent would be if they had been like, fine, let's do the Snyder Cut, and that's why Snyder said, when they said, okay, fine, let's just release it as is, and he was like, no, because what would have happened then is it would have, if they released like the whatever that version was, then they would have pointed to it and said, look, see, this is why it wasn't released.
The best scene in Trank's Fantastic Four is when they all wake up after the whole accident, and like Reed Richards is like sitting on the table. It's literally a fucking horror film. Like when they all realize what happened, that is the best scene in the movie. And I remember going, I'm like, is this what the whole movie was supposed to be? Because I remember when like he started turn
after that.
He started stretching and he's just like freaking like It was like a horror movie, and I'm like, oh, this is intense.
And then when Doom shows up and goes down the hallway and just like fucking obliterates everyone.
Yeah.
But and then all of a sudden it's one of those movies where you're like, something changed.
Something, drastically changed. As in, the wig on,
Kate Mara.
Yeah. Jesus, Kate Mara. It was like, how did you not know that was not noticeable? That her fucking hair is like bright. She's literally almost wearing like Jessica Alba's fucking wig in the first Fantastic Four. It was so ridiculous.
What I started noticing when I watch movies is
hair.
Hair, but then also you watch
hair
it, and then all of a sudden there's a location that only shows up once, and in that location there's like a scene that is.
Oh, we lost Casey.
It's either like, or maybe there's a location that's used like throughout or whatever, but there's a location where the cast only ever appears in that one place, and it is entirely used to deliver like exposition dumps throughout. I wish I could think of an example offhand, but once I started noticing it, it's like a common.
It sounds like Catwoman.
Yeah, and we're like,
Catwoman does
hold on.
that.
Where like maybe it could be done. Maybe that's something that was in the script to fix it, but it's like, oh wow, that would be the perfect way to like, hey, we need to tighten this up. Okay, cut all this stuff, and then we'll just shoot a few scenes in this one. It's like basically what they did in the Wayne Aerospace.
Yeah.
hangar in
the Batcave.
Where they took that and then they just shot that extra stuff there and then just kind of split it up to be like, okay, exposition dump. Let's spread it out across here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but your point is very well taken in terms of like, it's fortunate that it was as good, that the Snyder Cut was as good as it was, and that it engendered the buzz that it got,
Well, and now the phrase, I hope people will say, I hope we get to see the Snyder Cut of whatever.
Yeah.
People even say that about
how many times we've heard the release the whatever cut,
Yeah,
release
or-
the train
right,
cut,
or they'll
release the
watch like the
JJ
Super
cut.
Bowl or something, and they'll be like, "Man, I need to see the Snyder Cut of that Super Bowl." Like because like it's just the better version. It's
Right.
synonymous. It's shorthand for the better version of that thing.
Right.
The one thing I wish that I think too many people, I hope that what this does switch a little bit, and to Seek's point about Crow City of Angels as an example, is because we know people who think of the extended cut or the director's cut of any film as like an inferior or a lesser version of the film because it was not released theatrically.
We know someone directly that feels.
I
that
know.
way,
I'm
Scott.
this is basically like the YouTube version of subtweeting. Sorry, Brent.
Yep.
But I have too many, and I can understand if it's just like the unrated cut or the extended cut. But I have seen way too many director's cuts when this is used in the way it's meant. I mean, Blade Runner, Payback, the Snyder Cut. They're just. What do you say?
They end up being better.
They are better. They are the better versions of the movies because they were the original. They were the original version of the movie.
Even the director's cut of Aliens, there's like a scene where they have like these motion machine guns that are picking off the aliens, and it's a really cool scene because you like the way that James Cameron shot it was like, oh my god, like you see the aliens, like it was like quick shot, and you see the machine guns going and just shooting.
And then you get the countdown of like how many rounds are left.
Yes. Like they're freaking out because it's like, oh my god, we're losing ammo, and I'm like, yeah, that's so much. What the fuck?
You want to know a sneaky good director's cut that I don't know how many people have seen or not? The director's cut of Wrath of Khan.
Yes.
The Nicholas Meyer director's cut of Wrath of Khan, and all it adds is dialogue scenes. It doesn't add action. It just adds a couple of scenes of dialogue, mostly like between like Kirk and McCoy, and like a couple of other scenes here that fill out the character development and fill out the storyline of what is happening emotionally. And it's like, well, damn, you could have left that in the movie. Like, there's nothing in it that made it worse. Like by cutting, by keeping them in, right? So yeah, there's so many examples of director's cuts that are just like, well, why would you?
Yeah. Or like I think to Scott's point, I'm always, whenever
Steven pointed out the butt, and now she's pointing out the
whenever
butt.
I talk to someone about or when someone finds out about our podcast, and like, oh, BVS, you do the Ultimate Edition, right? And I understand why people always ask the question, but it's like I really, really appreciate that. Like, for example, HBO Max is just like, no, this is it. This is.
Yeah, they wipe theatrical off the catalog.
I love that.
Because people ask me like, oh, like what? Yes, that is like, why would it not be the ultimate? Like even I think that's what's weird about it to me is even fans. I don't like it when people, for example, they'll give like their rankings. And they'll specify Ultimate Cut. And I understand, again, I understand why people do it, but even the fans who make a big deal out of it to me are reinforcing this idea that it's this different thing. It's this separate, different thing. It's like, no, it's the movie. That's the version of the movie that was. what was released in theaters is a technicality. Avatar's extended edition was also released in theaters, but like that's that people don't.
Titanic was just released, right? Was there any extended scenes in Titanic that was?
I think it's just the original movie, just in 3D and 4K.
Because it's so perfect.
And high frame rate.
Oh, high frame rate. I don't know about that. I don't like the high frame rate shit. I'm not. Anytime that people put that high frame rate on beautiful scenes and it looks like a video game, I'm just like, I'm literally, I react the GIF and fucking Ryan Gosling and Love, whatever the fuck that is, and when he just goes, he backs off and he's like,
crazy stupid love.
I hate that crazy stupid love. I hate that because I'm like, dude, it looks like a fucking video game. Why'd you hide the frame rate? Is there for a reason. It's there for a reason.
I've never been a fan, but I think I got won over by it in Avatar: Way of Water. Because it was selectively applied in a way that heightened the visuals, whereas Peter Jackson's Hobbit movies was just a normal movie with 48 frames per second, and so it complemented nothing. It just looked weird.
When I see those scenes, I'm like, what were you doing?
I still like the Hobbit movies. I'll stand on that island. I will.
Do you prefer them in 48 FPS or 24 FPS?
I just hate it when
I actually did not watch it in HFR.
I just
I
hate
didn't
it when
even know they were HFR versions.
They were released. Think about like how frenetic, think about the Radagast scenes in Mirkwood, where you've got the spiders and the leaves and he's moving. Motion is bad in high frame rate because you literally get more motion, more frames of motion, and so that's why with Avatar with the 3D stuff. And they would ramp it up for the action, but not for the dialogue, because when you have a dialogue scene, it's not supposed to be as high energy. But if you have people talking and you have waves moving and leaves blowing, but it's all going crazy because of the high frame rate.
Well, it works for that.
But
it works
but
for that.
If there's action, it's okay to have that kind of extra visual.
I still want to see Avatar 2 at home because
it's gonna be interesting.
The trailer scenes and some of the stuff that I've seen, online, that doesn't look as HFR and it doesn't look as jittery as was my experience. So I want to see how that looks in all 24 frames.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I bet it would look. I'm curious about because I think the 48 FPS is only really beneficial with the 3D. If it was all 2D, then I think 24 straight through would be better.
I would agree with that. No, I would agree with that. Yeah.
There's no reason to do 48 if it's all 2D.
Not for a 2D movie, no. And I mean, but then you start thinking about the 24 frame movies that had the 3D conversion that we were talking about before, because after the first one, everybody started trying to do 3D conversion. I remember
Clash of the Titans was terrible.
Into Darkness did it for a little bit, if you remember. It Star Trek Into Darkness did a 3D. It had because that opening scene where they're running from the natives that are shooting arrows at them, they're coming through the screen, and it's oh okay. I don't
think you guys
needed
seen this movie called Priest?
I know of it.
Heard of it. Have not seen it. That's
it
Bettany,
had
right?
great 3D.
Bettany, Paul Bettany.
Yeah, Paul Bettany. Yes.
Yeah.
It had great 3D.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I watched that movie in the theater. Probably nothing else was playing. But you have the Green Lantern.
Here's the lantern.
lamp.
Oh,
Look at that! Look at that! Everybody's holding on to it. What do I have? I have my bourbon. I have my.
It's
bourbon.
signed by Sam Benjamin.
Oh fuck!
You're muted.
That's the lantern that you had at the premiere, right?
Yeah, that's signed by Ben Affleck. And that's Henry Cavill.
So he's
yeah.
Yeah, I remember. That's how I spotted him.
Popcorn
that's how I spotted him in the stands. I was like, I got there and I'm like, I couldn't get in, and then I was looking, and then
I had rings that were lighting up, and
yeah. So he was holding. I'm like, and then I kept on trying to be like, and then we finally saw each other, and I was like, I pointed at him, I was like, hey, I'm here, but didn't make it in time. So
yeah. They let us in really early, so we were standing out there for an hour and a half. But yeah, it was the only thing I had. I went dressed as a, because they said you had a better chance of getting in if you were dressed as a character. So I just went in all green. I had like green jeans on and a green shirt. Like, and they were like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "I'm a Green Lantern." And they're like, "What are you talking about? You're just a guy wearing green clothes, like regular clothes." And I go, "Yeah, well, that's what Green Lantern looks like when he's not in his super suit." And so they were just like, so they half like they just didn't want to let me in, and they were like, "He's got the lantern and the rings, just let him in." So they did, and the downside is that everyone came by and signed except Ray Fisher went by really quick, and he actually went by so quick that when I went to reach over to him, I dropped my flash. I had a flash mask, and I dropped it, and it went under the stands. And security had to tell, like, essentially snipers to not shoot me, because they were like, if you go under these bleachers and someone sees you moving under there, they're going to take you out, and they're going to think you're planting a bomb or something. And I'm like, holy shit. And I was like,
you got to be careful with these public events.
So he had to like radio a bunch of people. And so I was there for like 5 minutes. So I missed Gal. I missed a couple people. And then finally I was able to go in, get the mask. And right as I came back up, Ezra came by and he signed the mask for me. And then right after was Henry, and he signed the battery for me, which was really cool. So I did miss a few people, sadly. But yeah. So this is the day I met Dave.
Yeah.
Trinket.
That was such a crazy, because after watching it on Warner Brothers lot, and then just realizing like, oh fuck, this is something and then it was like one of those things. Was like, it was cool. I have a bunch of pictures. I took pictures, and I saw, and I when I saw Cavill, I'm like, tick tick, and I'm like. This poor guy, his face is so fucked up in the opening scene.
Oh,
I'm like, oh God. I was like, oh my God. And you were there. Didn't you say that people laughed?
Oh, my heart broke because first of all, no one knew that was going to happen, obviously.
Yeah.
So there's all the cast is in the front, and you have all these fans that were like, where I was sitting and stuff, and they had all these like industry people in the front rows, and we're just watching on this big screen, and it's like a huge screen, and they had this little, cell phone footage of Superman and his jaw, and I was just like, oh no, and people were laughing, and all my eyes went right to where like Henry and them were, because I was like, God, that sucks. Like, just on a professional level, like I was just like, my heart went out to him. Yeah. So and the guy that I was hanging out with, like we were both just quiet. We were like, what the hell, man? Like, this sucks so bad. And it set the tone for the whole night. The whole night was weird.
Oh, like, see, you haven't heard my story, but I snuck out of my house because it came out like right before Thanksgiving break. So I had taken the Friday off to go to one of my kids' Thanksgiving programs, and my wife, my dad, and I were going to go catch like the first matinee.
Okay.
Well, there was like an 11:30 showing, and I was like, I've been talking about this for like a year. I want to go see it. So I was going to sneak out I snuck out of the house after my wife went to bed, and I went and saw, the first showing that night.
Mm-hmm.
So you can imagine I'm there at midnight seeing this movie, and then just going, and I literally, and actually Garza says this is what made him like connect with me, because I could not go to sleep that night. I just laid there in bed going, what the? and then I had to go watch it again the next day. For the first time with my dad and my wife.
Oh my God.
Dude, I drove home. I remember driving home after like they were done, and I was just like, and then I realized, I'm like, wow, Zach's not here.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God. And then I drove home. I drove home with like the radio turned down, and I was just thinking, I'm like, God damn, they really did fuck up the movie. And I'm like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to talk about this? I'm like, this is like a complete shit show. And like, and I know I still get shit about for my first reaction, even my initial review, but then like, if you actually were to go like a couple days later, I went off. I think it was like Saturday. I went off, and I even coined the phrase Zack Snyder's Justice League. If you watch that video, I'm like, that was not Zack Snyder's Justice League. And I even said that. I said Zack Snyder's Justice League. So, Zach, if you're watching, you're welcome.
I remember, I think it was Friday or Saturday.
You're welcome.
I signed that petition that I later had to, denounce. But I signed it because emotionally I was there. I was like,
it was just one of those things where it's just like, oh my God, I can't believe.
And then there's this joker right here that
Ray
for 6 months I had to school. I really did.
Okay, before they slander me any further, let me.
I got to hear this.
Oh no, it's great. But there's a whole Patreon episode. I forgot what did we call it? It was,
what did we call it? Shit. I don't remember.
There was an episode, Zeke. Sorry, Siike. I don't know why I called you Zeke.
That's okay.
There was an episode where Ray and I were it was like our second most contentious conversation between the two of us.
The first one was probably the Superman 2 review.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was arguing in favor of the Lester cut over the Donner
I'm a Donner cut guy.
And it was only like this. It was only like the second or third review that we had done. So I was
it was the first time. This was literally the first time we were recording together.
Yeah.
So the Justice League thing was like the second or third things. We had done some DC TV squad cast.
That's true. You're right. Because
you just come for like
some of the crossover. Okay. All right. So. All right.
Take a breath.
Yeah.
I got free passes to a press screening in Troy because I'm in Michigan. So like Troy, Michigan, like about an hour south of here. My fiance and I went, Shonda, at the time. It was on a Monday night before the Thursday premiere, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I call this, Siike, is cognitive delusion.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Yes.
That's fair. That's all been there.
My mind did not want to accept or believe what had been done.
Yes.
Okay.
So badly that I saw it 3 times. And I wrote and recorded favorable reviews for it that are still posted to this day.
Hey, you stand by your words. Oh, okay, never mind.
It gets worse.
Oh boy.
Because as the Snyder Cut stuff is starting, right? Because a week later was when the Ascended Ancient stuff and the leak stuff started being posted, and I mean, there was what I am not proud of this. I'm not. But
because Tim and I, by the way, are here going, you don't know what we know because we were getting information sent to us in our DMs.
Yeah.
Like this is how Dave and I eventually connected because Tim and I had eversins and we're trying to say.
It was like one of those things. Like I knew you guys had it, and then it was like I was doing Vodka streams, and then there'd be times where like Scott would reply like I'm ready, and then eventually I went, I just like, do you want to be part of this? And then the rest is history. I can't get rid of him now. Anyways,
Tim and Scott had
taking over your show and everything.
I don't know where Steven went, but Tim and Scott had Steven on.
Yeah,
Squadcast at one point, and I refused to listen to the episode because
it was the next week. It was the week after. Yeah. It was Thanksgiving weekend. I wasn't on it because I was out of town. Right. Steven was the guest. It was the week after Justice League came out. Yeah,
yeah, and so basically what happened was over the next 6 months, the cognitive delusion had taken hold because it was one of those cases where I didn't want to believe that it was that could happen.
Sure,
that was possible, right?
Yeah.
And then between Scott and Tim and anybody else, things just started popping up that I couldn't ignore, and I finally got to a point where July of 2018. I wrote a piece at flycast.com that is still posted there where it's like, okay, no, I can't ignore this anymore. I have to join this movement. The evidence is way too mounting for this. it was just the gun was smoking too much. Like literally, because I'm seeing scenes, I'm seeing images, I'm hearing things that I can't say, and it's like, no.
And Tim and I would we'd be on Zoom talks, and we would go, fuck it, Ray, here. And we just like hold our phone up to the screen going, you can't tell anybody you've seen this, but look at what we have.
That happened multiple times.
That's how Steven and I connected. I mean, like the first thing that almost like we DM'd each other was, I think I sent him a message. I was like, did that feel like a Zack Snyder film to you? And he was like, nope. And then that was it. The rest is history. That was like literally one of our first conversations. Right, Steven? Was it me that I DM'd you going like that feel like a Zack Snyder film, and you were like, nope.
Yeah, I think we chatted a little bit leading up to it
because before that, but
because we had both been very much on the heavily.
They're not changing.
On the it's not changing. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. It's still Zack's movie train.
Oh yeah, I
was on that
we were
train
all
too.
On that.
Yeah, we were all on that bandwagon. Like, they don't know what they're talking about. 6 months. What are you doing, mustache? What?
Yeah. We were like, it's absurd. I've never heard because it was. It was like Onion articles about what they were doing to the movie. And then after it came out, you were like, was that a Zack Snyder movie to you? And it's like, nope.
Yeah. And then the rest was history. Then all of a sudden we're like, okay, something is.
And that's also where a lot of my delusion came from, Siike, because it did seem like Onion initially. Like, how could they possibly have fucking done this to this level? In this scenario, in this situation, with what he was dealing with in his own personal life, how the fuck could they do this?
Well, and then for me personally, they didn't care. And then for me personally, I felt a little bit of shame, and
so did I.
There was shame, and there was also just how fucking stupid was I for most of 2017? I felt used.
Yes, so did I.
Okay. Yeah.
And no, the difference was that I didn't
know, because who was using you, right?
What you were saying?
Who was using? Like when I was saying earlier about the fandom being weaponized and divided, you had been used by PR, put out by WB saying this isn't true. It's still Zack's movie, and you trusted the studio, and because you trusted the studio, you went to war against the misinformation that was being told about the movie. And then it turns out that you were being lied to, and you were carrying water for a studio that was doing it against your best interest. So I'm just saying that
I had so many videos
if you're wondering
back
why,
against all the rumors.
Going back to our conversation about Gunn, that's why you have this fan base that's like not only distrustful but like combative about because they literally they took when the studio would put out stuff and saying this is what it was.
I think because I've worked for enough studios, I know they're never on my side. You know, they like so to me, like whenever someone, like when I see people get in that space, like that's new to me, because all I know is, even fresh out of an aneurysm and going through physical therapy, like as soon as I got back on my feet, I went back to LA and worked right in movies and TV again. I picked up where I left off, luckily. And so I only knew that life of, oh yeah, no one here gives a shit about A, their employees, and B, the fans. Like they'll say it till they're blue in the face, but they don't care. It's just something they have to say because they know so some people out there will go, they do care about us. I need to go give them my money, you know, and I need to get a second job so I can buy all the toys and all the posters, and you know, so they want that, and so they know what to say and how, and because there's PR training, people get PR training to say certain things in press. So I know how much of it, as I've even written stuff for Hollywood Reporter and stuff, like I know how much of it can be BS and put in there to elicit something from someone to get them wrangled in and build a fan base. Like that's their goal is to make money, and they need a fan base to do it. So I see what you're saying. I mean, you're not wrong about the division, you guys. My window into it is only through Dave's channel, and some, you know, if one of your guys' videos and stuff, if I end up watching your stuff, I'll see more of it. But it's like I'm looking at it from a a small bubble, I guess.
Oh no, and that's the hard thing to do. Like this is such an interesting what's the word I'm looking for? But microcosm.
Yeah.
Because it's here's one specific event that, you know, I was on a podcast, Steven was writing articles, Dave was doing videos. We were talking to each other privately, sharing information privately that a lot of times we never said publicly. So what you end up with is, how can you ever know the full story when it's so hard to talk to somebody when you go, you weren't in the shit for 5 years.
Yeah, I know.
and seeing all the stuff that I see, because it's weird to have, like, even with people like Chris and Jordan, who's on Squadcast. They do our comic book review show for our podcast network. They are casual, as in they're into it, but it's like we'll say something, we'll throw out a name or a Twitter account or something that was like into shit, and they'll be like, "Who's that again?" And I'm like, how could you be around us for all these years? And like there's this thing to go, wait a minute, no, wait a minute, I'm not normal. Yeah. I know way too much about this shit than a normal person should.
Like I've said many times, I got contacted by somebody like a week later that I thought was bullshit. I'm like, who's this guy saying like, oh yeah, what you saw, blah blah blah. It was like one of those things where it's like you're walking and somebody in a fucking like in the shadows in a trench coat just comes out like, what you saw was bullshit. And I was like, what the fuck is this? You know, and I got emailed by somebody, and I'm like going, all right, who's this guy? And I'm like, I'm not believing this. And I think I even talked to Steve, and I'm like, or I don't know who I was talking about. Like,
I remember when you were talking to that person, before you had confirmation, and you were like, this seems weird. And I was like, yeah, because it happens all. I mean, I'm sure you see it too, Siike.
I thought it was some Marvel fanboy
bogus stuff. They're trying to,
But then all of a sudden he goes. What's your Vero? I'm like, it's just my name. And he goes, okay. And then 20 minutes later, I get a fucking notification that says Zack Snyder wants to connect with you. And I'm like, okay, this is for real. Holy shit. I mean, I remember seeing that on my phone. I put it down and I went, oh, what the fuck?
And Siike, to your point though, like, you talk about how you've worked in the industry. You got to understand, like, I'm an English teacher from Alabama. My co-host is an engineer from Indiana. You know, it's like, Ray works for a television station in Michigan. Steven writes articles in Iowa. Like, we're all over the place, and this isn't our.
No, I get it. It's like when I see
hobby.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, that's why, like, when I walked away from it, I'm like, I'll make this a hobby now, but I know a typical inner workings of something like that. So I have an idea. It doesn't mean they're doing it that way every time, obviously, but I'm like, okay, well, typically this is how it's handled. It's like, I saw someone earlier mention Grace Randolph, and I rarely don't comment on her. But the thing about her is that you talk about microcosms and sarcasms and stuff, is like, she is in a perpetual bubble of people who only talk spoilers and things like that.
I hate that.
So she, when she goes, oh, well, I posted the Henry Cavill thing because, hey, it's already out there. Everybody already knows about it. It's like, yeah, but you're saying everyone already knows about it because you are in this bubble where everyone does know about it. But like a casual person who ends up on Twitter, or the image gets forwarded to them from someone who is on Twitter, it's like they don't know. So you are still spoiling things. And she gets in this, like, she posted, as a Venom fan, I get upset because she'll post like an actual illegal screenshot someone took of Venom watching Spider-Man on the TV screen at the end of Let There Be Carnage. Someone took a photo of that in the theater, and she used that as her thumbnail, and I'm just like, and she releases that the day before, like the morning of the movie coming out, when no one has seen it yet. And I'm like, so she's like, post-credit conversation. I'm like, no one has seen this yet. And then she'll say, oh, well, I have fans in other countries. And I'm like, and Venom hasn't released in those countries yet, you fucking idiot.
No, that happens.
Her bubble is just, she's too into it. Or I'm like,
that also happened with this whole little scoop too, like about the Flash ending that's changing in former Batman coming out. She
Right.
goes, I'm not going to release what it is. And then all of a sudden she goes, oh my God, one of my scoops has been, and then she circles
Right.
a name that's trending. And I'm like, did you just confirm that who you're talking to? But then all of a sudden it's like, but then still, I don't know if it was actually confirmation, but I made a joke in my little short video that I was like, oh yeah, she kind of confirmed that it is Bale, but it doesn't make sense because the whole, the added thing that a former Batman's going to be the new DCU Batman makes no fucking sense.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, Grace, please, when you get information, think about it first, like process.
That's not her job sometimes. I think sometimes she's like, well, I know this will upset people, so I'm going to release it. Like, I think she intentionally does that.
Absolute, no doubt about that. Yes,
but which is smart. I mean, it's smart.
Well, here's the thing people don't understand about her also, and this people laugh at that phrasing here, but
dumb. Sorry,
she's not dumb. She knows what she's doing.
She uses lies to tell her version of the truth.
Sure.
Is that what it is?
So, for example, she thinks the DCU is a mess because of the way it's handling Batman. And
exactly.
She will bend or twist or lie about a scoop. Like, for example, adding on the future Batman. It's not going to be the future Batman. It's not a cameo setting up the future Batman. It's just a cameo to play with the multiverse. But it's in her interest to push her image of, well, this is clearly a mess because nobody knows who Batman is. And so she'll say the future Batman, not because that's what she heard, not because that's what she believes, but because it emphasizes for people how much of a shit show
and she'll also throw Pattinson in there.
Yeah.
Right. Yep, she did that shit too.
And she's smarter and also there's kayfabe. That's like really hardcore and where like a lot of people deal, especially in the scooper culture, a lot of people deal intentionally with false scoops and stuff because it's more entertaining.
Yeah,
it's wrestling. Like it's everybody knows it's not real, but they'd rather operate in a version of reality where you talk about this fun stuff than facts aren't interesting when you can talk about fake cameos. Like
so since we've come back to this, I'll ask this question, which kind of contradicts. It may or may not contradict my whole point earlier about James Gunn. Okay. Why hasn't he called this one out yet?
Well, he's. I think at times he's. I mean, like I said, and I guess I'll play the devil's advocate this time. Just to piggyback off Steven's point earlier, is like Steven believes that James Gunn is strategically doing things. I think he's in the past has, called out Grace and pointed out. That
he is like flat. Her. No, he is flat out slandered her.
So I think he might. Maybe he sees it as a redundancy to go after her.
That's what I was thinking. I was actually thinking about this.
Or I think a lot of times, when James Gunn, he may, to play to Steven's point, if he chooses who he goes after, I think he still sometimes argues semantical things and not like the actual point of things. And like, I mean, sometimes he does where like stuff I've read, I'm like, okay, I see what point he's trying to make. But again, I'm just of that type where I'm like, who cares that this person said this?
The worst example of that was with
the Streisand effect.
Yeah, I get it. What's the worst?
The worst example of that was with Henry Cavill. So remember that one YouTuber just came out and said James Gunn doesn't like Henry Cavill, and people were just rejoicing at his reply, and I was like, but he didn't say Henry Cavill as Superman.
Right.
And the next day or 2 days later, Henry Cavill's gone.
Right.
Well, I also think that because there's a timing issue. I think there's a great deal of truth to what you're saying with it, Siike. But I also think that perhaps this is one of those cases where because the poster came out today, because the trailer's coming out on Sunday, he's laying off.
Yeah, right. That makes sense. That's good. That's good to do that.
And that's why I say he's avoided the Streisand effect, because he knows, for example, if he were to comment on this, it's going to get published.
Right.
And so he's smart enough to know, hey, the news cycle will naturally paper over this.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And he
because when the trailer comes out, that will be the talk.
Yeah.
Right.
See, that's why the whole like, you know, pushing back on the Snyder thing and talking about Snyder, he wanted to put that out there because it's like, hey guys, can we calm down? Whatever the hell this is, and like Zach's doing this, we're doing this, and he's good with it, and we're all good. I that's why I'm like, okay, maybe it's fluff, sure, a little bit, but at the same time, I can understand why he did it because it's like we got to calm this down a little bit
Compare
because
that
you know
to how
He
any
saw the
other-
AI videos and flipped.
oh fucking A.
Compare that to how any other previous Warner Brothers administration has handled the Zack Snyder question.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Right?
Exactly.
If they
The
mentioned
cul-de-sac.
Snyder, they would release an article. They would release a statement to the trades or something that was unsourced, and the trades would be like, "Oh, Zack Snyder was doing some heinous shit behind the scenes, and that's why they fired it or whatever." Like, and that's how they would deal with it. Is just through
Right.
this like cloak and dagger subterfuge. But with Gunn, you know, he'll come out and he'll just say, "No, Zach's doing his thing and I'm doing my thing.
Right.
He's doing awesome. I'm like." And it allows him to address it in a way that said that is way I don't know. I don't know if it's how effective it's gonna be, but it's so much smarter than what they've done in the past and the way that they've like
Yes.
thrown these like little darts at him in the trades whenever they
Well,
needed to
well,
kind of-
and not only that, Stephen, but and you know, not that I am assuming this, but one could also read his tweet, and I think Dave, you even mentioned this for a bit in one of your videos, was he and Snyder have talked, so who's to say? Not soon, but like if the DCU works, and like I said, if that extension happens. You know, he didn't slam the door shut on the idea of him coming back. Not for Snyderverse, but but to be one of these other directors, you know, like Del Toro. You dropped Del Toro's name a week or so ago, and you like totally got my hopes up for that. No, you didn't. I'm joking. but like when we were talking about like the caliber of director that James Gunn, it looks like he's going after for the DCU, you would certainly count him as part of that caliber. So the way he worded the tweet, he didn't shut the door. He didn't necessarily open it, but he didn't shut the door on the idea of, hey, Zach and I are talking. Who knows? You know, from a PR.
regardless, it was compliment. Like the way that he dismissed it was not by like
He praised Zach.
He wasn't diminishing anybody. He was saying Zach's doing awesome on his own thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And which is
hashtag Rebel Moon.
Exactly. That's why I did that.
Such stark contrast to like I was saying to before, where they would be like the trades. I mean, every it was like clockwork. Every time something like this happened, they'd put out an article that would have something about how the movies didn't perform well, or there was Zach refused to cooperate, or the movies were too dark, or whatever, or he ruined the brand, and they were trying to recover from all the damage that he had done, or whatever, and it like just dumb PR. Like I don't know who thinks that's gonna quiet it down, but I don't know. Obviously, it didn't work out for those people. They're all gone.
Right. Yeah. No, they clearly did a bad job.
Yeah.
Well,
And also, you know, I think to further clarify, I guess where my hope in all this comes from is, you know, the difference that we've talked, like the structure, like how different the structure is now. Like it became clear that DC was too big of a property to simply be a division under Warner Brothers, which is what it was up until November 1st of 2022. The moment that DC Studio, that's also, I've also said this is how I've also been able to get over my disappointment over like the Cavill situation and over like, you know, the Snyderverse and whatnot continuing, is the fact that DC Studios finally exists.
It does finally exist, and that's what it is.
The fact that it is the autonomous thing, you know,
and he said it's separate from Warner Brothers too. So
right. This isn't like, you know, Abdi and DeLuca putting their hands in anything like Emmerich did in the past. This is he reports to Big Boss, just like Feige reports to Big Boss, just like Kennedy reports to Big Boss. DC finally has that paradigm. Now, I don't know what he's going to do works. I have no idea.
Oh, sure. None of us do. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Right. But at least DC Studios exists. And
Yeah,
that's the ultimate victory for me.
That's the way that we can like look at this whole thing right there.
Yeah.
100%. And I think this is a good way to end this because I know everybody's like kind of going like, oh, we gotta, it's getting late.
Siike, I mean,
people.
you
lasted the whole time.
You lasted the whole time. You went like
but
5 hours.
I checked out like 3 times. I don't know if you guys saw, but there was like 3 times I wasn't physically sitting in this chair for like a minute.
I know.
Oh, it's fine.
So what happens? This is what happens.
Yeah. But I know I'm glad because I come back and I was like, oh shit, are we still in this conversation? And I was like, did I move? And I'm like, okay, not even a minute has passed. I'm like, okay, we're good. We're good. And
you know what? I appreciate you coming on, man. You know what? Just hit me up if you want to come on and shoot the shit. Just let me know, man.
This was a blast, and I thank you guys. Like I know I have a dissenting opinion sometimes. Sometimes I just do it to play devil's advocate, but
which is fine.
But I really did like what I like is the passion. And that's what I always told Dave. I said this. You guys did something that I've never seen done before. I didn't even know it was going to be possible. And so for that reason, like as a DC fan, even if we disagree on projects, I'm so happy to have people this passionate as DC fans because God knows we need it. Holy cow. Yeah. So thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
No, thanks for coming on, man. And like I said, just hit me up if you feel like just coming on a Friday. I know we talk every now and again, but let's talk more. And I want you to come on more. I want you to be part of the panel. If you want to just like shoot the shit on Friday night, just hit me up, man. Because we're trying to build a community here. Okay. And I appreciate you like sharing like everything that you shared tonight when it comes to.
Thanks for letting me.
We're here to help. We're here to help. That's the thing. We're here to help. And I know this is something that you love to talk about and everything like that. So yeah, but promote yourself. I know there's already people in the chat. Damien, he was hitting me up on DMs going, hey, I want to follow Siike. I don't see him on Twitter. I'm like, he's not on Twitter. IG, so hopefully he's following you on IG, and then hopefully, you guys connect and everything like that. But promote yourself, man.
Yeah, it's just at the Venom vlog. Just at the Venom vlog on YouTube. That's my handle. And on Instagram, that's my Instagram account.
There you go. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, man. And then Steven, I know you were like wanting to get out. So for one, so you can go ahead next, Steven, because I know you got to leave.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to break down. I was just like, if I don't like lay down the line, I'm gonna be on. I'll go forever and ever. I gotta stop me if nobody else does.
We should do a podcast together called Devil's Advocate. We'll have the 3 of us, me, you, and Ray on.
Dude, hey, there it is.
All right.
That podcast will never end.
It won't. We did one episode. It lasted 4.5 years.
Yeah, but you can find me on Twitter at smcolbert. You can find my writing at screenrant.com. And you can find me podcasting with Andrew Dice at BVS by the Minute, which is at snyderminute.com. And we are now, we've been doing live streams of our recording sessions for our patrons. Nice. And those are pretty fun. So hoping to continue doing more of those. So definitely looking at subscribing and checking out some of the live streams we've been doing and getting into more video finally.
Nice. All right, Ray.
On Twitter at the Flightcast, although I probably should take Siike's advice and not be on Twitter nearly as much anymore because it's just a cesspool.
You and James Gunn just can't help it.
Right, yeah. But you can also find my blog and my podcast at theflightcast.com. I was gonna wait until after this Flash trailer, but no, I think there's some other stuff that happened this week, including some stuff we didn't get to talk about, like Disney's troubles lately. All the stuff everybody talking about Warner Brothers and Warner Media, or like Warner Brothers Discovery and their troubles. Disney's layoffs, trouble in paradise over at the Mouse House, plus a bunch of other stuff going on with respect to some of the other stuff we were talking about with fandoms earlier. I am also starting to do some more Patreon shows again for my Patreon, including a show called Flight Speed, which is literally me in the car on the way to work, complaining or ranting about something.
Cool.
And I've also got a new show that Scott may or may not be interested in that might involve me reviewing a movie that he's already called me out for not posting the review for it yet. But I will.
Hot dog fingers.
And it's going to lead, yes, hot dog fingers, but it's going to lead to a couple of other reviews that I also have down the pipe as well for the Patreon show, indeed. And at some point, I will screw up my courage and like reignite my YouTube channel because it totally exists, and more should be active there. But yeah, it is what it is for now. Go Chiefs!
Go Chiefs! Ooh, going for the Chiefs! Going for the Chiefs!
Yeah.
All right, KC.
Yeah, you can find me at Krypton Caged on all social media, including Twitter, which is awesome. And you can. I'm excited for the Flash trailer. I want to see Ben Affleck's Batman the most. I hope it's in the trailer.
I'm sure.
And also, go watch Knock at the Cabin in theaters.
Going tomorrow night.
Oh,
Nice.
I was about to say, Scott, I'm like, you didn't go to see a movie tonight. I was like, I figured you're not going to go see Magic Mike. And...
No, I've never seen a Magic Mike movie. No, I've got
Magic Mike it's actually nice.
I hear it's a good movie. I know, like the whole joke aside of that, it's about male strippers. But I hear it's actually the movies are good, and I even heard the third one and was like good too. I was like, well, okay, even though it's not Steven Soderbergh. So
yeah, I plan on seeing Knock at the Cabin tomorrow night, Marlowe on Thursday night, and trying to see if we can take Heather to go see Ant-Man the Wasp: Quantumania on Friday.
There it is. I'm seeing it next Thursday, so I got my
ticket. See that next week. Yeah.
But anyways, Scott, send us off.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. Look for a fourth DC Squadcast in a row, as we will be reviewing the Flash trailer for episode 344. We are a fan-supported network over at patreon.com/squadcastmedia. So, $5 a month to get you access to exclusive RSS feed of 400 pieces of content, which will include our Spider-Man 3 review and our review of Barbed Wire. And of course, not this Sunday because of the Super Bowl, but next Sunday, be sure to be here at Film Junkie, where we will be discussing for Batman the Animated Stream, The Lion and the Unicorn.
There it is.
Ooh,
there it is.
Red Claw. Yes.
Red Claw returning. Oh, my God. All right.
Yes.
Well, guys, make sure you guys smash that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to all these guys right
Junkie
here.
Store down below.
Yes, Junkie Store. Yeah, he's wearing the Got Ham shirt. I'm wearing the Coors shirt that I made myself too, that's, in the vein of that, and everything. So do all that. It's all down below. And we love you guys. We will talk to you later.